Okay. And there we go. And we're back! Just like that. Seamless. Perfectly executed. Yeah, I'm going to put a link in the Discord quickly, but we are back. Ostensibly. My computer calms the heck down. Where did Discord go? Oh, Discord's over there now for some reason. Awesome. And everything should be all hunky-dory. I'm gonna have to post that on Twitter. This is great. This is great. So, here we are. I'm just going to quickly post this at Tom with the expert analysis of an incident out track. So, as we sit here, about the halfway mark, going into the darkness now, let's do a mid-race update, our official mid-race update. Let's flip on the standings. Vincent Gutt in the Epic Racing DPI out front. That's the Cadillac. Kind of talked about at the beginning how a lot of these championship fights could be affected by teams that haven't run full campaigns that do have some pace, and this Epic Racing car being in the lead is a perfect example of that. But it's Birchland Servania in the number 16 Mugen. That car is, I believe, already won the championship in endurance and overall. They're followed by Pascal Eggert in the Finavon number 23, His Sonneveld in the number 4 for Val, Evan Mueller in the Ari Racing car. They've had quite an incident-packed last hour or two, that car. As has Pascal Eggert, to be completely honest, who's in third. Thomas Watsonis in the GRG. Are they running again? I think they're running again. They've had some connection issues, but it's good to see they're currently still going. That brings us to Alex Moore in the Hex Racing car. They've also had some connection issues, but they're still running.
Oh, GTLM! Sorry to cut you off, but one spun. I have to find out who it was. He spun right in front of cars, but luckily none of them hit him. It was a yellow and black, so it might be...
Okay, drivers, we come to code 80 in 10 seconds.
That's
no
why.
overtaking.
I can't find
5,
it.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, okay,
Code
it
80.
was Levente. It was Levente.
Oh, jeez, he was in a good fight.
Yeah. Ground effect AM. He spun right in front. He has damage, it looks. Yeah, he's struggling to keep the car straight.
Let's see if we can get the replay for you folks.
Yeah, sorry to cut you off there.
No, it's all good. More exciting than the mid-race update. The lights are out on that car, too, at some point there. Let's see what happened to him. That was on the S's. So let's get that replay going. So here we go. Just past pit exit into that difficult turn 2 and 3. Everything looks fine thus far. Oh, just got too much of that curb and it just lifted the car. He's off in a bad way, stopped on the track. Fortunately, everyone... Oh, that's scary. Looking backwards up the hill in the darkness. It's that car going 5.
Oh, yeah. He got way too much and he smacked the wall. Yeah. Luckily, those cars had a good eye and avoided it very well. Yep. That's good. Yeah, his car is probably... Yeah, he's got a pit. He's really struggling. He's crabbing it along. Is he going to go in pits? Yep, he is. Yep, there he goes.
So, that will play into Pascal Eggert's hands perfectly.
Absolutely.
Help him close up the gaps a bit.
For some reason,
And we
Zoltan.
come to green in 10
I think he
seconds.
just had a drive-through penalty because he just went through the pits and
5,
came back
4,
out.
3,
Didn't stop.
2, 1, green flag.
And he's the leader of our GTLM.
Yep. Quite the Mugen day, GTLM.
You ain't kidding.
Boy. Man, that lag there for a second had to be spooked again. I'm like, man, I do not need this right now, R factor.
Be right back. I'm gonna grab a drink.
Oh! Dom
Alright.
Bassell out of the race. That's the number 57 GRG car.
Oh.
Never mind.
So
Don
that's...
Bassell's out.
Oh, jeez, and there's some...
He
There's
is.
a crash there. There's... Oh,
Oh
big
my-
accident.
Ooh.
That's both of the Vals
Oh!
taking each
Right
other
on the-
out.
Right out of the pit lane too.
Oh, that's horrible.
Not what you want to do as teammates at all. I gotta take the code 80 off, but
Yeah, that was Sonneveld. Sonneveld was the one that got clipped by the LMP2. It doesn't look like he has horrible damage. He's still able to keep it straight and very quick, so he's still going to hold on
Okay,
to...
drivers, we're coming to 80 in 10
that's
seconds.
Tom
for
Parton
racing.
facing the wrong way. See if we can figure out what happened to him.
Jeez.
5, 4, 3,
Back to
2, 1. Code 80 and
Excito
4.
Clock.
Oh,
I guess.
this is going to be a really quick battle because Pascal and Vincent are right behind each other again.
Jeez.
This is going to be interesting. Also, it doesn't help that Gut, he is right in front of GTLM, so he might be slowed down
So,
slightly.
I'm sorry. I'm wondering if there's like a connection issue for Tom Parton that played into it, maybe? Nope. He's going fine now in this part. Just catches the grass on the outside of turn 1. Oh, jeez!
Oh.
That was the source of the accident. That completely destroyed an LMP2 there, too. Wow, that was a big accident. It's going to be a long code 80 there. Oh, and he's not moving because Tom Parton is out of the race. He lost the rear tire.
Oh, that is... Oh, yeah. That's when your race is completely done. You can't get back out.
Yeah. Let's see if we can
That
find
sucks.
out what happened to the other cars involved in that. While we are here, let's go on to his Sonneveld's replay of the incident.
Yeah, Sonneveld looked to be alright.
Yeah.
He looked to be fine. He just tapped him a little bit, but he kept the car straight.
Whoop, hit the wrong button there.
Good news is Levente is back out.
So this is on board with his Sonneveld going to turn 1 here. It's around that GTLM car. You can see the incident occur just in front of him. Big accident. Then he goes to the inside to try and avoid it, and it's his teammate exiting the pits he clips into. And he's doing a long pit stop now, Sonneveld is, so apparently he was damaged.
That's just bad luck.
Yeah,
Okay, drivers, you come back to code 80 in
Martin
10...
Mergali, his
Sorry, we come back
teammate.
to green. Back to green in 10 seconds.
Alright, let's see what happens between Pascal and Guts.
4,
They're very close to
3,
each other, so let's see if
2,
we'll have a new
1,
lead
green
change.
flag.
All right, now I'm
looks
gonna
like-
go grab a drink.
Looks like Gut had a better take. Actually, no, looks like Pascal had a better takeoff.
So-
that GTLM was really slowing him down.
So actually, Pascal's a lap behind. So he's trying to get his
Oh.
back on the lead lap here.
Oh, for me, it still says he's like 21 seconds behind.
He's 21 seconds behind Savania.
Oh. Okay, so then, yeah, my standings aren't updating quick
Ah.
enough then.
That'll happen.
Dang, I got so excited.
Well, it's still important for Pascal because this is a.
Oh, yeah, so he's third now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Here he
If
goes.
he passes him, he'll get his lap back.
Yep, it's on the
Whoa, he took
inside.
that wide.
He's
Yep,
through.
he got that back.
There you go. He's back on the lead
Nice.
lap. Good work. It's a
Now
car
I'll
that's been,
pass all those cars.
yeah. Now we just got to do it one more
Pass it.
time.
Well, who knows? Gut might catch him back in the draft. He's catching him again. It looks.
Okay, so I found the points, by the way. There's a live standings Alex is keeping track of. So as of Alex's live standings, I don't know when he last updated these. When did Alex last update these?
The points?
Yeah, because according to Alex, AFP is still leading.
Oh, I don't think AFP is leading anymore after today. They'll definitely won't be leading after today. No, they'll definitely have points taken away from them due to the cheating scandal.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Okay, so the overall championship, because of Basel's DNF. Wow, so this is how AFP has shot themselves in the foot by cheating, right? They were leading this race, first of all. And even if they had an incident, right, the number 57 just DNF'd. So that would have put them in the second.
Yeah. They would have
overall.
still had a huge opportunity.
Yeah, so that was a big mistake. If we look at the endurance-specific standings, this will probably... This is going to lose them... They're going to lose positions to Mugen. Mugen's, I think, going to jump quite a few people. Specifically, the 69 car, I believe. Let's see where the 69 is.
GTLM?
GTLM. Is the 69 car still in this fight? I thought it was. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this
might be 88. It could be 88, you mean.
The 88 is already in third. They're in third points.
He's winning. Yeah, and he's winning GTLM.
So this...
he wins.
Yeah, so right now, the 88... It's close because the Solo Sports... So it's really just a battle between the Solo Sports Schneiders and the 88 of Toth. But at this rate, Toth is going to win that championship for the endurance standings.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate because that 14 was so competitive at a lot of rounds, but they've not had a great Petit Le Mans. But yeah.
Yeah. This track is very hard.
Yeah, it is.
It looks easy, but trust me, I took a few laps in the Cadillac DPI mod to get photos for Alex for the announcements, and I really overshot a lot of the corners.
Yeah.
you really underestimate how not grippy this track is. You think with the DPI you'll have a lot of grip to go through the corner full speed, like especially the one with the hump after, and you go to that right-hander onto the checkered. No, you can't. Sometimes you can't go full speed. So you sometimes have to let off when your tires get really worn.
As we're talking here, Daniel Savoshkin trying to get around the 75 of Perez to get second overall in GTLM. Perez early on the brakes, but he has the better lines.
Oh, cutback. Well, you tried to do a cutback, it didn't work.
So yeah, Perez got the apex there. It was quite tidy through that corner.
Whoa.
Man, this is so close.
Yeah, the LMP2 is sketched out. You can tell he's really trying to get past him as soon as possible. Whoa. You braked early there.
Yeah, he did.
More early there. He's probably trying to let that LMP2 by as soon as possible.
Yeah.
As well.
He's trying to set it up so that he still gets to hit the apex of the corner. Because he knows that Savoshkin can't get around him. These are two cars we've seen fight from the mid-pack all the way up to second. Like, these two together have just slogged through the field.
Yeah, these guys are probably the most competitive GTLM right now.
Yeah.
Toth has a long lead.
Yeah.
Ahead of them.
Just peeled off into the sunset.
Yeah, it's definitely not sunset.
Okay, drivers, we got to code 80 in 10 seconds. No overtake.
See if we can find out what that was. And we'll...
Hope it's
5,
nothing
4,
too bad.
3, 2, 1, code 80.
Whoa! Pascal! Whoa!
Is Pascal Eggert in it? You're saying?
He just clobbered the back of a GTLM.
Getting into code 80?
Yeah. I have to find out who it was. Fabian Ball, it was that team that he was driving for. It's the Corvette.
Okay. Both those cars look like they're okay still.
Yes, but if you do go back, he did hit him in the rear pretty hard. I'm surprised. Yes, Fabian Ball. That car, the simplified SRD Esports
Yeah.
race car.
Let's see then. If we can catch that.
I don't think it caused damage to them, to either of them significantly, but I saw it and I'm like, whoa.
Yeah.
That happened.
Let's see here what we can do.
Yeah, I don't know what the original Code 80 was for.
Yeah, I haven't been able to catch it.
So, who won the DPI Endurance Championship?
I think it's Mugen, but I'll have to go check. So we see
Mugen?
Bertrand Savagna, Pascal Eggert here on board with Story. Wow, and he just runs right into the back of that car.
Yeah. I don't think he was. I don't think he was expecting him to slow down that quick and just clobbered him. Hopefully they didn't get that much damage.
Yeah. Hopefully not. Never good. Under Code 80 here at the Petit Le Mans. I want to thank you guys all for joining us. It's been quite the attrition-heavy race, which I think all throughout the opening part of the broadcast, Matt and I were basically pretty much both convinced it would be madness. It's just the nature of the track.
Yeah, this track, actually, in the real life Petit Le Mans, there's a lot of wrecks. Especially that one LMP2 that slid off during going through the S's and smacked the wall really hard last season. That was a pretty gnarly wreck.
Yeah, it's been a rough one out there, folks. Still some close battles, though. This field is spreading out as you'd expect in an R Factor 2 endurance race. This is a fascinating thing to me, though. I don't know if it's because the multi-class. I don't know what it is, but we've been doing a lot of Assetto Corsa Competizione endurance races, Matt and I, and you don't see these kind of gaps forming generally, where there's laps between cars. Like, obviously, between first and last, there might be 10 laps, because the guy in last has probably had some incidents and so on, but, like, usually there's, like, 5 or 6 cars all on the same lap together at the end of an endurance race. It's interesting in R Factor 2. I don't know what it is about it, but you end up seeing these ginormous gaps starting to form.
Yeah, you do. You really see huge gaps. Hold on, is Vincent? Wow, Vincent is right on Pascal. Okay, so Pascal could possibly lose
his lap again.
Lap.
Yeah. Gonna be fighting to hold on to that.
Honestly, I think he'll probably be fighting with him to hold on to that for the rest of the race.
Yeah.
The luck he's had and how far behind he kind of is. I don't know if he'll reach Mugen. The Mugen Sim Racer number 16 DPI. I don't know if he'll reach him.
Bertrand Savagna in that car right now.
No, I just want to say that this
okay,
race is
drivers, coming back to Code 80 in 10 seconds. Back green in 10 seconds.
Back to Code 80.
again.
5,
But
4,
I want to say that
3,
this race is a lot more exciting
1.
than the first
Green
one that I
flag.
commentated on.
You did
think I
Sebring,
did,
eh? Was it?
Was it Sebring or was it Daytona?
I think I heard you in Sebring.
Okay, yeah, I think it was, so Sebring. And it was just like me and Christian here just like having a casual conversation. There's like one incident and then that was it.
Yeah, Sebring was actually a rather clean race, really, even when it was raining.
Whoa! What the heck is
It
happening in the chat, guys? The Twitter. I looked away, and there's some angry voices.
Oh,
What?
Wait, what's happening on the VISC Twitter?
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh, it's a fight between AFP and GRG. I say AFP, it's specifically one AFP driver. I thought they were doing it on my... I'm just mentioned in it. but I just came back to 11 messages. I'm like, wow, people are finally messaging the Twitter. That's what I've been trying to make happen all season. And they come there and it's like, oh, never mind. I don't want to be part of this at all. Oh, no.
Wow.
Yeah.
Alright, well, Pascal is definitely keeping his lead lap right now, but Gut is definitely not going to let him off easy.
Yeah.
Definitely not. That LMP2 in front of him is holding him up.
Yeah. That's,
He needs to get by him.
see how this works out. Everyone's going to have to draft down the backstretch here. But I think only Pascal's going to get them before turn 10.
Whoa, they hit it! I think they hit each other.
If so, it was light enough that no one seems worse for wear from it. That's going to free up the Finavon Motorsport Mazda, if not for at least a moment, as that Epic Racing Cadillac is still stuck behind that LMP2. Man, that LMP2 car not getting out of the way.
No, I think that was actually the LMP2 that blocked Gut before. Well, I wouldn't say previously blocked, but seemingly kept getting in the way before the backstretch.
Yeah.
Looks like someone's offering to take an interview.
Let's see who that is.
Yeah, let's get him up here.
It is Dom Bassell. Let's bring the GRG driver up here.
User was moved to your channel.
How is it going, Dom? You had a really good stint in that car. Now what's up?
Until it hit the wall.
So it hit the wall. Okay.
It did hit the wall, big time.
Oh no. Well, why don't you walk us through your race up to that point, and then we can go through the incident. So how was it going for you?
Actually okay for the first 10 minutes until an LMP2 took us out into turn 1.
Oof.
That gave us the weird suspension damage thing, which you can't repair.
Yeah.
Yeah, so dealt with that for a stint. Got taken out in my second stint into turn 1 again by another LMP2. So life is good there. And then it was pretty smooth for the good next 4 hours.
Okay.
Yeah, it was good until I finally binned it, I guess, into final wall.
Okay, that's not fun. Okay, so you binned it. I thought it was a disconnect.
No, Ethan Lawrence in the number 5 had a disconnect.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's just a P2 chopping to the for some odd reason they came over onto the racing line again in the final corner, which they don't tend to do.
Yeah.
And it took all my air, leaving none for me, so I starved of oxygen and crashed into the wall.
That's unfortunate.
Oh well, is what it is.
Is what it is. You've had some pace, and the team. I guess you're fortunate. AFP had their drama because that sort of gifted you guys the championship there.
Mention that. I'm sure you've spoken about it enough. This race.
Okay,
Yeah.
drivers, we come back to code 18, 10 seconds.
What happened?
10 seconds.
So when you're...
5, 4,
We'll let
3,
this go through.
2, 1, and code 18 enforced.
So now that you're looking forward now, what's kind of your plan? Well, I guess immediately, what's the plan for the day? Are you going to stay on and see how it goes for the other car, or are you just going to chillax?
Yeah, chill. I'm on streaming duty.
Okay.
My perspective, but I'll change that to the 75 now.
Okay.
And yeah, just chill with them and help them through if they need anything.
Yeah. They are running second. They're doing pretty well. It's just unfortunate you're not in the car anymore. So you have any plans for the summer and the off season? What are you guys thinking of doing?
Well, it depends what's available. We do have another team of drivers are on ACC duty, so they'll be pretty busy in other championships. But in terms of RF2, not a tremendous amount, unless you guys are hosting something soon. Wink, wink.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I'll be in touch.
Please be.
All right. Yeah, well, I'll leave you to your streaming duties. Sucks for you guys. It's unfortunate for your car, but fortunately one of the GRGs is still out there.
Make sure that you rejoin in the
It's been a attrition-heavy race, to say the least.
Otherwise, it
Sure
will
has
use
to.
connection will cause issues.
You have a good one, Dom.
Thank you.
Cheers, guys.
User left your channel.
Dom Basel, everyone, from Cherokee. He was in the 57. I didn't know the 57 crashed. I missed that. So much going on in this race. This was quite the race to try and get a replay system working. Yeah, until this race, I've tried running replays once at Lime Rock, but I didn't work well. Replays have been working, I think, a little bit more smoothly this time, now that I kind of have a system up for it. Yeah.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, to green in 10 seconds.
He got it this time.
Right.
He got it this time. Let's all give Alex
Yes.
a round of applause there.
He didn't mess up.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
Here we go. Green flag.
Pascal is actually pretty far out. I
User
think
joined
he'll
your
be
channel.
fine now.
Yeah.
If he just remains consistent, he'll be fine and he'll keep his lead lap, but he's definitely got to make up some time to get the second.
Yeah. He's got a good battle now, but still that battle going on between Mugen and GRG for second overall. Going to be very spicy. I've been pinged at some point. How'd I do an
Actually,
You've
interview?
been acid and pinged many times this race.
I know, I'm like trying. It's race directing, commentating, and keeping on top of everything is a lot. How you doing, Alex?
Sorry, since when have you been race direct?
Not race directing, sorry, commentating. I mean broadcast, like holding the broadcast.
Race directing,
You didn't notice me race directing, Alex? I'm deeply offended.
Can't believe that.
How have things
No,
been
I've
up
been
in
doing
there?
alright.
That's good.
It's been alright. Yeah, we've had a few questionable incidents, to say the very least. A few questionable drivers and members who have all been dealt with. Apart from that, it's been really good. Honestly, I've been happy. I've screwed up Code 80s enough times that I've had to open another bottle of beer, so...
Hey,
Yeah.
I'm
you're
now
happy.
through I'm
Alex,
through my Petit Le Mans alcohol. I've now got to wait 4 hours to go and drink again.
Alex, you have no idea how happy we were when you finally got. We go to green in 10 seconds instead of we're going to code 80 in 10 seconds. We were so happy that you finally got it right.
I also heard that you were picking me up in the broadcast when I got in the car earlier. So yeah, that's quite funny.
Yeah, we were hyped. Like, that's a race director, man.
It's good
Yeah,
times.
Yeah, it was fun in the Viral car. They told me what had changed the setup. I was like, oh, I know how this car's going to handle this. Just jumped in.
Yeah.
That's really all you can do.
I've been keeping an eye on things like that. Fight for second in GTLM has been really, really close for like the past half hour as well. So it's been great to see that those guys, the Cyberlinks guys as well, making their debut in the series doing really, really well.
Yeah. Some of the new teams have been really competitive. It's good to see.
It really has thrown a spanner in the works for the championship tending teams. Well, I have been updating the standings, and the standings are now updated.
Okay.
So
Okay,
they are
that's good.
updated as of the first or as the race.
Good. I'll keep an eye on that.
So I
Yeah.
can give you that up if you really want. Well, as we know anyway, as it stands, Mugen will be Endurance Racing champions, regardless of what happens now, because they've made it past the first split,
Mhm.
and obviously the retirement of Luca Great because of issues. They are your 2021 Season 1 VISC Endurance Series champions, and you know what? Good on them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they've been really consistent this race and really solid the whole time.
Yeah.
So you can't really flame them for how well they've done, and you can't really flame 360 over. They've done a really good job this whole season, and it's a shame that they can't take home the series victory, but you can't. It's how racing is. At the end of the day, things happen. We tried to get them back in the race, so they could at least score points, but they had to retire at the end of it.
Yeah. It was unfortunate.
Yeah,
Really
in
tragic.
terms of LMP2 has kind of gone the way that I expected it to. It is the 22 Mugen sim racing car, 53 to 47 of the 95. Varkonyi, Boda, and I believe Haveshi is in that car. I'm not too sure. I can't remember if he has or not. But I know those guys have been flying in that Meteor race. And having the Sim Apex guys sort of sat in second this whole piece. Oh, it's last. Sorry, I just suddenly saw headlights. I was like, hold on a minute, what's going on? I was like, no. But you've had those guys have been really solid. Great to see that Sim Apex have come in and done really well as well. And obviously the 95 sat on that podium spot, looking to take home second in the championship. In GT, the gap is now the gap is 2 points between the 88 and the 14. With how things are looking, it's looking to go the way of the 88 because the 14 seems to really be struggling in this race. Again, the 88's leading and the 14 is down in 6th.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely it's kind of showing to be a wipeout for the 88 as far as taking the championship.
Won't say anything at this point because we've had some fast cars DNF,
Yeah.
but at this point...
I actually, not to cut off, but Ramiro Perez and Daniel, I can't even pronounce his last name, but they're really close together now as far as third and second for GTLM.
Oh, Daniel's Ferguson. Yeah, it's Ferguson.
Yeah.
They are extremely close, going down towards turns 10, A and B. It looks like he's going to try and go to the right-hand side, though. Not too much, though. But yeah, I think that Aston's been really strong. I've got to give credit to the Cyberlinks guys. They have come into this series, and they have been flying this whole race. It's been really amazing to see those guys, how quick they...
It reminds me of the first race the 14 was in, actually, when they came in. And they hadn't been in any rounds yet, and then they just suddenly were just like, right like that, they were fighting for a podium. It's a similar performance.
Wait, the 14?
Yeah, Schneider's car, yeah. Because I don't... Were they there from the start?
They've been in here since Daytona.
Oh, I don't remember them at Daytona. Maybe they didn't have a livery then, and I just didn't notice it?
No, they didn't. They didn't have a livery until Sebring.
Oh, okay, so that's probably why. I was like, oh, new team at Sebring, they're good.
Yes, they finished really high at Daytona. I think they were on the podium at Daytona.
Oh, okay. Look at that.
Yeah, they're one of the teams that have stuck the whole season, which, again, it's great to have these guys that have been stuck with us. Although, change for seconds might be on the cards.
Yeah, it's close. A draft the whole way down. Perez going to force him to the outside. He might have it done before the braking zone, though.
Ooh.
That was scary. Oh, Perez tried to hold the inside, but he got beaten in the braking zone, and that's it.
Yep, there it goes. Took the position.
Great pass. Yeah, it would be great in Season 2 when some of these teams that have been coming in as a bit later become regulars from the start. How that will mess with the championship.
We think you look at this, and usually they're going to be going into the season at this point, taking every single championship home.
Yeah.
They've won the endurance racing championship. They, in every single class at this point, unless they retire and somehow, the 14 manages, or even if the 14 just finishes the next two splits and the 6 and the 88 doesn't, they will take the championship. But if Musion finishes how it is, they will be champions in every single class, in every single championship, and in every single championship. So they are the team to beat at this point.
Yeah.
And when they're going up against AFP, who, yes, had they not been disqualified, the championship probably would look different.
Mm-hmm.
But they kept their nose clean, their attitude clean, and it pays off at the end of the day.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see if AFP makes a more consolidated effort next season as well. I have the sense they've kind of even when you talk to Ernest, who's probably their strongest driver they've had in the car, they seem a bit like this isn't the primary focus. So it'll be interesting to see if next season, with the energy VISC sort of has going for it, at the end of this season, what they'll do and how they'll approach it, if they'll approach it differently at all.
It will be. It'll be great to see how they do, and great to see, if they do return. I know I was chatting to Anthony, and they did say that in regards to the disqualification stuff, that they haven't, they have no intentions of leaving. So it's great, great that those guys should hopefully continue with us. Same with Musion. Iris have been looking really strong as well. They actually have climbed up the order quite a bit, actually, because they were running with me actually when I was in the car. So. They're up to, I think, third in GT now, so Ferdy's really put the hammer down. And it's only him and Liction at the end, I think, in that car, unless Sven hops back in later on, so we'll see.
Yeah, Iris has been fast. Yeah. A lot going on here.
Oh, Biral's gone.
Biral's gone?
I just saw Biral off. I just saw Biral off at T1, right in front of the 14.
Oh, yeah,
I was like,
he's off. He's in the grass.
See if we can get a replay of that, folks. Hopping on over. Yeah.
He's
Oh!
good. Oh!
Sim Apex car loses there.
Oh, no. Hey, at least he got the spot back. There you go. He's gonna get taken down.
If we can get that.
Yeah.
But a team that I'm kind of deflated with is the Fun of On guys. That 137.
Yeah.
They've had the pace. They have the pace. They are quickest right now on track.
Mm-hmm.
But they were this lap alone, they were 2 seconds faster. But they just seem to, don't know what's gone on, but they have just dropped back so much now.
Yeah, it's
They were leading when I was in the car.
Yeah. They got caught up in one of the accidents earlier. They got caught up. They got bad Code 80 strategy. I think they got caught up by Code 80s, and then they got caught in that accident and had to make an extra stop for damage. So that's really hurt them. They are catching up to Savania, though, with some decent pace, but it'll be quite an epic task to get past Gut again.
4 hours to go is totally possible.
Yeah, it's very true. Very true. I'm shocked Tom Dillon is back before Matthew's back, but that's fine.
Hello. I noticed it was 15 minutes till 9 o'clock, so I thought I'd just jump in early if you don't mind.
That's fair. I'm going to take this moment to run and get water and run to the bathroom, then I'll be back, guys.
How is everyone doing?
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
So I realised I had nothing to do for 15 minutes, so I was like, I might as well get on 15 minutes early.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But yeah, to finish off the championship, by the way, 3rd place in GT at this point will still look to go to the 999 car. The 57 being out of this race has basically told that car, nope, you aren't getting the points.
I'm interested to see how on earth I haven't finished last in the LMP2 sprint standings with my one race. That's
Well,
interesting.
you have 1 point on for attending.
I know. I was shocked.
Effectively, you are last. You have attended a race. Congratulations.
I mean,
Absolutely, congrats.
Hold on a minute, I can change that. Give me a moment. Hold on a minute. If I go here, I go to here, I go to data, and I scale it that way, and then I move that one down to here. There we go.
Whoa.
that's very depressing.
And there we go.
I mean,
36 is now last.
I mean, I'm going to give myself the title of the commentator champion. The commentator
Well,
scored the most points this season. Also, the only commentator to race. But
I mean, technically, I exist.
Oh, that's a good point. I love how
we're looking to score way more points than you.
I love how that 1 point I did score was a race I didn't even finish.
That's a very fair point. Oh boy. I mean, to be fair, right? What was it in the endurance standings? 360. Had they finished, they locked up the title. Like they locked out like getting second just by turning up. So.
Well, that's a positive.
Yeah, they're gonna finish second at worst.
And I think next season it'll be really interesting to see everyone, because obviously a lot of the teams joined mid-season, so a lot of them who could have been in the title fight just purely found out about the league way too late. So I think
you look at Epic, for example.
Yeah, exactly. So I think it'll be interesting to, see all these teams actually giving it a proper go next year. Or later this year, I suppose, because the season starts in August.
Oh, jeez. I just saw one of the SRD cars spinning. It's Tranquil. No. Okay, he's fine. Sorry, I panic every time I see a car just pirouetting now. I'm just like, don't tell me I need another bottle.
But no, I think the championship has quickly become a lot more attractive to different teams throughout the year.
It'll be interesting to see what the off-season brings as well. Oh, I just saw the Delta LMP2 off as well. Trying to get that car back on circuit without causing too many issues because he's in a very awkward spot. There we go.
Yeah, this has been quite an eventful race.
It's been surprisingly clean in terms of cars taking each other out. We've seen a lot of spinners, but not many cars that have actually taken
Not like
each other
Lime
out.
Rock. Oh my gosh.
No, I mean we've had a few incidents, obviously, in the last couple of hours, but
not like a pile up, you know.
yeah, exactly. We haven't had the big one yet.
Yet.
Not
Keywords
yet.
yet, yeah. Of course, he has to add in.
I remember a Petit Le Mans where someone caused a four-car pile-up within the last like 20 minutes. So.
Ha!
I love how you censored yourself there.
Yeah, look, I'm tired. It's been a long race. I've had people be like really horrible and annoying. This is why I don't stream race directors with you. You do have someone waiting for me to do as well. I should mention.
I've never been involved in a Petit Le Mans event, driving-wise, but I remember the last time I watched a Petit Le Mans event, I turned on and your two cars took each other out. and yeah.
I still have that video.
What was that? Was that 2019? I think
That was the CFS one a couple years ago. I think.
Yeah. Would have been about August 2019, I think that maybe.
Whenever we won World GT, it'll be the year that race happened. So I think 2019. Yeah. I need to find the trophy.
Oh wow, you got a fancy trophy.
Ah well. Right, I'll let you get on. Just remember, you have someone interview. Bye bye.
Oh, we have someone in it too. We'll drag him in when Christian gets back.
All good then. Good luck.
You too.
You
I don't know why I said.
Have a good day.
User left your channel.
I don't know why we said good luck.
Good luck
not screwing up our commentating. Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever had? This is something interesting. Have you guys ever had any commentary blunders? Like where you said something you shouldn't have said on commentary?
I've only been here once other time, so no, not really.
No, actually, not really. This is actually my only second commentary experience.
Really? Me too.
Now, before I got into driving, we did this R Factor 1 thing. It was a couple of years ago now. Again, I think 2019 actually. And I used to broadcast and commentate those races. There was this once where it was a couple of races in, and I hadn't done it for very long. And my brother and sister were screaming at each other. It was picking up on the mic. So I pressed mute, and then I scream and I go like, "Shut up!" And then I realised I pressed my 8 button, which is my mute desktop audio. And I didn't actually mute my mic. That was very funny.
Yikes.
Zonus is back in the GRG, so they got that DPI going again.
I saw there was a car who spun and got a wheel taken out in the Val incident. Which one was that?
It was It was one of the Porsches. I can't remember which car that was. It was Tom Part.
I've just realised how many. 12 DNFs, 11 maybe.
Yeah, this is It doesn't feel like Lime Rock, probably because it's happened over a longer period of time, but the DNFs are around that same level. Or that same percentage of the field, we're getting close to it.
Jeez.
Yeah, I think it's. I don't think this. I mean, I'd say I don't think that this track is clearly suitable for IMSA because they run here in real life and have done for many, many years. But it's definitely been a challenge for the drivers, I think is fair to say.
Yeah.
Whoa, Pascal went a little off.
Oh, there's somebody in the wait for an interview.
Oh yes,
channel.
we said we were going to bring them in.
Oh, okay. Alright, well I'm back.
User was moved to
I'm
your
back!
channel.
And Ike Sky is in the booth.
It's weird being on the other side of the microphone.
Well, welcome to the other side. How are you doing this fine? I guess it's evening for you, given that accent.
It is evening. It's 5 to 9 in the evening at the moment, and more importantly, it's 4 hours and 14 minutes till the end of the race, and our 96 car is laps down, and that's entirely my fault.
All right, well, yeah, feel free to explain to us what happened and what got you to that point.
Well, I've been having technical issues over the past few weeks. I thought it was graphics card, and then I thought it was power supply. So I went out last night and got a power supply that I thought might do the job. It's all hooked up, and it's still cutting out. So it may be both. It's technical issues is the short and long of it. But I had tested it, and it was running okay in like Valley Benchmark.
Yeah.
But got onto the track, started driving, got about 5 laps in, and black screen, just no more life, and obviously got disconnected. Tried to reconnect, and this is why I was chatting in YouTube earlier. Tried to reconnect, and it said the Mazda DPI. It's like, okay, cool, yep, that's the right car, blah blah blah, and it kept kicking me because it didn't select the VISC DPI. It selected the normal mod DPI, which isn't BOP and obviously isn't accepted on the server, so kept kicking me. So jumped into the right car, jumped back in, got back out on track and swapped over to Alex, who's still currently in the car, finishing off the third of 3 stints that he's been doing. Fortunately, the 96 is now in the hands of the 2 fastest drivers until the end of the race. So we do have a fairly decent shot at getting those laps back. But it's been a mare of a race. And the 170, who's the other, who was the Porsche that got taken out as well.
Yeah.
That was a really unfortunate mistake from Parton there. We're going a little bit too wide on corner entry. I don't know if it was the grass or if it was the marbles, because I've noticed that offline is really, really slippery here, especially on the entry to turn 1 and through the S's.
I've noticed this from a lot of drivers actually. Have mentioned that offline is quite tricky. I think it's especially here now. We've got 6 hours almost of rubbering being done. I guess
it doesn't feel like it, does it?
I guess the grip difference between online and offline must be pretty substantial.
Yeah, I don't actually know what the ground temperature is as well. But those soft tyres will not be wanting to hold on to cold tarmac. Doesn't matter how much heat you've put through them. But yes, it's been a very, very interesting race so far. I have been trying the entire season to get into one of these races, and it's taken till the finale for me to get here.
And then that happened. That's unfortunate.
And then that happened. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
go ahead.
I'm used to being. I'm more used to being behind the microphone in the comms booth. So as I say, it's absolutely wonderful to be on this side of the microphone and being able to be driving rather than having to be sat watching. I'm sure a few of you feels the same way. Watching all of this racing, you're just dying to be out there.
I'm fine watching. I'm okay.
Oh, you're kidding.
I think it depends, to be honest. Looking at some of these incidents, I think, I'm very happy watching it unfold.
Night racing. Do you know what? Night racing in R Factor 2 is one of the few things that I have genuinely has been a revelation in the past few years. The atmosphere that you get, the weather feels heavy, like no other game that I've seen, and the headlights make more of a difference like no other game that I've played.
Yeah.
I have to agree with this. I doing Le Mans at night was one of the same with Daytona actually a couple of weeks ago. It's one of the best experiences you can have in racing games. Full stop. I think.
Yeah, I installed Reshade on there as well because I didn't get the horror movie feel like I wanted to. And the first race that I did it with Reshade on was Mont Tremblant, and you know how dark that is with the trees running up either side.
Yeah.
It was a proper Slender Man at 190 miles per hour. It was great.
On the note of wanting to get out there when you're commentating, I think that was in our Daytona. That was probably the one thing that I had watching it, and it's like just like wanting to be out there because I was meant to race that one.
Yeah.
Actually, didn't end up doing it in the end, and it was like I really want to be out there because it looks so much fun. But when it comes to these smaller tracks, I think I'm okay watching.
Well, Road Atlanta's not actually that small, and I think that for all of the incidents that we've had and all of the driving home that Alex made pre-race when it came to lapping and that sort of thing, as long as you play it sensible through sectors 1 and 3, sector 2 is just 2 dirty great big straights with a hairpin in between. So, for the sake of like this multi-class long-form racing, it's a pretty perfect track. And coming back to what one of you, I'm sorry I don't know any of your voices other than Christian, but what one of you was saying earlier about how it's Petit Le Mans, where the name came from and that sort of thing, it's a pretty ideal candidate for that. Pre-Cota, this was probably the most similar to the layout of Le Mans with long straights and think of the Porsche S's in Sector 1 here and how the undulation is a little bit higher, but you've still got that fast left right and you've got to have the balance of the car underneath you.
Interesting perspective.
It's where else does what Road Atlanta does?
It's fair.
It's a wonderful, wonderful track, and as I say, I've been looking forward to this for so long, and I am so gutted to be having hardware issues on the night as well. Because I was looking forward. I should be doing this stint right now, and I was looking forward to it so much.
Yeah, that's rough. Well,
but
you
4
never
hours
know.
to go.
Yeah, that is true. 4 hours to go. It's only
keep an eye on the 96 car. It will be making moves.
We'll be making moves.
Well, best of luck, I guess.
Likewise to all of you. I hope your voice boxes stay in check for the rest of the race. I don't envy you at all.
I'm going to be calling this the end of my stint, actually.
Right. I did actually get a piece of advice from another commentator. If you have any blackcurrant squash in the house, make a hot blackcurrant, and that soothes your throat no end.
Hot blackcurrant is one of the most disgusting things on this planet.
And you're absolutely entitled to be wrong, but if you've got no voice left, it can be a lifesaver.
All right.
We'll definitely
Good luck,
keep that
guys.
in
I'll
mind.
catch you in a bit.
Good luck. You too.
User left your channel.
Yeah, fellas. I think I'm going to call it my stint.
Yeah, you did a good job, Nick. Don't worry about it. We appreciate having you here.
Thanks, fellas. Have fun
Yep.
doing the rest of the race. I'll be watching the broadcast, and I'll probably keep commenting down below.
Yeah. We'll see how this race goes. You have a good one, man.
Yeah, have a good night. Or afternoon.
It's afternoon. It's actually 4:02 p.m. right now.
Yeah. East Coast,
Yeah,
Best
fellas.
Coast. See ya, man.
User disconnected from your channel.
Bordering on. Well, it is just 9 o'clock here across the pond.
Yep.
Imagine being on a coast.
Made by landlocked gang, I guess.
Hey now, I've got Lake Superior, not landlocked.
Someone who lives smack bang in the middle of the UK. It's actually quite nice. We're like, we can quite easily get to a coast within a couple of hours. We can also quite easily ignore it. So, it's quite a nice medium, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah. At least you can escape the water. If I can spit in it somewhere, and then it'll probably land in a lake.
It's an interesting image. So Alex Moore, who was in the car of the man we were just talking to, he's pitting now. They're quite
This is the car you mentioned had such a lovely livery, and it does. I'm only just noticing that now.
The race of attrition is truly on now.
I always find it, and I mention this actually every endurance race really, you always find that because of how more aggressive drivers can be in the 10-hour race, it becomes just as attritional as a 24-hour race, in a sense. It's probably equally as difficult to finish one of these shorter ones.
Yeah.
I suppose because, well, you don't have as much time, so you feel like you need to put everything into it.
Yeah, I guess you have to push more in one of these races, so every mistake's more costly.
But, as we've seen from our massive DNF list,
Not always worth it.
generally not even worth it. It's hard to communicate that to some folks.
Is Max Chambers out? Because he's been in the pits for a long time.
Oh yeah, they DNF'd during that interview. We had 2 DNFs during that interview, I believe.
Oh, right, okay.
I think
That's a shame for Chambers.
Yeah.
Seeing them out of the seeing Chambers out of the race. They've been one of the more controversial teams this season, but also probably one of the more likable ones. The two brothers just trying to have fun.
Yeah.
How is it controversial?
They had a few incidents in the sprint season, I think.
Yeah. One of the brothers, I always confuse which. One of them accused the other of being less capable, and he didn't. Not less capable, being more aggressive, I suppose. And he didn't want to be associated with our insults as the Chambers brothers collectively, but I always forget Max and Leon, who's who.
I same actually, because they sound very similar as well.
Yeah. So it's tough.
Sound very similar actually.
So
I suppose that is what brothers are meant to be, though.
Very true. So Vincent Gutt is 5 seconds behind Bertrand Savagna. I'm betting that is on pit strategy, though.
Yes, what happened to Pascal Egger? I know they had a few issues, but he's done a mighty stint in that car, and he seems to have gone from P1 to P3.
They got caught in an accident. Oh, yeah, so that's
right.
what happened. It was actually because, I was thinking about this because one of the Val DPI disconnected. But the Val DPI was in an accident with its sister car and the Epic Racing Porsche. And Pascal was just coming through and just caught the stricken Porsche. Just parked in the middle of the track. He probably wouldn't have seen it. It wasn't enough to take out Pascal Egger, but it forced him to do an off-cycle pit stop for damage.
I did see that Val incident, actually.
Yeah.
Never nice when you see two teammates take each other out, and especially when it's neither of the teammates' fault, really.
Yeah, I think the DPI was just trying to dodge the accident, and it caused him to come into his teammate exiting the pits.
Definitely a massive shame. That number 33 car has had a torrid time today.
Yeah.
They're still hanging in, though. 5th.
Okay, drivers, we're coming to code
Looks like
80.
someone
10
said that
seconds.
there's a car in the wall in turn 1.
Yes, that's
5,
probably what this is for.
4, 3, 2, 1, and
P25, Christian.
P25. That
That
is...
is the number 53, Dom Tranquil.
He's moving again, though.
He must have suspension damage then.
Let's see if we can figure that out.
Alright, I was wondering why you hadn't switched to him, but no, it's because I was looking at the stream. Not the
Let's see if we can go back in time to understand the nature of this Code 80.
Here at the VISC, we have figured out time travel.
We have figured out time travel. Finally, liquid distilled time travel, folks.
World government is trying to get us.
What was that hysterical laughing in the background?
Somebody found the world government comment hilarious. Oh, play. Thank you. Okay, so we'll go to this replay. See if this was the cause of the Code 80. Dom Tranquil, simplified SRD Esport number 53 Corvette. Just goes out wide. I think he was just spooked by that prototype. Slow spun into the corner.
That is a rookie error, unfortunately.
Yep. It's just the dangers of multi-class racing on display there.
That was neither driver. Well, I suppose it was Dom's fault, but not exactly something you can blame him for.
Yeah.
It's just such an easy mistake to make.
Especially once you've been in the car for a while. So this will... Unfortunately, that is going to really hurt Pascal Eggert, I'm thinking, because he just pit.
And you can lose a lot under Code 80. We lost about 7 positions in a 24-hour once, just from people pitting under Code 80. And us pitting before.
Miro Perez managed to get his pit stop in there. That will help him a lot in his battle with Volkoshin.
Of course, with 4 hours to go and you're now in the night, this is where it kind of gets a bit desperate. Like Dom Tranquilla's DNF from the race as well.
Yeah,
I think.
I'd like to request that we come back to the green flag in 10 seconds.
I feel like Alex's alcohol
5
consumption
seconds. 4,
has been.
3,
He
2,
needs to,
1, and back to green flag racing.
Someone needs to take the rest of his bottles away.
Okay, so that will put Vincent Gutt back out in front as Savagna comes in for a ill-timed pit stop. Coming in right when that Code 80 ended.
There is a lot of luck involved with Code 80s, actually. I mean, we've all seen how there can be winners and losers, and this is why I know Alex was talking about doing safety cars for next season, and I guess this would be.
Am hyped for that.
I know all the drivers said no, but I think that would actually be quite interesting, especially watching the actual Daytona 24.
Yeah.
How much of a like a factor that plays in it, and it actually kept the racing so close right to the end.
Yeah. I think the drivers are afraid of change, and they will like it if they do it. I think a lot of drivers will. I can't say everyone will. I think some people will dislike how they can't run away with it.
And I think it would be a hassle.
Yeah.
And I think the main problem is that we have a lot of incidents, and hopefully that's not unfair to say. We have a lot of incidents.
Okay, drivers, it's Code 80 in 10
To that
seconds.
point. At
Five,
the end of the
3,
S's there.
2,
It's a GTLM car. It's actually, I think that's is that
close is
Daniel
R-Factor 2
Voshkin?
has died. I didn't think he was in the car, but apparently his R-Factor 2's died anyway. Got 23 runners left. But I think what would be probably the best solution to that is have Code 80 and safety cars.
Yeah, have the safety car, have everyone form up under the safety car. Have the Code 80, have everyone form up under a safety car.
Yeah, so like a Code 80 for your small incidents, like someone just needs to get back to the pits.
Yeah.
And then a safety car for your multiple car pileups.
Yeah.
And things like that.
Yeah.
So here we go. Daniel Voshkin, who was running in third. That says it's a Mugen, it's not a Mugen. I keep forgetting what team that is, but they're a new team for this race. Coming off the top of the hill, he just gets punted by an LMP2 car. Not even his fault. He just had to check up. Oh, and he gets completely clobbered there.
Oh.
And that probably did more of the damage.
I don't know that team's name, but they definitely have got the best looking Aston Martin I've ever seen.
Yeah, everyone's been
Let's say.
saying that.
It's a sin to hit that car in my book.
Yeah. I think that was the Baral Aston Martin that did the damage.
Oh, I don't think that was particularly anyone's fault. That looked like it to be a bit of a racing incident, actually. As you can see it again here. I think that the car in front just kind of... It all started with the white... the white GTLM.
Yeah, I'm not penalising anyone for that last accident. That was just complete cluster of just...
Oh.
Something stupid.
Yeah, there we go. Alex,
So,
Can't
that's
see
a
him.
race against 100%.
Couldn't see him
yeah,
over the
that's
top.
basically what I was trying to say. I think basically that was just too many cars, and then an LMP2 kind of had to brake to stop going into someone and no one anticipated it. I don't think there's much you can do to prevent that.
So that will work well into the favor of GRG. That will work massively in GRG's favor for the 75 crew, because that was the car they were fighting for second with, just completely destroyed there. See how long that pit stop is for Barral Race, or not Barral, yeah, for, let's find out what that team is again. Let's just quickly grab that. That is... That's the Cyberlinks Racing, sorry. That's the team. Yeah, it's really unfortunate for the Cyberlinks Racing team. They've been doing such a good job. They had the pace for sure, but this will be a long stop. I heard some broken parts in that accident. Hey! Plus side, that has moved Sean Jones in LMP2 forward overall. For what it's worth.
I'm sure it's small for them.
Yeah.
Anyway, of course, this is what always confuses me about the how close the DPIs and LMP2s are. We've got LMP2s in the mix of it all. Obviously, Darius Andre, who has DNF'd, I think. Perhaps. You know, he's right. Oh no, he hasn't. He's back out the pits now. He's 5th overall, ahead of some DPIs. But him being 5th overall,
David, can you
doesn't
not
really do
look at the
anything.
back of cars under code 80, please, mate? Thank you.
Oof.
Like, come on, you know.
we are once again witnessing the slow decline of Alex Skinner's mental state throughout the race.
You know better than that.
So you have to stay up all 10 hours just to watch and...
Hysterical laughing again.
A very loud family.
It's all
Including me, apparently. They can hear me from my room when I'm laughing, so...
good. It all works out.
But does Alex have to stay up for the entire race? Does he do this by himself?
I don't think he does the Jimmy Allison. I think he has people to help him.
Yeah, if you look at the chat for the...
Okay, everyone, we're going to come back to green flag in 10 seconds.
There you go. If you look at Peter Schoenman, yeah, he's doing it right now.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
There you go.
But yeah, Alex's audio levels for some reason spike so much and it hurts my ears. Every time.
There you go.
Like being punched in the eardrum every time he makes a count.
So at this rate, Ferdy Riemann is looking at getting a podium if because Daniel, yes, Voshkin is still in the pits. It's been a super long stop. That car was very damaged.
So that'll be a 60-second stop and go to the 33 Valley East car for causing collision and then involving major damage and then further issues afterwards.
How on earth can one team get so many penalties throughout a race? Now, that is nothing against Val, everyone has a poor race, but they've been in the wars today, it's safe to say.
Yeah.
Wait, what was that? What incident caused that?
I don't know exactly which incident he's referring to. So now Ferdy Riemann. Same lap now as Daniel Voshkin. One more time around, he's on the podium. Looks like we'll have a good race for third if Svoshkin gets out of the pits. Yeah, so he's exiting now, Svoshkin. And Ferdy Riemann is just out of the S's. So, the chase is on, folks. 5th, 4th, and 3rd, all on the same lap now. Voshkin just out of the pits. Riemann just on the front stretch. We'll see if he can close in.
This is when you have to stop yourself from driving too fast.
Yeah.
You need to push, but you also need to keep it on the road.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to be in the situation he's in.
That overlay is not updated.
It would be interesting to see, and this is one of the things I'd love to see on our Factors overlay. Just little things like what engine mode the teams are running, because I know at Daytona we were barely getting out of mode 2, running mode 1 for a lot of our stints. Just purely because of fuel saving. It's not as pronounced in a 10-hour race, but certainly in a 24 or 12-hour, you really need that extra like fuel saving. So it would be interesting to see, how pushy all these teams are actually going.
Yeah. Man, at Daytona, I ran in the whole thing in like 3. Sometimes went to 4 if I needed to get past traffic.
I remember every time I came to lap you, because you were in the GT, it was just like, please don't hit Christian, please don't hit Christian.
Our race was so cursed it wouldn't have even mattered, man.
Our race was incredibly cursed.
My car got DNF'd, man. Like, it was not good. Not DNF'd, disqualified, sorry.
Wow.
I wasn't... Yeah, I decided, you know, I
User
usually don't
joined your
see the
channel.
end of these endurance races. I'm going to get up for this one. And the first thing I see when I get up is just... The car is just getting disqualified. It spins and it gets disqualified. I'm like, oh.
We had an absolutely... it was going well.
Yeah.
Until it wasn't. We finished, and that was important, but we finished P12, like 30 laps down.
Man,
It was very painful.
that is not fun.
But this LMP2 field has actually been quite disappointing this race, I have to feel. It's normally one of the best fields with the best cars in the world, but the gaps are just too large, I find.
This is like LMP3 in actual IMSA.
Well, I mean, at the Daytona 24, in actual IMSA, the LMP2 was quite disappointing there as well, I found.
Yeah. I think it's I don't know. I don't have a good answer. Ooh, somebody getting a big slide in on turn 7.
79 Epic, you weren't alongside at the turn in for the right-hander at turn 10B, so they were fine with how they turned in. Should have backed out.
Somebody just getting it. The chase on, though, for Ferdy Riemann, the Team Iris car, trying to get that podium. 3 hours and 48 minutes to make it happen.
36 seconds as well. That is a massive gap, though. Even in an endurance race, that is the kind of gap that takes hours to get down.
Yeah. He's actually got more pressure from Suto and the Mugen behind than he's putting on the car in front at this point.
I do have to say, though, Christian.
Yep.
If only there was a thing, or like a neutralizer in the race that brought all the cars together.
I know! That'd be
amazing.
wild. If only there was some technology we'd developed that would allow that. Ay. So you gotta imagine, like, if we had that, if you had that, and then you had, like, wave-throughs for the first lap-down car, you'd have 3 cars on top of each other in DPI.
Number 33, this is your final warning. Any more incidents and you will be removed from the race. Thank you.
Number 33.
Ooh. That's the Val car that I mentioned had a lot of... Alex is clearly quite... I don't really know the word. Especially one that can be used on broadcast. But he's put in Discord, you need to really together.
And also, just so you know, it's not like that was like trying to cover for a curse word. He really did just write, you really need to get together. There's not like any swear word we're blanking out.
no, that was actually what he put.
And this is where I come in and I was just about to blurt out what Alex was going to be saying. How you doing, guys?
Hello, Tommy.
Doing good.
What have I missed?
A lot.
Everything.
Oh no.
I think the biggest thing that just happened that you just missed was the what is it called? I always forget. The Cyberlinks racing car, the really nice looking Aston Martin. They'd just gotten second place from the number 75 GRG, and then they had an accident, and they lost 2 laps.
Probably the most unlucky accident in the world.
Yeah, they just came out of the S's and it was blind. Because the car stopped.
Or what about the incident where the two teammates collided in each other right out of the pit lane?
Yes. So there was an accident involving the Epic Racing 170 Porsche. I think that's what it is. No, it's the Hex sim racing car. The Porsche's still running. I'm sorry, Epic Racing. Yes, the Hex Racing Porsche had an accident out of turn 1. They were stopped in the middle of the road. So then one of the... I can't remember which car it was. came through and hit them with the LAP2s, and then the Val DPI, the Acura, tried to dodge the accident, but in doing so cut into his teammate, who was exiting the pits, causing a big incident that really messed up both of the Vals. And then later on, that same Val had a disconnect, so not a great go of things for the whole Val DPI crew.
It sounds like there's been a lot of emotion this race.
Yeah.
Well, it's calmed down recently, but yeah.
I was just having a look at how many cars are DNFs and DQs. It's incredible, actually.
Yeah, it is. Not quite half the field, but it's a lot of cars.
A real test of their metal this week.
Yeah! It's had an outsized impact on the GTLM field, though, I will say. There's a lot more of the DPIs making it through.
Oh! Wow.
Oh, man, what happened?
That was Val Esports. He avoided a Porsche that was sitting still. I don't know which Porsche it was, but it gave me a fright. I hate to think what it did to him.
Yeah, the nighttime hours have been interesting. I will say that.
Let's just rewind and see what happened.
So, it's definitely been I mean, I wouldn't say it's been our best endurance race here.
Oh, it was one of the Astons.
Very eventful one, to say the least.
I'd say, actually no, I'd say this has probably been our most eventful endurance race. Daytona was fairly uneventful. Sebring was, again, fairly uneventful, and this one's just been insane.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. The Mugen Sim Racing, the number 69 car, had a massive spin coming down the S's, absolutely tanned the wall, and then the Val Esports did really, really, really well to avoid him. So, you know, he's obviously in the pits now, but yeah, that was a massive, massive crash.
Through the S's, you said.
Looks like he's pulling up the replay right now.
Yeah.
Yes, we are going to get you a replay for this. Christian's just rewinding back as fast as he can.
Yeah.
Of course, R Factor 2's actual replay system is not very good, so we have to manually rewind the tape.
Oh,
Living in the 1950s, we are.
So this is there we go. Get rid of all that. So here we go. On board the 69 Val. We've seen so many cars. That exact same issue. Oh my goodness, that Val.
Yeah, it was
5,
Really scary.
3,
How did he spin out?
2, 1.
Just dropped it on the curb, I think.
Yeah, you don't want to climb that curb. A lot of people have been climbing it.
I just want to try and see what's happened with this Code 80 as well. See if anyone's off.
I mean, this is the thing. Sometimes you can actually drop it on the curb, just completely accidentally.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things. I think a lot of the time it's not so bad in prototypes, but I know there's a lot of tracks where prototypes GT got because of the traction control systems. But sometimes, especially in single seaters, you can actually accelerate off of an exit curve, and that just spins you around automatically.
Yeah. I think he bottomed out. I think he bottomed out on the inside curb though that time. But yes, we've definitely seen cars hit the exit curbs out of what is that turn? The turn at the end of the S's. What turn number is that?
Oh, the death left-hander.
Yeah. We've seen a lot of cars die there as well. So that's turn 5 I'm thinking of. So the whole like if there's going to be an issue, it's between turn 1 and turn 5 usually.
Yeah.
If you can survive those two, you've basically survived the lap, it seems like.
And if anything happens at the chicane, it tends to be just either a dive or just braking far too late. But the But there's not been too much round the back half of the track. It's like you said, it's just like from turn 1 to turn 5 seems to be where you would be wanting the grandstand tickets, really.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I think the nice thing about like these events is you have a lot of time to move around, get different angles. But turn 1 to turn 5 seems to be the most exciting seats in the house, so to speak.
Yeah, the crowd's still there. No COVID restrictions where they are.
No.
Lucky buggers.
I've actually never been to a motorsport event.
Neither have I.
Got to go. You both live in significantly better locations to see them than I do.
Yes, I have a racetrack literally 15 minutes away from my house. I've never been to a motorsport event.
Gotta do it.
Well, I do have a racetrack that's somewhere like 15, half an hour away, but I don't know if there's like, I don't know what times they do stuff, so.
Yeah.
It's expensive too. Dirt Oval is probably the most local, and it's stupidly expensive. It's like, I think it's the same price to watch something like DTM at Brands Hatch that it is to watch Briscoe F1, which I think you guys would call World of Outlaws,
We're coming
isn't it?
back to green in
I
a
think.
second.
Oh, okay. It's called. Usually we refer to it as like sprint racing, but.
5.
Oh wait, I didn't hit
4,
code 80. I
3,
feel like an idiot.
2, 1, green flag.
There you go.
Oh, now seemed a wee bit hesitant to get going there.
I think one of the things that would be a disadvantage of the safety car is that that kind of code 80 period would be much longer, as we've got to let everyone come up, form up, and then we've got to do like 3 or 4 laps really. Let everyone through, and then you've got to get everyone again. And I suppose as well, if we look at race starts, they're quite hectic as they are anyway.
Yeah.
So it'd be quite easy to end up just with loads of code 80s and safety cars because of bad race restarts.
I think you would have to let the slower cars go away first for try and get half a lap ahead as well. And we've already got somebody off at the first corner. Looked like one of the Corvettes. So.
And back to code 80 in 10 seconds.
Oof.
No overtake. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Orange Aston turn 1. Apparently.
Oh, and that is a DNF for ground effect.
Ground effect number 108, P19, Christian.
I see that. Let's see if we can get a replay of it. There we go. Not the preferred position for an Aston Martin generally.
No, it's definitely an interesting line.
Oh, sorry, Aston Martin.
Yeah. I was trying to think of Corvettes that are alive at this point. This has not been it. As a manufacturer, this has probably been a rougher race.
Been the car to have this race though. There's so many Astons.
Yeah.
We never see the Aston GTE, despite the fact in real life it has won Le Mans.
Yeah.
And it's the car to have in real life. It just seems to not be very good at this in R Factor 2.
Yeah, I think his engine's
it's that mistake.
died.
We've seen that mistake so many times, and he's had the exact same accident as someone earlier, straight into the wall, and I imagine engine dead, yeah.
Oh, what a shame. But the thing is, he's got a fair chunk into the race, so there'll be some points going their way, hopefully.
Yes, and that is certainly one of the most important things. Although, actually, they're just, I think, how far are we into the race? Is it 2 hours to go to, or
3.5 to go.
Oh, so they're 1.5 hours away from getting that last little haul of points.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. So, here we stand. Watching Liam Donahoe. What a name that is. In the Finavon Motorsport BMW.
Now,
that's a car we don't see a lot.
I'm a little bit confused as to why Liam Donahoe is racing, because he's been banking on all week about Bathurst 12 hours, so I have no idea why he's racing.
I told you, this is the more prestigious event.
2, 1, green flag.
He's been banging on all week in the ERC Discord about how he's doing the Bathurst 12 hours.
But with a name like Liam Donovan, that man is capable of anything. That's a Liam Donoghue guarantee. He'll be there.
He's actually racing them both at the same time.
Yeah. Just hoping his inputs work for the both games around both tracks, you know?
Oh.
So
No, he's racing iRacing on the keyboard, and he's got the.
Oh my god.
So just check the prices for the local racing track around here. I can get in for $7.
Well, there you
That's
go.
quite good, actually.
What is it, Brainerd, or is it another track?
Princeton.
Princeton, okay.
Brainerd?
Brainerd's also in Minnesota. I shouldn't have said that. Oh well, I've screwed up now.
So the closest to me is Knockhill, and it's for the touring car events. I think it's around about 40 quid. But like, because I used to work in the motor trade, most of the places they always had complimentary tickets, so we were able to get a few tickets and go up with our friends. So it was pretty good that way. But the touring cars were always just carnage, and the feeder races like the minis and the like the Formula Fords and stuff like that were just.
I've heard touring cars are very good actually to do that. I think the closest I've got to going to a motorsport event is my own the Arrive and Drive karting that I do. But other than that, I haven't actually been to a proper, professional event.
No. Once we can get back outside.
To be honest, I prefer watching motorsport on the telly anyway. I think it just, it's.
Depends. What I've
Safer.
realized from a few different places that I've been to, the track and where you sit changes so many things when you're going to a live race.
There's a
You wouldn't
cone
want to
flying
take
around
that.
about at just before the chicane. I don't know if somebody went off.
See if this Ferdy Riemann fight here, we'll see if we see anyone. There's no yellow flag out on track, so it seems like they're okay if they were off. Oof, using all the road there. That Epic Racing Porsche. Trying to hold on.
A little bit more than the road, too.
Yeah. Held on to that. Fighting Ferdy Riemann for all it's
Now,
worth.
What's happened to Pascal? He's down a lap on Vincent and Mugen Sim Racing as well.
I think he's just had a few issues. He had a mega stint though there. 3 hours, I make it.
Yeah. I think he pit right before Code 80, and then the Code 80 happened, and the other two pit.
Right.
Yeah.
That would do it, to be fair. If only there was an equalizer that would stop this from happening.
What was I gonna say though? Oh well, it's all good.
I suppose another issue with safety car, if you don't mind me saying, Christian.
Yep.
Would be that by the time you've actually got informed of the safety car, the incident's cleared anyway, because they've got back to the pits.
Yeah, I would say like if
it would feel a little bit like we've done it to make the competition better. Then again, it's not necessarily a bad thing.
The thing is, though, given time, and like with the sim racing and going for the full immersion, then this could be another potential development thing where you could have people being on like virtual reality track marshals. So they've got to go and clear the track.
I don't think anyone is quite sad enough to be a virtual
oh
reality.
geez, big incident we're on board with. Oh no, that's Ferdy Riemann. He was flying there. It caught up behind the Epic Racing Porsche, which was going off.
Oh, is that? Oh, he's still going though.
Still going. That's the important thing. We'll see how. Hopefully the suspension's not too knackered by that.
Yeah, I don't know if that was smoke from the track or. No, it's just smoke from the track. Yeah, that's for fine.
I think he. Oh, he's dropped it on the curb again.
Yep.
That curb definitely has got a lot less grip than it did this morning.
Yeah.
Maybe the temperature's just dropped into the night.
That's probably a big part of this, I would imagine.
Yeah, the track temperature is 29 degrees. I don't know what it was earlier on.
Oh, it is still 29. That's what hasn't changed.
What's is there
Ambient
any
is
sort
15
of
degrees, though.
any chance of rain today?
There is, but it's very light, and I don't think it's raining.
Right. Okay.
hasn't played a factor certainly at this stage. But yeah, looking at the replay on the stream, it looks like he did just drop it on the curb. Obviously, we're getting you a replay now. In fact, is this the replay?
This is Rob. This is Mason, who was just in front of him. So he.
Yeah, they've just. I think what's happened there is actually the Iris car has seen the incident ahead of him, kind of followed him into the incident.
Yeah.
Because you're so focused on making sure that the guy ahead of you, you know where he is, so you can avoid a crash. That ironically you end up crashing anyway.
Yeah.
And we're back to live pictures, I believe.
Ooh.
Yellow in sector 1 briefly there.
I know this is something that we've said umpteen times, but just coming down off the hill into the last turn, that jump is just so silly.
Yeah, I know.
It looks quite interesting, definitely.
It's kind of got like a Mario Kart kind of vibe about it as they come
Yeah.
in there.
You just get the sense it must be like just like R Factor 2's like connection to the server, maybe. I don't know what it is.
I know R Factor 2. When you actually go on board with people and you see the steering wheel, it does look quite poor. The actual onboard footage.
Yeah. Freddie Riemann deciding to hold it out for this stint, despite the damage. We'll see where he pans out. I can see why he wants to do it. He's lost that gap. He made up so much time to Svoshkin, though. He got gifted that, and he's lost it. Svoshkin will be close to putting him another lap down at this point.
Oh, and he's... Oh, no, just a little bit of lag there. He's fine.
Okay.
So relax, folks.
But, wow. Oh, yes. I was going to say that my one problem with a lot of sim racing is that you don't really get the feeling that anyone's on the edge.
Yeah.
In quite the same way you do in real life. Like, you see how hard they're having to work the steering wheel. In sim racing, it looks like a much more calculated kind of dance around the circuit.
I think if you had like webcams on people, then you would get that kind of intensity, probably more so than having somebody with a helmet on. But I think like to ask everyone to have a webcam and then to have the production facilities to do it. So,
it's the kind of thing that only happens in something like Formula E Accelerate, which we've seen on R Factor 2, where they have the ability to. I mean, I know I don't have a webcam full stop, so not really much I can do there.
Yeah, it's something that like myself and James, who we do the sort of community sim race and stuff with.
I was watching your Daytona on board actually.
We've talked about kind of like setting up webcams and stuff like that, but it means putting your face on.
Yes, for our Daytonas, I set up a green screen and everything. I got one for free. Someone was throwing it out. So I'll set up a webcam then. And I just haven't got a webcam to set up for my streams and things. And I did one after our Daytona thing that I was doing on my Instagram. I was doing this like hourly report thing because for various reasons. And I was doing it, and within like bloody 15 minutes, I had memes made of me. going around my school, just loads of memes of me. It's like, oh, great.
Well, to be fair, if I got a green screen at like my age, I probably still would like pretend that I'm on holiday and stuff like that. Like, where am I visiting around the world today?
That's exactly what happened to me, actually.
I've been streaming with the webcam as of late when I do the ACC endurance races, and the issue I've had is that my actual like rig I can't mount it on because it would shake all over the place. So I have to put it in this like weird other position on a lamp looking down at the rig. It's quite a... It works though, but it's interesting. It made me realize how much I'm leaning though when I was driving, and so I realized I have to stop leaning all the time.
That's something I've become quite conscious of. Like, I think the more I've had the rig and the more I've used it, the more I kind of like, I think I'm in a bobsleigh more than a car.
Yeah.
I kind of start leaning to one side.
I notice I lean a lot, and I think this comes from my karting, because I do a lot of when I'm going through corners there, you kind of have to like position yourself in the seat to get the better weight transfer through the corner, and I kind of do it in the sim as well without realizing it. It's quite a weird kind thing when you suddenly realize that you are jumping about in your seat.
For those
As
of
long
you
as
who
you're
are
not-
concerned that the two Moores is a glitch, one is Gavin Moore and one is Alex Moore. They are different people.
Or are they? It's happened before today.
Yeah, that's happened before today. Allegedly happened before.
Yeah. Oh, we've still got 26 people watching the stream. Hello, everyone. Hope
Are
you're
we still
enjoying it.
Are we still the most viewed? I'm going to check this on YouTube Gaming to see if we are still the most viewed R-Factor 2 stream.
Just had to take my eyes off so that I can clean them because
Bet you-
I cannot
bet you
see
we are.
properly.
Right, you cleaning your eyes?
My glasses. My
I was
glasses.
going to say.
No, his eyes.
I hope you aren't cleaning your eyes. That sounds like quite a painful experience.
It's weird. I don't like. They're so. I can see fine, but if I don't wear them, I get like headaches, especially in front of like the TV when I'm spectating like this. So
Ah,
there we go.
disappointing news, my friends. We are the third most viewed R-Factor 2 stream.
What?
Yeah, I know. It's very disappointing. We've got we're ahead of Mugen's stream, Mitchie Hoyer, and
Beating Mitchie Hoyer.
Yes, we are beating Mitchie Hoyer.
outta here,
But
Mitchie.
unfortunately, R-Factor 2 Esport Endurance Series, 12 hours of, I think that's Le Mans, that's 61, and a GT3 Endurance race at Indianapolis from that is VEC's GT3 series. They've got 53 viewers, so unfortunately that title has gone for now.
See, we need to stream on Twitch.
I was
Can we
so
add?
actually.
Can we at least add the Mugen stream to ours? Because they are streaming what we're doing.
I suppose we could technically, that would still put us behind the other two, so it wouldn't be enough.
Yeah. Have you guys followed the Mitchie Hoyer controversy at all? It's like a really...
Is that the coaching controversy?
Yeah.
I saw
Was
it.
was that him? Ah.
Because I was looking at it and I was like, that's quite funny and overpriced, and that was about it. I didn't really think anything of him for it.
I think, like, from what I saw, and then a couple of kind of things after that I had seen, was there was a lot of people defending him because they were saying it was quite like taken out of context, like because it's a video that's been edited after it. Then you're not kind of seeing what's actually going on, but it's I don't know. It's really tough. This is a good one. People in the chat, if you've got any comments on that side of it, then please let us know.
Because what I was looking from it, it seemed that, it was kind of, he's clearly a very talented driver, but maybe just didn't really know what he was doing coaching wise. Because, I mean, there's one thing knowing what you're doing, and there's another thing being able to explain it to other people. And I think the main problem as well with that was, I think he was like €45 per hour.
Yeah.
So wait, what's this whole controversy? I don't keep up
So
with
Mitchie
sim
Hoyer,
racing.
I assume you know who Mitchie Hoyer is.
No.
He's best I can describe it is he's one of the most popular kind of R-Factor 2 creators. He's got a few thousand subscribers, and he's not necessarily at the very front of things like FSR and VEC, but he's a very capable esports driver, basically. Did a bit of Formula E Accelerate and things like that. He's kind of turned into a meme slowly, but he offered coaching for €45 an hour, I believe. Again, if my figures are wrong, please let me know off memory. And he did it. He did the coaching, and it came under a bit of scrutiny because, in effect, the person who was being coached didn't really like it that much. I think one of the main talking points was the fact that he said he was going to watch the guy, and if you look at his webcam, he's not even looking at the screen. And then there was the guy was struggling through Eau Rouge, and he, for some reason, remove downforce. At least that was what the video said.
Yeah. Take it or leave it.
Yeah.
Some people said it was edited to make him look worse.
Just on the condition of the 108, they had a incident in the S's that ended their race. High speed nerf. Woo! We just caught a spin there, though.
And he's already back on the track.
Oh, there you go.
Looked like he was gonna go off into the grass.
Did. I think he got, I don't know, card ripped up for him, fortunately.
Who was that had...
It was the BMW. It was the fine Avon BMW.
Not Liam Donahue.
Yeah. He didn't crash, though, so it was all good.
Ah, of course, because Liam Donahue doesn't crash.
That's why he's the true master of the VISC.
In other news, the number 999 AFP car has officially retired from the race.
Yeah, they were having a rough go of it.
They disconnected and they've been trying to rejoin for the last like 2 hours, but it hasn't happened.
Those guys not having a good day at all.
Yeah.
But there's always next season.
Yep.
Yes, there's always next season. I was thinking actually, I was going to try and because obviously my team's been doing decently well in ERC. I was thinking of getting some drivers together and trying to do VISC next season.
Do it.
Obviously, remaining in my commentary role. To be stupid enough to carry on.
You see, what you gotta do is you've gotta still be commentating, but you gotta do driving. So you gotta schedule it. So you got a driving stint, and then you switch on to commentary after.
To be honest, I tried to mix the commentary and the driving in VISC this year, and I find it wasn't really going to work. I was going to do loads of the sprint rounds, and then for half of the sprint season I was racing in real life at the same time. So I had to kind of... didn't really happen in the end. So I think what our plan would be for next year is to get a car together and then still do the commentary. Should you guys be willing to take me on for that?
Yeah.
He's also doing sim racing lessons for €45 a month.
Only from the best, though. That's what you're paying for, that exclusive Tom Dillon access, so that's why it's so expensive.
One entire point in VISC.
Aye.
Better than any of the other commentators.
Exactly. I am statistically
The best
in
commentator.
VISC, the best commentator.
Let's see. Will 1v1 battle work here for this? I'm interested in something.
Go for it.
Did work. So let's see. Last lap. Bertland Savania. Yeah, Vincent Guts been a bit faster.
Oh, yellow in sector 3. What's happened?
There's beautiful singing there, Tommy.
I think you must be tone deaf, my friend. Strange. Everything looks like it is rolling fine at the moment.
I do wonder why a lot of these sim racing channels and stuff don't offer sim racing coaching for something like £10 an hour or something, because like that's still well above minimum wage, and apart doing that for like a couple hours a week, that's not a bad haul on the side.
I think because people are so critical as well, that it's. I think ultimately, and what I've personally found is, I think for any sort of lessons, like whether it's like stuff in real life, like say golf lessons and things, that'll make a huge difference. But ultimately, you need to sit and practice. And the guys that are really, really good are putting like sim racing. They're doing thousands of kilometers around the track just to get that right line, and you can still make mistakes.
and it's probably one of my biggest gripes with sim racing, because I kind of want to, it's difficult to balance being fast, or trying to be fast, I should say, and finding that last, because it's very easy to get up to a pace where you're kind of you know, in an endurance race, you can kind of get away with being a second off the leaders. You know, a second, 1.2 seconds.
Speak for yourself. I'm rubbish.
You know, you can. I think in ERC I was, when I was pushing, I was about a second off the leaders or something like that. But and you can afford to be that a lap, and you'll get away with it. But my audio gone.
No, I can still hear you.
Oh, sorry, you said you were speaking on the thing. I was like, I didn't want to be. Anyway, you know, you can't be a second, but it's finding that last second that takes the hours and hours and hours of practice.
Yeah.
And that's frustrating, because when you've got a life,
Yeah.
you know, and school and things, you can't really afford to be doing 9 hours practice.
So there's another element to that too. I feel like is a hard barrier is some teams have an engineer guy, or they have someone who really deeply understands setups. That also will gain you 3 or 4 tenths a lap, and in these endurance races, that's massive. Like I at ERC Daytona, for the first time ever, I'd had someone who knew how to make a setup for the car instead of someone kind of like fudging around a bit. I was within, like, these people who I thought I could never meet, you know, I could never be within a second of. I was within a second of, suddenly. Unfortunately, the car was already 10 laps down by the time I touched it.
Yeah.
But if it hadn't have been...
Setup definitely makes a huge difference. I mean, we had we in ERC, we kind of have Powell, who does all of our setups, and he's very good. But obviously, you know, again, he's human, and he doesn't have the hours that some teams have to get a guy who does actual proper, you know, just I've got all these setups for all these tracks. We kind of, you know, we kind of bodge them together and just hope, and he does a very good job at it. We get very good setups, but you know, it's not like the David Pearl setups where they're done over 3 weeks.
I find even with the David Perel setups, you need to know enough to tune them in for yourself.
Yeah, so I know we had a race once in Austria where we had a guy who did our setup. So I was with a team that wasn't my own team, and I drove like the best I've ever driven.
Yeah,
just from that setup. I think it's similar at Le Mans actually. We had a team give us their setup, and we drove so well.
Yeah.
But
I think that's one of the things that I find interesting with the setups is you get people that obviously want to have a good race, and they will share their setups.
For the number 6 Valet Esports Daytona Prototype International, don't dive GT cars there, thank you. That's for the dive on the GT at the final corner that forced them wide.
Ooh. So, yeah, the setups that are shared by folk that are quick, that just want to have more people kind of like matching pace with them, which is great because they just want to make it more accessible for everyone. But you do have some teams that are super secret, and do not share, don't want to share, and want to take as much advantage as they can get, which is, I think, it adds something. It adds a kind of like, it's like that old McLaren Ferrari stuff that went on, and obviously still goes on with the big teams, but yeah, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, time is sim racing's money. It really is.
It must. The thing is, though, that as time goes on, and like there's these sports teams that are making money out of this already. So, and like it's frightening how much money is involved in like the Call of Duty stuff.
For sure, and in the FIFA stuff actually, especially, a lot of the FIFA pros spend like £13,000 in the first 3 weeks.
Sorry, what?
FIFA.
Yeah, but like for
like the soccer game.
Yeah, some of the pros spend like £13,000 on these packs in like 2 weeks.
Just
to get the best
stuff.
Yeah,
right,
to get
okay.
to get the best players so they can play in the World Finals, whatever.
Oh my, yeah. Oh,
it's insane.
There's one of the guys, the guy that does the James that does the Question Talk, and the community sim racing stuff, and I keep on dropping this in. It's it's
Fine,
intentional.
we all do it.
But he was talking about the Call of Duty stuff and just how much each team pays. Like I think there's 12 teams that they do their sort of tournaments round for the year or the season, and it's something like $25 million that they pay to get, like, just to enter a team.
What's
because
this
of
in, sorry?
Call of Duty.
Wow, that is insane.
But because of the sponsorship and the revenues that these guys get, you know, they manage to get back. And part of me kind of hopes that there will be something like that for esports, because then it'll drive like such a huge development of games that you know, we might see just like it might get to the point where the rigs and things will be at something where it's nearly like driving a real car. I mean, it is obviously at the moment, if you spend it as much as you can on a rig, like you look at what the boosted media is using.
That is a mighty rig, that is.
And you know, like that's brilliant, but it's just, you know,
I think what frustrates me with sim racing the most is that you're never too sure if you are actually on a level playing field with someone, because, you know, there's never really a way of you to, you know, say I'm definitely better than this person, because you don't know what kind of package their team have got, really. And we mentioned this last stream. You can genuinely, it can come down to what kind of package and how your team understands the car. Not necessarily how.
It's the same in real life though, because if you've got like you look at some of the decisions that Ferrari made last season for Formula One and the way that the cars were running, and you know, there's still that kind of level of engineering mistakes as well, and it does kind of translate. It's part of the immersion, I suppose you could put it down to.
What was your point? Sorry, you cut out a second.
I was just saying, like, sorry if I cut out there.
It's on my end, not yours.
I was getting pings as well. No, I was just saying you think about sort of what had happened with some of the engineering and strategies decisions that Ferrari had made last year with Formula One. In fact, all the teams had something at some point, but it's part of the immersion for sim racing is kind of that kind of you're making decisions that can affect how the car's going to behave on track and everything.
I mean, I've seen teams who have hired like full-on race engineers whose genuine job is just to be a race engineer, and I don't understand at all. You know, it's very, very interesting, and I think there does need to be more places where you can just hop in and have a bit of fun in sim racing. Because don't get me wrong, VISC and ERC are brilliant leagues, but there does come down to that point where you have got these big teams that can come in and just dominate really easily.
Yeah.
Not necessarily because the rest of the field is badly skilled either, or poorly skilled.
Well, that's just like, you know, any kind of esports or gaming thing in general. Like, you'll just have somebody who's like, oh yeah, there's always going to be elites where it's just, oh, I'm going to play this just casually or whatever, and there's always going to be one team that just takes it super seriously and just dominates the entire league and, you know, just wins.
Yeah, I suppose again, I keep on kind of going back to saying like things in real life, but I mean, you could go and get some rental cars and like think that you're really fast, and then Lewis Hamilton will come along and just be like, haha, and you'll be like, all right, okay. But that's like you're playing them off bare feet, so you're going to kind of have that kind of equal footing, if you like, and it's just purely down to skill. But I get what you're saying about like the rigs and stuff as well. They have done tests where they show that as long as you know where the breaking point is, then you're kind of you'll set the similar lap times. But I think if you had something that felt really, really nice,
yeah,
it's just going to give you a bit more confidence. You're going to kind of lean on things a little bit more than what you would if it was something like like occasionally my force feedback will just stop working,
Yeah.
and I can't drive. Just cannot do it. It's horrible.
I mean, I'd say it's probably fair to say that whilst you're not going to, have a significant advantage in a massive, massive sim, it would also, it's probably easier to be faster in a giant, expensive sim.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean, it probably would take less time to get up to pace. Whereas with something like the TMX, which is what I run, it takes a very long time to manage to get, to figure out exactly what it is, and you're less reacting to what the car's doing. You're more reacting to, or you're more.
Okay, drivers, we're coming to code 80.
Got to code 80.
10 seconds.
Yeah, you're more reacting. You're more.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just flicking through the field just to actually kind of see how things are going, and I can't see anything there. But we do have a lot of cars entering the pits.
It is about time for the GTLMs to make their pit stop. Not quite for the LMPs and the prototypes, sorry. They've got about 20 minutes, 25 minutes, ideally, if they were to follow the 40-minute window exactly.
Yeah, we do have Pascal just entering there. I'm just going to have a wee rewind and just see if something's happened with them there.
It is
oh,
interesting because a lot of teams now, this happens again with a lot of endurance races. It's like you find that you want to stick to, because the LMP and prototype fuel tank roughly last about 40 minutes, but it can be a minute either way. You can go 35 minutes sometimes, 45 minutes, depending on code 80s and things like that. And it can be, you can end up pitting at what you think's a normal time, just letting the tank run down, and you end up being about,
okay,
20 minutes.
In 10 seconds.
20 minutes behind your ideal fuel target and things like that.
5, 4,
yeah.
3, 2, 1. Green flag.
Back to green flag running now. And by the way, I thought it'd probably be worth mentioning, Christian McKeesey has gone for a little bit of a rest on his voice. He has been commentating the last 3 hours or so he's still on the cameras though. So yes, he's gone for a little while. But yes, we're on board with the Porsche, the number 78, actually heading through Sector 2, is this?
Yeah, he's still part of the broadcast team, so still there.
And actually, on the note of the big teams coming and dominating, that's probably why I like VISC, because we have the smaller teams.
Like fast, and it's. I think there's a lot of people that are fast, but they have to work at it. So, and we've got a massive slide from Ryan Elliott in the DPI there. The Euro beat's definitely switched on there. Incredible save from him, just at the hairpin just before the back straight. Oof. But yeah, definitely with some of the other teams and drivers, just having a bit more fun. There's nothing wrong with people taking it seriously, but yeah,
Of course not, no.
It's
just the driving standards warning to all prototypes. We're starting to get a bit sloppy with our lapping now. Come on, guys, keep it close, keep it tidy. We don't need to be aggressive now. Just keep it clean.
I can relate to this. I find when I do longer stints that by the end of it, you kind of stop being as careful with GT cars, and you can make a few moves that you probably wouldn't have made at the start of the race.
I definitely found that when I was doing the Daytona race with iRacing was, and I think it's because you kind of get into more of a groove. You get a little bit more confident with the car that you feel that you can nip in front of somebody. But sometimes where you think you can go, you can't. And it's you try and be as respectful as you can, but sometimes it does
just happen sometimes.
Yeah, the brain just goes into like an attack mode, and you just can't help yourself. Or sorry, you should be able to help yourself, but you don't.
Well, I think every prototype driver has had a couple of incidents where they probably shouldn't have gone for a move on GT cars, and they have.
I was just about to say Savagna's really caught up on Ryan Elliott in first after his pit stop, but that's Savagna just coming in now. And I think Pascal has already been in for his pit stop, so
Yes, he has. He pit under the code 80, I believe.
hopefully that'll be a little bit of an
Works out
advantage for him.
nicely for him. Now
So,
we've got... Hello, Julio.
I was gonna say, I think I've overstayed my welcome. I'm well past the hour I was supposed to go.
That's no problem. If you want to chip in,
If you want to
can.
carry on,
If
you
you
can.
want to go, you can go. No pressure here.
No, I think I'll be heading out. You guys have a good rest of the.
Have a good one.
Yeah, you guys have a good rest of the race.
Will do.
Cheers, man. Catch you later.
No, I think apart from a half an hour break, I'll give myself at the end of this schedule stint. I
User
think
left your
I'll try
channel.
and stay until the end here. The viewers can listen to my beautiful voice for the next towards the end of the race.
Yeah, I've just got as soon as I'm finished here, then I've got to just do a little bit of work. But I did say earlier on that I probably wouldn't make the end of the race, but we'll see. If I'm awake, then I'll come back for it.
I find what does. I find that with these big races, you go so far in. Hello, Christian.
Alright, he must have sat on his headset.
Maybe accidentally pressed his push to talk. We've all done it before. But yeah, I find that it's quite. I've lost my train of thought now.
Alright, we've just got a massive gap now between Ryan Elliott and Patrick Silvassi for first and second.
That's got to be 10 seconds. That gap's gone down to, has it? No, it's 48
that's
now.
54.
Oh, okay. It must have been a.
So that's the pit stop that's done it, but it must have been the driver change as well. It's just delayed a little bit, but
I'm sure we'll see
just-
that battle again, ebbing and flowing throughout the rest of the race. We've still got plenty of time for it to.
yeah, just under
together.
3 hours to go. So still a lot to play for, and really the top 3 DPIs still. Even a lap down's not really much. It's just a slide away from getting back in.
Yeah, exactly, and it happens. We've seen people. I had a race once again at Austria where, we got P2 despite being, I think it was like 50 seconds down. We ended up getting P2 on the penultimate lap because they ran out of fuel.
Oh God, that's tragic.
It wasn't tragic for us, I'll say that.
Not tragic.
In fact, it was quite enjoyable for us.
Just seeing some of the times coming a bit closer to the sort of front runners with Michael Parker getting into the 108s. It looks like that's the team's personal best at the moment, but they're 13 laps off the leader.
I don't quite think that's the kind of gap you're going to be able to get down in the next 3 hours.
No. But you never know. But in front of him, who he'll be trying to catch is Peter Vagapov, who is 4 laps in front of him. 5 laps? 4 laps? 5 or 4 laps. He's in front of him anyway.
That point that I was going to say popped back into my head, and then we'd start talking about the lead battle, and it's gone again.
Oh, sorry, Tom.
I guess I just need I just need to write these things down.
It definitely, yeah. It's a sign of getting old.
Yeah. Which I'm not, I might actually. Might be a trip down to the doctors, that one.
See, we're finding that now with if I'm doing any commentary, and I know that I'm doing interviews later on, then I've started making notes as the race goes on. So if there's something happens, it'll be like a quick note of the lap.
I've got about 5 questions I go to and just hope I don't say anything stupid. but I don't tend to. I tend to remember cars, not drivers, and I think that's one of my biggest problems.
So, have you got 5 kind of things that you normally say?
Yes, basically, I have
Right.
a lot of cliches I go to. For
See,
interviews.
this is fantastic for those that are watching. Then we can. There is a chance for some Tom bingo later on. Like,
Yes, I did this one. So I commentate with this this guy called James Smith in SRL. We've been doing loads of commentary over the last sort of year and a half, and he's a great guy. And it got to the point where we were doing this long Formula Championship commentating together, and we noticed that he said a lot of similar things. We made a bingo card, and it was all funny. And then it started to realise since that bingo card existed, that I actually use more cliches than him. I say the same things more than him.
oh, now we have got Savasi coming into the pits.
But I don't think
And
this is
it's a-
scheduled.
It's a change of driver. That's Prubik back in, so they're maybe just want to get that driver in and get some fast times back on the board.
I don't think that's scheduled, you know.
Do you
I don't think that's scheduled.
Do you think Prubik could be him till the end of the race?
I would say that they're probably going to intend to put him into the end of the race, although this is VISC, so the idea is that driver swaps don't lose you any time.
Well,
But that's going to give Egger a shot at P2 here.
that's a ballsy move if they're like trying to go and like try and get the clutch the win. Because I think Epic Racing have got some pretty strong chops as well, so I think they'll struggle to catch them. But
This is the thing. Oh, sorry, carry on.
if I was Epic Racing, I would be keeping an eye on the lap times for what Prebik's doing, and then I'd definitely be wanting to try and manage strategy to try and just stay out as long as I could and maintain that gap, because they are a lap down, but Prebik he'll catch them or get onto the same lap as them quite quickly. So,
And this is the thing I love about endurance racing in sim racing. It's the challenge is still there and the strategy is still there. I don't find you get this in kind of sprint racing and things like that, where you know the whole you're on the edge thing has kind of gone because it's a computer game. But I love the endurance racing because there's still the challenge of surviving for that long. Even if it isn't a computer game, you've still got the endurance element to it. And this is an example of that. You know, how the strategy and how you play your cards.
it's definitely there's definitely a bit of like car chess with this as well, where you know somebody makes a move, you go to cover them off, and you know it's whether like the Epic Racing have got enough in a gap, enough to kind of just like relax and just stay in a nice sort of rhythm there. But just
I think
strange
a
things
lap.
happen.
A lap is the kind of gap where in an hour, with an hour to go, you can take your foot off the gas and you can relax and just make sure the engine stays alive and the car stays alive and you don't get into trouble. 3 hours to go, you still have to be on it, because a lap quickly becomes 50 seconds, quickly becomes 30 seconds, and then you've got pressure.
We've just looking at the last lap that Elliot has put in. He is a 108.5, which is pretty decent, faster than Prubik just now. So I hope that Mugen Sim Racing hasn't kind of jumped the gun getting that driver swap done.
I think, I don't know, I think it depends. It could be an example of them dodging driver time limits, but still, I don't know. But again, this is one of those things. Like I find myself unable to watch as a neutral. Not a neutral, as a neutral. Wow, it is late at night. As a neutral, I find it difficult to watch kind of, you know, F1 esports and things like that, just because there's not really any stakes. Whereas I find that if you do, you know, the endurance racing, there still is the stakes. There's still the challenge, and you know, it's if you lose a race, there you can appreciate how much work there's been just purely through the event. And I like how they feel like an event, these endurance races. They don't feel like some people playing a computer game. They do feel like a big event. And I like it.
we've got Prebeck just about to come up to Elliot to unlap himself, so he'll be desperate to get by him. But Elliot might be able to hang on to the back of him for a wee while, and that would just frustrate Prebeck. Just seeing...
Elliot has to be careful though that he doesn't overdrive the car at this stage. If he overdrives it, and he kind of, as we're on board now, if he overdrives it to stay in that slipstream, we've seen the dirty air can catch people out. Suddenly he's in the wall, and suddenly he's got either a lot of damage to carry, or he's got or he's got an incident ahead of him.
And in saying that, we're talking about Prebeck being in front of him. He's still got to get there, and that'll be really, really hard. I don't imagine Elliot will be making it easy for him.
No, definitely not. I think that this is the kind of time where you've got to really play your cards and...
somebody spun.
But here he is.
Okay, we come to code 18.
Is he going to get past him before the code 18? He's squeezed him. He's not going to get past him before the code 18. He's furiously flashes his lights.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 18 force. That'll also be a drive-through for the number 29 of Ben's Horvath for an unsafe return.
Oh wow. I thought that was going to be a drive-through immediately for the leaders, but he's lost his front wing. So there is rear wing. Sorry, these cars don't have a front wing. It's a prototype.
Yeah.
So we're getting you the replay now.
Had the unsafe rejoin. Oh my God, he was on his roof.
Oh dear, we are getting you the.
Sorry, if that was to be a surprise for people, then he wasn't on his roof.
We're trying to get the replay. Christian's game seems to have crashed or something.
Oh, it's
Either way, we'll let you know. Oh, I think Christian may have disconnected here.
I'm still here.
Oh,
Hi,
hello.
Christian.
Whoever was using their horn, you know that's not allowed in this series. Thank you.
Sometimes when you try to do replays, the game gets very angry at you.
Yes, it does sometimes. It depends. I find the actual replays are incredibly broken.
Oh, yeah, and a really bad rejoin when he's came back on.
Oh dear. Looking at that doesn't look very healthy. Here is the replay. I think we're on stream now. He's going down the to the S's, I think this is. And he's gone through and he's dropped it on the curb. We've seen that so much today, and then he gets airborne and some form of like
Possession.
magnetism from the ground there.
Oh, now
Levitates.
also just the button here. Prebeck is back in the pits again. So I don't know what's happened there.
Okay.
Oh, so
Green
Vasi
in
back in
10
the car.
seconds.
We go to green in 10 seconds, and all that was an unsafe rejoin. I can see why he's got the drive-through penalty
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
there. Green flag. And we will be back to live pictures momentarily, I believe.
Yeah, so Zovasi
we
back
are.
in the Mugen Sim Racing number 16. And Elliot surviving the attack from Prebeck just
So-
before the code 80.
Unless Prebeck unless Silvassi had like a wheel issue or something, and they had to get him in for a few laps. Get him back out there.
It seems it'd have to be something relatively critical, you would think.
His I found it. His force feedback went up to was stuck on a 100% force feedback.
Oof,
You've got a
that's-
direct drive wheel, that is quite nasty.
That's a workout. He did well to get it back to the pits. Just want to see what happened with.
You see, this is where real men just survive through the pain. Just, no pain, no gain.
I tell you what, that was a big squeeze from Elliot.
It was actually. It was a massive squeeze. That's the kind of thing though that wins you races. I hate to say it, but it's that kind of cheeky driving that wins you races.
I think Prebeck will need to work on his Bible sale techniques to keep that door open.
I mean, for me, no one. You know, you've never seen anyone win a Formula One World Championship by driving completely clean.
Yeah.
It's everyone's. I always find that you're allowed. I guess it's like in football. Like you're not allowed to sort of give someone a little niggle as you're walking past. To wind them up. But everyone does it anyway.
Well, that's why you get a yellow card before a red card.
Yeah, exactly.
And it goes to the engineering and everything as well. You're building or playing as close to the rules as you can to get that edge. And Ross Brawn made a career out of it. I mean, some of the things that he made were just amazing, but it was just purely just really, really understanding that rule book and making sure that you could push as close as you could. And I think that's what the beauty is with Formula One, is just having that bit. Oh, we've got a spinner. Elliot spun at the hairpin.
Oh, is he? Oh, he's kept it going though. So there's that.
He's kept it going again.
Is he gonna? Yes, I mean, he's not lost a great deal, but it's 73-second gap now, not a lap.
Yeah, so Savasi
has gone through.
Interesting. It was just like the back end snatched for him, so...
This is where he desperately needs to get into a rhythm and he needs to stay there. It'll be about 4 minutes till his pit stop, so I wonder... Oh, it should be, in ideal circumstances, 4 minutes till his pit stop. So I wonder, is he going to come in and have a driver swap to make sure things like that don't happen again? Because usually one spin turns into 2, turns into 3.
The old spin multiplier.
Yeah, I find that you can be in a rhythm and the second you spin, you're so conscious not to spin again that you end up spinning. If that makes any sense. Could just be me, but...
Thankfully it does in sim racing, but like it'd be horrible if that started happening in real life.
I think in real life though, you've got more feeling in the car, so it's a lot harder to... Maybe that's a bit of a controversial statement, but you've got more feeling in the car in real life, so it's a lot easier to get back into a rhythm, I'd say.
Well, plus as well, usually if you spin it and hit something, then you're out, so...
Well, yeah, there is that in it as well. I mean, some of the stuff they retire in, like Spa and things like that in the 24 hours, you wouldn't even pit in sim racing.
Yeah.
I remember there was an incident this year where a team spun and slightly hit a wall and they had to retire from it. And it's like, in sim racing, we'd stay out there. We wouldn't even pit.
Was that a steering decision or was that a team decision to retire?
They just couldn't get the car back going.
Ah, right, okay. God.
It broke some suspension or something.
Right.
I mean, I know Chris Gistov was driving the last 10 minutes of the ERC Daytona with his wheel at 90 degrees because his suspension was that ruined, and he was like, I'm not pitting now. I'm not getting this far to pit.
I suppose now with everything being like, I mean, it's always been expensive, like motorsport, but like, I think there's this sort of reusing engines, whereas before there were kind of like you had a practice engine, a qualifying engine, and then your race engine, and obviously the gearboxes to go along with it as well, and everything just got changed out, so you were driving nearly a completely different car.
Dear.
Just
not great from the GRG there.
I was just watching
Inventive
dropping right
line.
through there. Yeah.
But no, I think the thing is, because I know at Le Mans they do rebuild the engines between qualifying and practice, between qualifying and the race. It is a completely different engine, but that's more because the engines are built,
Okay, drivers, back to code 18. 10 seconds.
And another code 80. And...
Do you know what though? Alex is sounding really cheery about his code 80 this time.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 18 force.
See if anyone gets any...
14 DNFs now.
Oh, who's out this time?
I don't know who's out, but I know that's just an update.
Just having a wee flick through to see if anyone
Interestingly,
is damaged.
we have a ground effect AM, but we do not have a ground effect Pro. Ground Effect Sim Racing AM, but we don't have Ground Effect Sim Racing Pro, so that's interesting. Martin Mergley is in the pits for the Mugen Sim Racing number 95. I don't know if that's scheduled or not. It should be scheduled at this stage in the race, you'd imagine.
Yeah, I can't see any other reasons for the Code 80 at the moment. It might have just been a spinner, but he's just called it before any cars were getting up near him. But
either that, or he just wants to go and get a cup of tea and needs to make sure the race is all fine. Just so.
You really could tell your accent popping out there when you were talking about the tea. Right, okay, so I think still pretty close. That's Pascal just coming in for a pit stop there.
It is quite odd, actually, how often I get told I have an accent, because over here I don't actually have.
It'll be a drive
that large of an
for
accent.
for overtaking after the Code 80 call has been announced.
I mean, some people.
And we go back 3 in 10 seconds.
Some people in my area have a very, very pronounced accent, but
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, green flag.
I tend to be on the more normal side. But every time I do commentary, it's always like, "Wow, you have an accent."
I think that's the thing with now that because everybody's kind of talking to everyone from different areas, like the whole kind of social media effect, that you're losing that kind of local dialect. So things are kind of spreading a bit further. But yeah, I mean, there's probably times I'll speak to like folk, like if my old workmates and things like that, where if we got into a good flow, then you probably wouldn't understand us.
Well, I suppose, but depending on who you speak to, your accent comes out a bit more. I mean, I always find that whenever I'm in a foreign country, I tend to speak more English. Like, I don't know what it is, I just tend to do it. I'm speaking to, I went to France and all my mates were like, "Why are you speaking weird?" Like, I'm speaking weird? I guess, it's like, I went to Poland once, and it was, I guess, probably more the reason that no one over there could actually speak English, where we went anyway. But yeah, I found myself like, am I really speaking? I'm speaking quite weird. Anyway, that was a tangent.
That's alright. I mean, it's that point of the race where we're just kind of...
I mean, endurance racing is basically a radio show. This is what I love about endurance racing. It's like the race is almost a backdrop. You know what I mean?
You can put the world to rights and talk about whatever you want, and then just keep an eye on the positions.
I mean, the driving isn't even the best part of endurance for me. It's it's just sitting there with your team, like at an ungodly hour, just enjoying the race. You know, just enjoying the experience of it all.
Yeah, real shame that Pascal's a lap down on the leaders. I was kind of hoping that he would have stuck with them.
I think they'll be very disappointed, actually. They could have got a lot more out of this race, and I don't think they've necessarily had any mistakes. They've just kind of not had the pace to be up there with the other two.
And they maybe not had the luck with the Code 80s as well, but then there's still a hell of a long way to go, as we're nearly at the 2.5 hour mark. So we shall see what happens with that. I
will say that this is again going on a bit of a tangent. I always log onto Instagram and I always see 7-year-olds and things driving things like Gran Turismo Sport 10 times better than I have ever driven in my life, and it's a little bit discouraging.
But it's like when you go skiing and there's like kids that have just learned to walk, and they're sort of flying down sort of past everyone. You're thinking, Jesus, they've not even got ski poles, and they're like just like little sort of fleshy torpedoes flying down the mountain. You're like, God's sake, what are you doing?
The last karting race I did, I started from pole position, and I had 2 guys behind me who were very fast, a bit older than me, and I didn't let them through, but I kind of stopped fighting them because they were fighting for the championship, and it was, you know, their thing. and I'm in third position. I'm kind of just chilling there, and I'm not really pushing or doing anything. And I look behind me, and this 8-year-old suddenly lapping like faster than me, closing in on me. I'm like, you're 8 years old. How are you doing that? So that's when I kind of had to, I was just driving like I had to push a bit more. And as I'm doing it, I'm like, I am pushing to stop an 8-year-old overtaking me.
But then they weigh nothing, so
I
they've got
suppose.
they've got that weight advantage.
That's my excuse anyway.
That's
That's my excuse.
still.
Turns out me not fighting too hard. Those guys ahead lost me third place in the championships. That was fun. By one point as well.
Yeah, you've really let it go.
It wouldn't have been so bad. I started from pole, and we had this first thing. And I was like, I'm gonna win this. So I absolutely darted it out because I'd won my heat race. And I darted it out, and I had a perfect start. It was absolutely beautiful. I got like a second gap in a lap, and I'm kind of getting into my rhythm. And then they red flagged the race because they forgot to press the start button on the live timing.
Oh,
So we have to start again. And that's when I don't get such a good start, and it goes a little bit wrong.
just having a wee look at the times that Savasi's putting in just now, and he is running at a faster pace than Elliot. Elliot has picked it up a little bit, but there is definitely a push from Mugen Sim Racing, and he's managing
Is
to
this the
just.
time you need to push?
I definitely think if with it being such a big gap, he really has to kind of like start really getting as much out of his car as he can. And it do you push it so hard that you start risking it? Like they know that they can get into the 108s when it's a little bit warmer. So do you keep going when on a colder track?
In 30 minutes time, I start pushing, I'd say. In 30 minutes time, that's when you can afford to risk it.
Yeah.
'Cause, I mean, if you look at it, the worst that's going to happen here is that they get third. The best that's going to happen is they get first. All those three cars are on the same lap. They could quite easily end up battling each other.
It's all teed up for like quite a spicy end.
It is.
I
And
hope that
I hope
is.
it doesn't disappoint. I hope it's not one of those where you're ready for the finale, and then the Mazda gets like a puncture in the last 10 minutes, like we saw in real life.
There's a lot of excitement in the Assetto Corsa communities for the Arcus 12 Hours of Daytona. I think it is the end of March that it's on, but there's already a lot of teams doing a lot of practice, and yeah, that's just when like thinking back to when we were talking about teams that have been sort of hiding what they were doing, and I'm not taking part in it, and I know there's a couple other folk that aren't taking part in it, but they're it's like, oh no, you can't practice with us, or you can't see this, you can't see that, just in case you say something. So there's even people hiding what lap times that they're doing.
Oh, no, that's when I say you're taking sim racing too seriously. It's like, I feel like there's taking it seriously and then there's taking the mick a little bit. It's like I would never get to the point where I hide my lap times from people to get the competitive edge.
I think it's going to be really, really exciting to see how it's going to turn out. So that's the 13th of March that the race day starts, and I think at the moment they have 1, 2, 3, 4.
What?
They've got 10 LMP2s, 11 or 12 LMP2s, and it looks like they've got 19 GT3s, so it's going to be a pretty full grid.
One thing I do wish more sim racing teams, more sim racing series would do actually, is I would absolutely love more of a weekend, like, official practice sessions and qualifying on a Friday, race Saturday or race Sunday. That would be awesome, I think.
Yeah, Yeah.
Like more of a weekend kind of feel.
Yeah. Yeah, it would definitely be. That would be really, really cool. I think if they manage to get the, I know that there's some of the servers have been set up for doing the weekend events, but the one thing that I would love to see is like a festival where you could have
And
like.
we come to Code 80 in 10 seconds.
And
Five,
normal.
4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80 in force.
That's like a real kind of angry circus
Oh,
feel
wow.
about it.
Oh wow, that's the Code 80 reason.
Oh, what happened?
There was a couple. I think it was a little pile up. No one's got massive damage though, but I can see why they had to Code 80. Here it is. We're just getting the replay for you. But on that note, I always bring it up. But we had this R Factor 1 league, which had so you had your weekend, and you had race on a Friday as the junior series, and then you had a race on the Saturday as the senior series, and it created this really cool dynamic where it actually felt like a weekend. And then I ended up doing this thing where we had this like broadcast, and we had about 3 or 4 leagues that we'd broadcast over the weekend, like a race every couple of hours, and it created such a cool little feeling of a kind of proper race weekend. And that is oh dear, that is cars everywhere. Wow. That was George Russell Spa. Like, thank you very much, Christian, for the replay in Swift time, as per usual. We'll bring you back to live pictures momentarily, I believe. Oh, we're getting a different camera shot of it, actually. So it's the GRG going through the S's. Just kind of gets caught up in that instant, I feel.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for it to show up on the. Oh, there we go.
Oh, it's a bit of a nasty one, that. So he's going down though. That's just. Oh, I'd love to see. That's just. Who lost the wheel? That's the DPI. That's the GRG DPI that has lost the wheel, I think. Brian Elliott's used this to pit, and
I think
who has lost the wheel? It's either the GRG DPI, or it's the.
No, it's the Ferrari.
The
Frack
Ferrari's
lost the wheel.
Is that Team Iris that's lost the wheel?
No, GRG Esports 75 has lost the wheel.
Oh right, oh god.
Disappointment for them. They were running so well as well, weren't they?
They were second.
Did they lose a front wheel or a rear wheel?
Front wheel, so they can still go. They're still going.
They're
this
still
is
going.
live.
So they're okay. So live pictures. Oh no, he's reversing into his pit box. You can't do that. He's got to go back round.
Oh no, that's actually.
It'll be an extra long Code 80.
Yeah.
Right, welcome back to the commentary booth, Christian.
I never left. Just needed a moment for my brain. Like the thing I started to notice, like my brain is like not like washed out feeling again. I'm like, okay, I need to like not for a few moments.
Yeah, I feel that.
It's definitely the feeling that you get from the endurance event, and washed out is such an apt way of describing it, Christian.
Yeah, that took a lot of that damaged a lot of cars. That will shake up a lot of things. It's gonna be a long Code 80.
But I would love to see a series like VISC or something. Do the kind of weekend format where you have your race on a Saturday, but like on a Friday night you have a prototype challenge or something like that. You know, you have like prototype challenge, then qualifying, and then I know it'd be a logistical nightmare, but it would still be fun to see.
So I know the Alliant Esports Series, until this round actually was running a Saturday practice and then it was a Sunday qualifying in the race. And they tried to like get people to actually show up to the practices. I know Alex has talked about having a TCR race on Saturdays before the race.
That would be awesome. Or even a Friday, maybe Friday night qualifying, Saturday TCR, and then Sunday the race.
Yeah.
That would be really cool. And then I liked the format that we did of the like 30-minute sprints.
Yeah.
It would be interesting to see that as like maybe Friday night you have the 30-minute sprint and then the TCR or something like that, or maybe on a Saturday you have the 30-minute sprint and then the qualifying.
Yeah.
Be interesting. But just kind of making the, you know, it feel like more of an event rather than just a standalone.
Yeah.
10 hours than you've done.
What happened to the Corvette for it to be in the middle of the road?
I don't know. I wasn't able to get that. I could probably scrub and see if I can find it.
I'm just
I
trying
think by
to
the time
see.
we've scrubbed it, we've probably already gone to green flags, so I don't think it's worth it.
Yeah, we'll just accept it's a mystery. We understand it's what caused most of the damage.
Oh, they were, right.
So we are staying yellow until they get back in, as we expected.
Oh,
I feel
It
bad
was-
for them.
it was
Carry
sorry. It was exactly has happened to quite a lot of the drivers today, where they've just gone a little bit. Oh, in fact, it wasn't even onto the curb. It just a little twitch of the back end, and he just lost it. Oh, and he reversed across the track.
Oh.
Oh,
So did they not hold the brakes?
They held the brakes, and then for some reason they reversed onto the racing line, and just as a massive queue of cars came along. Oh my god!
I feel
Okay, drivers, come back to green in 10 seconds.
I feel particularly bad for this car because I know what it's like to miss a pit box.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
Especially there if you've got the, if you haven't got the front wheel, you don't really appreciate how much braking that particular wheel does.
Yeah.
So it's very easy to misjudge the pit box. But at least he's got it sorted.
So this will give, depending on how long the damage is, that'll put Lucas Lichten and the Team Iris car into a position where they can fight for... No, it won't be Lucas Lichten, sorry. Although, Lucas
Oh my.
Lichten is right on... That car in front of Lucas Lichten is for position.
Drive
Is it?
humanity prevents all that for instant responsibility with a GT car on the restart.
Yeah, it was. That was a move for
Anything
position. This
else?
is a battle for
I'm
position we're
going
watching.
to pull you in and you'll be out of this race because I've seen far too many penalties from you in a short span of time, sir.
Oof.
It's the sir that gets me.
Yeah!
It's so passive aggressive.
Yeah, this...
Sorry, just looking at that incident again from earlier on, the one with the Corvette across the road, the Aston of Daniel Burrell was absolutely battered by about 4 different cars,
Yeah.
and how on earth it didn't sustain more damage, it is an absolute miracle.
Yeah. That was a shocking... The whole thing was shocking. That's kind of the things that happen in the night, you know?
Night racing. I mean, that's the kind of incident you get at 2 a.m. in a 24-hour when it's almost been it's been too eerily uneventful.
Yeah. Well, it's kicked something off because we got to fight for the final rung of the podium in GTLM, and we'll see if Vrak gets out of the pits in time to hold on to this fight at least, or stay in second. Keeping an eye on Vrak.
Did this race start slightly late? Because it's not going to end on the hour.
Yeah, we had some issues, so we had to go back to warm up. So there we go.
My goodness, this game looks amazing in the night with all the lights.
So
Just seeing a little bit of spiciness in the chat as well.
Oh,
Triple expert, you suck.
oof.
Wow. Oofed.
Hey,
Yeah,
we suck?
That's,
or the
I don't know. I'll take it.
I mean, we're fully aware.
Yeah. That sucks for Vrak, because now he's off the podium. He's probably going to lose a lap on top of that. They're still in the pits working on that car.
Yeah.
It's going to be 5 minutes of damage, probably.
Yeah. They'll be lucky if they get the top 5.
But, I mean, you've been watching this series for a season. You've only just come to the conclusion that we suck.
Oh. I think that's been the worst crash of the race so far, I think.
That's been the big one I mentioned earlier.
Yeah. Yeah. Vrak's going to lose his lap now. It's a yellow flag in Sector 2 here. It's brief, though.
Looks like Pascal is also kind of starting to move a little bit at a decent pace like he was earlier on.
Yeah.
back into the 108s as well. So he's came out like a wet cat.
Silvassi really cutting into Elliott's lead now. That's down to 60 seconds. That is doable territory now.
Oh, definitely. And I think with that, that's maybe. Oh, and we've just as I'm on watching Pascal, there was somebody off on the grass around about the chicane.
Okay, drivers, back to code 18, 10 seconds.
And another one.
Yeah, Evan Mueller.
Evan.
5, 4,
using that
3,
DPI as a
2,
lawnmower.
1, code 80.
I'm assuming that's the only one that was involved.
What's Evan? Oh, dearie me. Who is that? Stopped.
This is the replay being the replay.
Oh, right. I
That's-
thought it was going to get a bit interesting there.
Yeah, there we go.
So, did he just do a spot of lawn mowing, or did he actually get any damage?
I don't think he was damaged, so this might be an unrelated incident we happened to catch.
This looks like it's setting up to be a dangerous move on a GT.
No,
Maybe.
that was pretty uneventful.
That was
Oh, the
uneventful,
GT
but-
went
oh,
off,
that's
so that caused
funny.
the incident. And
oh
then
my god!
Evan
Mueller
Johnson.
just happened to
Not
lose it and
Donahue.
unrelated.
No!
That was a big crash.
Let's see
I
if we can
think, from GT.
find,
It looked like a big crash.
Don's crash.
I think he's out the car. I think it's a different driver. I can't remember who it is. Yes, it is a FAM number 445, and that car is technically humped as it is crabbing everywhere.
There we go. There's Chris Zervas in the Fine Avon car.
Nice.
Yeah, nothing
He
happened.
dropped
Wow,
it
just
on the curb. He's
yeah.
dropped it on exit, mid-corner oversteer. That is,
yeah.
and he's just tank slappered into the barrier.
Yeah, Mr. Fraps, you are getting a penalty for that, mate.
Again, the passive aggressiveness makes me laugh.
Who got the penalty that time?
Oh dear, one of the DPIs, Alex Y. I was 0.7 up. That would have been a 1089. I remember doing the doing my first 34 at Daytona. It was just the most elated I've ever been.
Oh, that's really unusual. Seeing he took a lot of curb going into turn one, and it's just like he kind of Tony Hawk'd on the curb a little bit and just lost control.
Yeah, it was just a little bit of. He just got a bit of oversteer,
Okay,
kind of
drivers,
mid-corner
come
to
back
exit.
green
It
in
was
10 seconds.
just one
And
of
he
those
hit
things.
that wall really hard.
So Silvassi's managed to sneak
4,
a pit stop in. I don't know if you guys
2,
caught
1.
I did not.
Green flag.
if Ryan
He's-
Elliott or Eggert got a stop in.
I think
Have you tried the pit stop button on the overlay, Christian? It shows you how many pit stops people have had.
That's true. I know some people, but we know that. Look at those numbers mean nothing to me, because we know one of those, either Elliott or Silvassi, I can't remember which, has had an extra stop. For that, it was Silvassi's
right.
had the extra stop, and then Eggert is just had 10 stops. Like you have no idea where he's actually on fuel.
Hmm.
I
It
think
is a
the-
bit annoying. I wish there was more information you could see, like how much fuel people have got remaining.
Yeah,
I
at least
get
when
it.
they last stop would still be good, even if you just
I
had
don't
that.
think you could do that though, because then you would have like everybody would be able to see fuel for all the other teams. So
I suppose.
it's one of those ones. One of those ones.
Or maybe not fuel, but as you said, maybe extra. How long they had since they last stopped.
Yeah.
Because that's technically in the race view.
Yeah, I mean exactly.
Yeah. You've got. I'm sorry, I was just having a wee look at the chat on YouTube there, and just Derek saying about GRG getting taken out. Yeah, I take that was the big crash where there was 4 cars involved. It was a real bummer, that one. But
You have to feel for them.
yeah, there's been a lot of guys and girls that have been taken out today, which is just really, really unfortunate. But
Unfortunately, in endurance racing, you get unlucky. You get a tiny incident that you wouldn't mean anything anywhere else. But
So I figured it out. So Pascal Eggert's on 15 laps, the stint. Patrick Salvasi obviously just came out, and Ryan Elliott's on 7 laps into the stint.
Eggert, it looks like they've made a lot of stops.
Yeah, they have. They've made 3 or 4 more than the cars they're fighting with. Could be
I wonder if
penalties and stuff, too.
Still not much, considering how many stops they've had. I mean, there's not... It's amazing that they're still within that kind of striking distance.
Elliott and Silvestri on the same amount of stops, but obviously one of them has had an extra pit stop.
Yeah, Silvassi has, at least.
And
For that
Elliott,
driver issues.
Elliott
of course.
just pushing quite hard at the moment, trying to get by these GTs.
Now, this is where it helps to have a race engineer, because usually you have one of your drivers trying to kind of just eyeball the maths as to whether you need to pit again. I mean, obviously you need to pit again, but how many more times you need to pit? Because theoretically, the next pit stop should be in 15 minutes if you go over the 40-minute fuel stint.
Yeah.
But obviously, that, in an endurance race, it never goes to plan.
No.
Yeah, I think my strategy usually is just fill it up, up, and let's go. When it tells me I need fuel, then I'll come in.
It's when you forget that. It's when you forget. I mean, that's the annoying one.
Yeah, I've usually crashed before I've run out of fuel anyway, so it's.
or when you like have a, you decide to go one extra lap. Because your crew chief says that you probably will be all right, and then you get about halfway around the lap, and you've got half a lap of fuel remaining, and you're like a bit more. I think at one point in Daytona, I came into the pits with like 0.2 litres left.
Jeez.
It was a bit sketchy.
I just couldn't do that to myself. I would have too much anxiety. The crew chief's like, "Oh, you're looking good for fuel. You're about halfway through. All right, better come in."
I used to be terrible for it. I used to have to ask my drivers every about 5 minutes when they're next pitting, just to remind them that they need to pit. Because when you're getting into a rhythm, sometimes you can kind of forget that you actually need to pit.
To be honest, I wasn't too bad before, but I found myself like kind of asking that question with doing Daytona, and it was with doing Spa, I wasn't bothered about it, but I don't know if it was using the LMP2, whether that was just a kind of different experience that I was kind of more like aware of, like how many laps I was kind of doing, and kind of like not realizing, and I think with the way that the dashboard was positioned, you couldn't actually see how much fuel was left in the car. So, and
yeah.
I think on the night stint I had all the sort of stuff turned off. The only thing I had on was the relatives, so that I could kind of see if somebody was kind of approaching me, and the radar. But yeah, that's just
It's
just keeping track of everything. It's definitely not something if you can't multitask, and I can't multitask, so
I find that the prototype on a lot of tracks is just so intense compared to a GT that you don't have time to physically just multitask and check your dash and things like that. On certain tracks, like at Le Mans, it's okay because you have the multi straight. You can kind of just chill, take your hands off the wheel. And even at Daytona, it's kind of okay. But there's certain other places where it's really certainly difficult, and you have to be on it constantly.
Yeah, certainly with some of the parts of the track at Daytona, we were finding the sort of GT3s were matching for pace for some of the corners, and you were getting held up behind them, but you were still kind of like you just couldn't quite gauge it, so you would wait. But then because it's iRacing and there's a lot of people just want to try and get in front of everybody, no matter where it is, and it doesn't matter if you're in a GT3 and you'll try and overtake an LMP2, even if it's going to pass you. It's just that kind of crazy way that people drive. Oh, Salvasi, a little bit wide right turn. Oh, he spun it at the chicane.
Oh, that is
and
race lost at this stage.
A great little bit of a flick control, and he's managed to get back underway. Smooth Salvasi.
Depends how much he's lost, but he's been slowly eating at that gap, and that could be a massive blow. It's just that it's that 3 seconds you don't mind losing at the time, but come the end, last few laps, it's you suddenly, suddenly regret it.
You'll probably just need to take it a little bit canny for the next little bit, so you can just cool the tires down, because that spin would have definitely heated them up a little bit, but hopefully he'll be alright.
I have a pink. Matt is back, and I think, with Matt being back, if you don't mind, gentlemen, I'm going to go for a half an hour break.
That is completely fair.
Tom. The legendary commentating team of Tom and Tommy.
Yeah, the two Toms.
The two Toms.
Cheers, Tom.
Cheers, I'll be back in about half an hour then.
See ya. So, because I'm pulling up the Amazon AWS graphics team here to get a sense of, given the gaps. Oh, geez, that's not good. Never mind. Probably won't happen. Yeah, it's gonna be tough now for
Given the gaps on
Salvasi.
track, it looks like Lichten's got the best opportunity of moving up a spot. Go below. The Mugen Sim Racing number 69 has a chance of catching Brack in the GRG 75 car.
Yeah.
14-second gap there, but I mean, Brack's lapping at 119s right now, and Virgo is in the 118s, so.
He's going to close that eventually if he keeps that up. I was looking to see, given the last lap time Elliott had versus Salvasi, to see if it was possible still for Salvasi, but it's... Elliott just looked like he was caught in traffic the lap before. His times are much better now that he's not in
Salvasi
traffic.
had that bit of a spin there too, which lost even more time. Lost like 10 seconds there.
Which will be big, I think, given how competitive those two cars are.
Yeah, so Elliott just did a 108.6, and Salvasi did a 109 flat, so... Elliott's quick, eh?
Yeah. In first for a reason, I suppose.
Looks like half the field is already at concessions having a beer.
Yeah.
A lot of GTLMs out of the race, holy.
It's been attrition heavy, to put it lightly.
We thought that, though, because the track's the way it is, it's high speed, but also very tight.
Yeah. It's rough for GRG, because that was not their fault. They were running second.
That was bad crash, yeah. I watched that over out. It looked terrible.
Yeah.
Because nothing you can do. You come right to a blind crest,
Mm-hmm.
and there's a guy just in the middle of it. That's... what can you do?
Yeah.
You saw him try to react, but like, where do you... But you can't even... There's nothing you can do. It's like, do I want to smoke my right side of my car or the left side of my car?
And it wasn't just that. It wasn't just one of them. That was just the whole train. The train and all the carriages that came through them as well.
The tire went flying. Luckily, it was a front tire, right? I mean, if they lost the rear tire, that's just over.
Right, boys. I am going to leave the A-team in charge.
Thanks for stopping by, man. Really appreciate your work today. You were really good.
It's no problem at all, buddy. If I'm still awake, then I'll come back on for the end. But if I am sleeping, then I will be dreaming of a good result and
we'll see you
Alex
next
Skinner
season
with low blood pressure. All right, boys.
Do a wellness check on Alex after the race.
Yeah.
Awesome. Oh, there's a spin here, but he's
You have a good one, eh?
You too, Ava. Have a good one, man.
He'd already taken his cue to exit. Ay. Well, Matt's here. We haven't done an hour. We haven't been good on the hourly updates this race. I've sort of let them slide a
User
bit.
disconnected from your channel.
So
Disrespectful. You should do it now.
Yeah, we'll do it right this second. Mid-race update. Ryan Elliott in the lead for Epic, number 79. They've been leading for quite a while now. Just keeping that car out of trouble. That's the name of the game probably over at Epic. Patrick Silvassi, about a minute behind. He had a spin that kind of ruined his charge he'd been on, but see if he can get back on the horse. Put another good last 2 hours together. It's Mugen number 16. Fine Avon Motorsport number 23, Pascal Eggert, probably thinking this is the race that could have been. That car was leading at the start after a really great launch, but pit strategy and accidents have clawed them down to third.
Here, Mark, looking the bowl.
Chris Gitsov in number 6, Val. They've been caught in some incidents. They're fourth and quite a bit off the lead pack. Ethan Lawrence in the GRG, they've also been in quite a few incidents. They're down in 6th. Andy Tomlinson's taken over the Hex Sim Racing Mazda. And Luca Gray was caught out fairly early on. Unfortunately, he had a fast car, but never got to see how that would have developed. Over in LMP2, Zoltan Boda, Mugen Sim Racing number 22. He's leading by 3 laps now. It's not a race in LMP2. It's a procession. Robert Pond in that car, which has a name I cannot remember. It says number 23.
Procession.
Yeah. Which car is Pond in? Pond is in the Sim Apex Racing Team number 68. Roland Zooks is in the number 95. Mugen. Akos Forgax is in the Future Sports Car. Behind in 4th. Sean Jones rounding out the top 5. And Max Chambers, it looks like they couldn't find another driver to carry the Delta home. So they're our sole DNF in. Woo! That was scary. I think that was Sean. No, that was. I have no idea. That might have been Roland Zooks. I think we just saw a spin behind us.
Yeah, he's off right now still.
Okay.
We're joining now.
Good. Head on over to GTLM, where we have most of the cars, but most of the attrition. Or we had most of the cars at one point. Christopher Kynek is leading in the Mugen, and tragedies behind him have just solidified that lead. Daniel Svokoshin has taken over 2nd place after a pretty good drive through the field. Some tragedy in front of him has helped that push, of course, as well. Not too far behind him, probably the closest fight in the pack.
Drivers, we come to Road 80 in 10 seconds.
All right. Probably the closest fight in the pack was
4,
behind him. It's
3,
Luke Slickton
2, 1, Code 80.
in the Team Iris car.
I think that was for Chris Zervis. That
Okay.
Code 80.
Try and get a look
I think
at
his GT car might be missing a rear wing there. Yep.
Yeah. We'll just roll through this quickly. So yeah, Julian Vrack had some big tragedy. He was running 2nd until the last hour. They were caught in an accident. They were not part of creating. Behind them is Gorgo Balogan, the other Mugen, number 69. David Martin, Solo Sport Racing, probably a race Solo Sport will want to forget. Their championship fight pretty much in the hands of whether or not Christopher Kynek wrecks that car in front of them or not. And even then, they may still need to move forward. David Yunt in the Epic Racing Porsche. They've had a fairly good first outing in that car, running 7th. Chris Zervis in the Fine Avon Motorsport BMW. Probably one of the better results we've seen from a BMW all season. Fabian Ballet in the Simplified SRD Esport Corvette. They're down in 9th. Daniel Barral in the Barral. It says Mugen, it's a Barral. He's in 10th. What else we got here for results in GTLM? We've just got Chris Hill still running, and you can see there's a long list of DNFs in this category. So, who do you say was caught in that accident again?
Just the one car there, like I was saying. Chris
Okay,
Zervis.
drivers, we come back to green in
Okay.
I think he
10
just messed P turn 1 up and lost that rear wing.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, green flag.
Mounting the curbs and dying is just like part of the Road Atlanta experience, it seems, at this point. See if this...
Being very respectful, letting all the quick cars pass them here into the braking zone. It looks like a stock car with a paint job now without that rear wing on it.
I know it
BMW.
does, yeah.
It looks like an M5 or something, you know?
Yeah. Shows you how much the GTLM cars look like, fairly...
They should.
Yeah, they look like cars. More than NASCARs do or anything. That's kind of the nice thing about sports car racing.
I miss the different look. All the NASCARs are the same look with stickers, but they used to have different body looks at least.
Yeah.
But then there's like IndyCar and Formula One, which is barely different. Just paints barely. You can pretend like it's different because they are, but I mean, at that speed and how they look beside each other, it's almost the same.
I've seen this accident so many times tonight, as have you, probably everyone watching. Very easy for that to happen. So many times it's LMP cuts in front, you don't notice you're at the edge of the track, car's dead.
And good news, everyone, Lady Gaga got her dogs back.
Oh.
They shot her dog walker.
Did he die, or...?
He got shot 5 times. I don't know if he's dead, but it's not really a good comeback story there.
Yeah, not good for the health, that, generally. So, Georgo Balog, he's just... Whoa, he just had a big slowdown. What the... Are we on code 80 still? Okay, I'm not live. That's why I was very confused. Georgo Balog. There we go. He is 2 seconds behind, or 3 seconds about behind Julian Vrack.
Yeah, what's the closest? That's it? The one with Vrack and...
Balog. Peter Schoenman has gotten into the 23 Fine Avon DPI. He's only 23. He's only, well, it's going up. We'll see what the gap is once it stabilizes after that code 80 sort of messed with the timing.
Oh man, Vrack's so close to a podium spot, but he needs something painful to happen to the cars in front. How is this shaping up, by the way, for the points, for like the standings, do you think?
Sure, that is being kept track of. I think a lot of that's been decided, though.
Yeah, it's already over.
Let's see. There will be another point haul at the 8-hour mark, but as it currently stands, 360 is going to get the championship. Wow. Really?
Wow.
It probably won't be that way because they're out of the race. I think if Mugen keeps going, they'll have this. If Mugen just gets to the next point haul, they'll have the race, which is going to be... I think we just had it, so Alex is going to update this. So Mugen has the championship. Mugen has the...
What
yeah,
caused most of these DNFs here? Is it...
accidents.
Yeah, P1, you know what I mean? Like, what kind of incidents in general, though? Because normally...
there was quite a few accidents where, like, someone came around a corner blindsided. Like someone was just stopped in the middle of the road. They
held the brakes when they crashed, but then if you do, what can you do, right? If you're boned, you're boned.
Yeah. In LMP2, the number 22 Mugen has that pretty much wrapped up. They could still lose it. It's still possible because the number 95 is still running in third, but you need something. Once again, you need something to happen to someone who's in first, and quite a fair bit away. I'm
running on an onboard right now with Balog as he chases Frack.
Yeah. Have that live on the stream right now. In GT, for the that championship, it's currently tied between... So the interesting thing is Solo Sport can probably overhaul AFP to come second.
Well, Vrack made a really smart move and just let him go.
Yeah.
Move it out of the way, let him go. Just get the toe.
Good move.
Who knows what the pit strategy's at, right? Everyone's all over the place now, so... Endurance is always that way.
So here we go. Battle for fourth between Mugen and GRG. Let's see how this develops. At this point, David Martin, who's a lap behind, he's in this to get second in points from AFP, if he can keep that car going. That was the other thing I was going to note. As far as the overall championship, it looks once again like it's going to come out in Mugen's favor because they are leading this race. The number 88
He's much
car
quicker than
is.
Vrack. I wonder if... Or than
Vrack might be limping still from some shadow damage from that big accident he was in.
Yeah, so Martin got passed up, but was he a lap down? Is that why he moved out of the way so easily for them?
Yeah, he's a lap down. He's a lap behind these two.
This is going to be interesting. I think Vrack...
Wait, Lucas Lichten is right behind Daniel Svoshkin as well. He's right on his bumper.
Yeah.
Going through the final corner. Two close battles in GTLM now. It's all kicking off.
That's for P2 overall. So this is like podium.
P2 and
These guys
GTLM,
are,
yeah.
yeah, but they're P2 and 3 right now, these guys.
Overall would mean the
Oh,
whole race.
look at the way he takes that first corner.
Yeah.
Daniel Svoshkin there. Holy.
Now there's a yellow flag, and looks like... wait, why does it say Lucas Lichten's in the pits? We're on board with it. Let's refresh that. Let's hit that refresh button real quick. There we go. Oh, somebody stopped at the exit of this corner they're going through. That's the GRG Cadillac facing the wrong way.
That's bad news.
He's got that
But
going
Ethan
again.
Lawrence, yeah.
Lipton looking
Oh, wow,
at the
did he get him?
inside. He's got his nose in now. He's going to have it for turn 7. Got the inside line.
We come to code 80
Oh!
in 10 seconds.
Right when the code 80 comes out, perfectly timed by the Iris driver,
5,
taking advantage of that
4,
moment.
3, 2, 1, and code 80.
But this restart, though,
Now, why is that?
because Svoshkin is not slow in the first sector.
Yeah. There we go. It's out of date. You think you can get that crash? See if you find it? I don't know what happened. Because I doubt it was the GRG. Maybe it was the DPI. Let's try poking at the DPI quickly here. Let's look at what happened to Ethan Lawrence.
This is exciting. You know what I
Yeah.
thought was crazy? We did like the first 4 hours,
Yeah.
and I thought I had to commentate it for like an hour and a half. It was like that much excitement.
Yeah.
I like, got off and I was like, oh my god, it's like...
Most of the
Dude.
day is gone,
I
yeah.
was like, oh, okay.
So I don't think it was the GRG Cadillac which caused the caution. Just looking at this quickly.
Did he get caught out by something? Because he was definitely over on the side of the road. You weren't wrong. That's the DPI that was there.
So here we are, Ethan Lawrence here on board with him where he gets the accident, just gets, whoa! Yeah, he goes into that wall hard enough. I don't think that was the accident. I'm not going to lie.
Okay, drivers, we come back green in 10 seconds.
Could be. Oh! Braxton hit the pits, so that's what I'm saying.
5, 4, 3,
Oh.
2, 1, and green flag.
Braxton the
And
pits.
that is the worst timing for Varak. Although a
yeah,
lot of cars.
why would they go in then?
Yeah, David Martin followed him, but he probably thought the code 80 would last longer. I'm not sure.
But it started counting down when he was in. He could have bailed.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we'll have to. I don't know what their fuel number was. Maybe they didn't have a choice.
That sucks, though. Yeah, they
That's
probably had to.
Voshkin. Right on the back of his target here.
I know he got passed up here by what is that, Lichten?
Yeah, the Team Iris car.
Oh, Kynak's fast.
Really good shop that Jeff Close is putting together, getting some fairly decent names in our factor too, at least in these parts.
What team is that?
Team Iris.
That's Jeff's team?
Yeah.
They're really good.
Sort of funny, Aiden Coleman of 360 is in this race, but he is not driving a 360. Jeff Close of Team Iris is in this race, but he wasn't driving the Team Iris car. So that's interesting. Whoa, big accident!
Oh, huge crash.
Wow, that just
Wow.
took out Lucas Lichten. Man, that's
Yeah.
rough. That's going to be a code
Okay,
80
drivers,
for
back.
sure.
10 seconds.
They get to some... Oh, man.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, code 80.
Oh, what was that DPI trying to do?
Must have just did.
Petter, you better return that place, otherwise you'll get drive through.
Let's see.
You
Let's
know-
see if I can get the replay. See
Thank
what
you.
I'm thinking of
Back
it.
off a small bit as well. Thank you.
R Factor 2 replay.
That is
doing-
the thing you are allowed to do, by the way. Do overtake someone incidentally on the curve, you're allowed to. So
Let's
it's back.
see. Here we are going through turn 10A and B. With Lucas Lichten. And we see a DPI try to cut through the middle. He comes off the He hit the curb on the inside. Yeah, nothing that Lucas Lichten could do about that. That DPI just lost it. That was the, I think the Hex Racing Mazda.
Like, what are you doing?
Yeah. And that is the race. The Team Iris car is out. That sucks. That is Man, that's gotta hurt. They had such a good race going.
I mean, I'd be really mad at that
Yeah.
team. That was bad.
Literally nothing you can do with
There's
that.
no
moment.
need for that either. There's no need like try to make it. Like, why are you trying to shove your car down the inside like that? There.
Well, you can pass there. I've seen cars go 2x2, but he caught the inside curb.
Such a bad accident.
Yeah.
It's so bad it killed the lights on the front of the car.
Yeah. It must have taken out the engine.
Team Iris has got the commentator's curse.
I know. I feel bad now.
Definitely should. He cursed them. Jeez, for poor Julian. Is that Julian?
Man.
No. Yeah, it was Vrack's car. No, it was Lichten.
Yeah, it was Lichten who got taken out.
It was Lichten.
Liam Donahoe saying, "I'm free for an interview for y'all." Or so fond of
I
my
think they
name.
just rage quit.
You think they
Got
rage quit?
DQ'd.
Or maybe
DQ'd,
Alex
so-
is... If they're being DQ'd, I think Alex is resetting the car then. If it's a DQ.
Yeah, hopefully.
That to me is what a DQ means. That might be why we've had this extended code 80 on top of it.
Oh yeah, they're back.
There you go.
Still P3,
Yeah. It's gonna take them out of the fight they were having.
but it gives now the other cars there of the Mugen now gives Mugen a chance to jump into a podium, 2 podium spots there for the team.
Yeah.
Team Iris is out of the pits.
So there's a interesting fight for third because Vrack, Gergo below.
There's P2 right behind P3 now. For that. So Lichten is now all the way. I mean, Svoshkin is behind Lichten now.
Yeah. So Svoshkin can pass. If Svoshkin can get around that Team Iris car now, he will be in. He'll have a lap.
Okay, drivers, we're going to come back to green flag in 10 seconds.
So 2 things that are going on here now. Lucas Lichten has to run away from a.
3, 2, 1, green flag.
So Lucas Lichten has to run away from a.
And that gap is like 12 seconds, so.
Yeah. Got to run away from Belog and Vrack, and he's got to keep Daniel Svoshkin behind him and hope he can get that lap back. An hour and 48 minutes. He's going to need a pretty big delta on that Aston Martin to make this happen.
We had such close gaps like 5 minutes ago.
Yep, that accident took out some of those
Why
cars.
racing gods?
Why racing gods?
I don't know how much longer P1, 2 overall are going to stay on the lead lap, though, right? I mean, Elliot's.
Yeah,
it's not that much quicker now.
Schoenemann is
He's
on
quicker,
a
though.
mission though right now. Schoenemann is gonna. Schoenemann has a serious shot at catching Silvassi.
Oh yeah, that's what you need.
He's just gotten into that car for Pascal Eggert, and he's been flying.
So that'll be a drive-through penalty to the Epic Racing DPI and also to the Fine Avond DPI. Fine Avond for causing
So that's a penalty for the leader.
GT car under Code 80 call-out, and the 79
P-
for overtaking after a Code 80
Schoenemann
call-out.
and Elliot just got penalties.
Wow. So
'Cause
that
P1 is Elliot, Epic Racing, and that's the one who got in that crash. I think he tried to shove it up the inside, and then Schoenemann.
so our leader, with an hour and 47 minutes to go, has a penalty that is going to work in the favor. This all has worked. This is all a gift to Silvassi.
Yeah, because Silvassi can now. Oh man, Silvassi could cut that. I think that'll be like. He'll cut his like distance from Elliot by half at least,
Yeah.
which is 30 seconds still to make up. But I mean, that's super doable.
Yeah. It hurts for Schoenemann because he was flying. He had a real shot at catching Silvassi.
Hits now, then
Not much you can do
That's,
now. Just hope. All you can do is hope, folks. Let me hit that refresh button just in case.
gap now below.
For those of
Lichten
you
is
who
9
have been
seconds.
following the Liam Donahoe story, Liam Donahoe just confirmed, you know, he did this a bit ago, but I just wasn't on top of it. He did confirm he did do the 12 hours. So he already did. I don't know if he's already just done his stints or if he's already completed the 12 hours of Bathurst and iRacing.
I was interested. The lap times they're getting in now are like 209s, 208s. That was like the lead cars.
iRacing GT3s follow a different. They run on different tires and follow different rules.
Wow. I was curious about that. I was wondering
yeah.
if it's just the game.
So
I was like, that's slow.
iRacing has limited tire sets, so you have to double stint tires. So you need to drive more conservatively, and you're going to have stints on old tires.
Ugh.
Whereas not a lot of ACC leagues require double stinting tires.
So, like, how many sets do you need? 40?
Yeah, iRacing keeps it limited to a realistic amount of sets, so it kind
Elliot
of...
just got a purple first sector. I don't know what the deal is with them not coming into the pits yet.
I guess he's trying to see what sort of gap he can build before he goes in. I don't know.
Schooneman's in the pits now.
Yeah.
I wonder if that would work out in Schooneman's favor.
Yeah, Elliot is flying on this lap.
I know. I think this is the lap he's going to come in, but he's behind somebody right now who's not moving out of the way.
It's the RE Racing Mazda. Yeah, he's going in now. Probably a good decision. He was getting caught up anyways.
And Savassi just started the lap. That's the gap.
Yeah.
Just Savassi's about to pass. And there came out just out in front of Savassi. Yep, just right in front of him there.
Let's see what damage. He's stuck behind Schooneman, actually, Silvassi.
There's P3. So Schooneman has every want in the world to not want this guy to pass him.
Yeah, he knows
he's...
he's...
Oh, he blocked him. Yes.
He's faster than Silvassi on top of that.
Block him. Don't let him lap you.
Slow car on the back straight on the right-hand side.
Oh, he's going to go for it, though, Silvassi. He's got it.
I'd like you to pull over. Please retire the car. You've caused nothing but code 80s in the past few hours, and your driving in that car has been unacceptable from both yourself and Benz Helgarth. I'm not happy having you on the circuit anymore. Thank you. Please pull over and retire. Thank you.
Wow.
And please remain off the racing line to avoid causing issues for other cars. Thank you.
Well, the racing steward has spoken. Death is the choice.
What did happen to them? Let's see if we can get that. See what caused Alex to finally give them the boot. This is
seems like it was laps and laps and laps because he said the other driver's name too. He made sure to really to let them both know.
The tough thing is, a lot of people. I don't know why the LMP2 is so popular. I'll premise my statement with I don't understand these.
0 time.
Yeah. Yeah.
0.
It's a short. It's a short pit lane, so.
3 seconds. I mean. Pit.
So let's see if we can figure out.
Oh, sorry. Maybe like 10 seconds.
Yeah. So he's already slow here. Oh, and he holds up the GRG. So he must have done something earlier in the lap that I didn't catch. Oh well. They're out of the race now. We are live here. Gonna tune into the battle between Lucas Lichten and Gorgo Balog. Lichten gonna have to do some work to catch up back to where he was.
Actually,
Actually, no.
driving too slow.
I think, yeah, Lichten's got a lot of gap to make up.
Oh, it's brutal.
Yeah.
It's over there. Vrak's got 38 seconds to Below, and Below's 8 seconds to Lichten.
Yeah.
That's come down too. That's coming down slowly. Because that was at 10-ish when it happened, all that stuff panned out.
Yeah.
But now it's down to 8.7.
Silvassi's got the gap to Elliott down to 53, so he did gain about 20 seconds.
For now.
For now.
Elliott just hit a 108.3. Silvassi's
yeah,
last lap was a 109.3.
That's the tough thing.
Right
Elliott's
there.
flying either way.
Track temperature 15 ambient, 29 on the track, so it's getting warmer in the air at night.
Yeah.
Georgia.
Just a warning, Ackles. If I see that you leave the pit lane, your car will be disqualified instead of retired, which means you will forfeit all points given at this point of time in the event. Thank you.
Well.
I did say that car was done.
There you go.
Alex putting 2 in the chest and the head just to double check that car is that they are no longer racing.
Yeah. double tap. Strategy of champions. Alright, I'm gonna run to the bathroom, man.
I understand. I hear on. Oh, Robert Pond just crashed. Crashing. Oh, and shoot him and hit him. Slowly, shoot him and hit him, but that was a spin and a hit. Oh, Varconia's crashed too. What's going on here? Varconia crashed. Well. What the? Wow, Christian literally went to the bathroom. Hilarious.
Okay, drivers, come to code 80 in 10 seconds.
Hey. Code 80
5,
number 32.
4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80 enforced.
Okay, so I came back to a code.
Sure, that
80.
was
You
really not
left
like
as soon as you
right
stood up.
like that.
Yeah.
Literally
Someone
coasting. Please
spun
stay on one side of the circuit
and
next
right in
time,
front
buddy.
of Danielle Svoshin, and they came together. And then it was either Malcolm Schneider, I think Malcolm Schneider, and then it got hit by a DPI like amplitude almost immediately.
Oof. See if I can get that.
Malcolm Schneider's in the pits right now, so I'm thinking that that's who there, and then
Also,
Where's
as we're on the code
Foshin
80
got-
standings have
it was such a
been
low
updated
speed because the
in
guy
the
spun
Endurance
in front of him, like
Championship.
half spun,
They
but
are
there's
on the
nothing to do.
spreadsheet is current for anyone interested.
See if we can get that. Yeah, I heard you yelling the moment I stood up. I'm like, I'm still going.
It was immediately.
Yeah.
Amazing.
So there we go. Maybe a bit of a scrub here, folks, just because I was gone for the start. See what we can get, though, here. Poor...
2 cars.
Yeah, it sucks for the solo sport team, because this was a...
And the
They don't-
Cyberlinks were in P2 and GTLM right now.
Yeah. Wait,
But they're still
Cyberlinks was involved in the accident?
First thing I saw was Svokshin. Someone spun in front of Svokshin, they hit, and then I jumped to see like who the other car was, and I could see Schneider as well. So they got just 2.
So, there we go. So this is the replay of at least Schneider's part of the incident. Nice
Schneider
and
had to pick us
tidy
this.
for 6 and 7. Comes... Oh, geez, the car just glitched into him.
They became 1 car, folks. You
Yeah.
don't see that every day. Only in the VISC will you see 2 cars become 1. Like in Dragon Ball Z, they fused.
And he sort of gets away from that, but I guess the car was damaged by that. Both cars.
Yeah, I hit the pit. I don't know, what
The other
happened
car that you said was damaged was,
there. Svokshin. It was less damaged. More like just a
yeah.
and then it came into the guy. Yeah, that's... I don't know if there's anything those 2 guys could have done there.
Mhm.
I imagine the damage was terrible because the cars were attached.
Well, he's
quite
running
there.
against Schneider already, so I guess it wasn't that bad. But there was another incident, clearly, because he's already...
I mean, say that, but he was in the pits for like a minute.
Oh, okay.
Half.
Never mind. So that will take Schneider. That will not affect Schneider's position at all. He lost a lap to a car. He was very far behind. Gorgo
John,
Belogs.
an hour and a half left. Let's keep it clean. 10 seconds until we go back to green.
He's like, come on, let's do better than this. Let's
5,
go.
4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
Back to green. Hour and 36 to go.
Yeah, did you see Svokshin's little thing there?
I have not seen. I didn't have time to
Don't
find
worry
it.
about it. Less for him, more just it messed him up there, and
Mhm.
bad for whoever had to.
So depending on where Vrak is on the pit cycle, he's going to actually move forward here for the what it's worth. Get that car back into 4th, unless the timing's wrong, which is entirely possible. Let's get that timing. There we go. Hit that refresh button. Suffer some stutter. Have the overlay not load properly. Hit that refresh button again. There we go. Nice and tidy. Vrak did not get the position, and Josef Fredrik Suto has taken over for Gergo Balog in the number 69 car. And the status quo is maintained. Lichten going to need to run some pretty feisty laps if he's going to catch Alexei Zagornev. We'll see once the timing comes out where they're at for pace. Elsewhere,
That was
Elliott.
driving because our factor just crashed.
Yep. Yeah, that looked odd when it happened, right? Because it looked like the car just appeared inside of.
Warning to Ryan Elliott
Schneider.
not to cut GCs up under braking. I did
Yeah, what
mention
was
that in
Schneider?
briefing.
What were they supposed to do? Eh? Both of them. Just kind
Yeah,
of
just appeared. Yeah. Like in real racing, there are technical issues when it comes to sim racing.
There's no problems.
I never said there were problems. I just said there were technical issues. Different thing.
I buy here for for our factor.
Yeah. What else is going on in the world of our factor? 1 second to be like... Oh, geez. I'm not even gonna look. Not even gonna look! There's just been like a fight between GRG and AFP been going on the Twitter.
Well, didn't one of them cheat? So I mean,
Let's not bring that up again.
I mean, doesn't that's the end of the story there? You lost by cheating.
Oof. Grinding it in. Matt just tells it like it is. Matt's Don Cherry and I'm Ron McClane, except I have no power over him.
You're beside like,
Yeah.
like I'm like the crazy suit beside you yelling stuff. Like I hope this one doesn't get kicked off the air. I have to be super biased to the Maple Leafs though.
Yeah. I guess that's would be AC Simsport as a Canadian driver. I know Madhouse is a Canadian driver. Neither are. One of those teams was in this race and died, and the other was never here to begin with. There might be more Canadians. So, let's check. Look, it's the gaps.
The gaps are so big that like these incidents are crazy to me because like, what are you guys doing? Like, the car in front of you is a lap ahead. The car behind you is 2 laps behind.
Yeah.
Ain't no need. There's no need to risk it.
Yeah. A lot of the accidents seem to come from driver error, though, or like a prototype catching a. Oh, Josef Fredrik Suto going to get a penalty, so that's going to move Vrak forward.
For what do you think?
I don't know. Let's check the Seward decisions, see if there's an explanation.
I'm back in the game, by the way.
Okay.
The Funfetti Ferrari's out? That's depressing.
Yeah.
A while ago, then, I guess.
Yeah, it happened a while ago. Kind of forgot about it. Is there any mention of it?
Forgot about it?
I wonder if it was a track cut or a speeding in the pit lane then?
Wow, yeah, you don't see a lot of track cut penalties here.
So I see no mention of it in the list of penalties here.
Yeah, there's no close gaps anymore right at the moment. Right on board with Slovassi.
Yeah. Go for it.
Rocket his way forward, you know. And the cockpit camera's cool.
Yeah. Let's get a on board with Slovassi here. Leading car. Not leading car, second.
That's why I'm on board with him. You got 52 seconds to get to the next guy, but the next guy is quick, but last lap Savasti was faster by 5/10, so
Yeah.
throwing it around
Only
the S's.
An hour and 31 minutes to go, though. There's not a ton of time. Lucas Lipton in the pits.
Oh, let's give Pseudo. Is Pseudo still in it? Or
No, sorry. Pseudo's serving his penalty now. I messed up.
Well, that gives Vrak a chance to pass Pseudo up here.
Yeah.
In a position. Maybe P, what, 4? P.
Yeah. Vrak was running second for most of the middle half of this race, but got caught in that incident.
Vrak catch him there.
It wasn't enough to get around Suto, but it closed the gap
Now,
to 8 seconds.
Pseudo's like at the edge of the S's right now, so he's kind of in the middle of them,
Yeah,
so
you can just see him
he's
at the
way
top
over there.
of
Yeah.
the screen there briefly.
Catch him up.
Julien
Depends on what
Vrak
the lap times are.
of France behind the wheel of that Ferrari right now. See what he can do. Car that probably deserves to be a little bit further forward than it is because of that incident. Got 7 seconds and a half to make up to the Aston Martin of Suto.
It looks so far, eh?
Yeah.
Because of the high speed it is, 7 seconds is out in the distance there. He's there, he's
Yeah.
disappearing right there. That's cool.
It's going over
Nice view.
the hill. Man, the lighting at this track is bonkers good for our Factor 2.
It's so nice, I know.
Yeah.
It's so nice.
This is like legitimately pretty, which is kind of weird to think of with our Factor 2.
It's like the other cars have like a bit of a glow with them too, you know, with the light reflecting off like the paint.
Yeah.
Thing. Sorry, folks, as I weep a tear of joy for the beautifulness that is this game.
Yeah. So Vassi's going to need Elliott to make a mistake, which is asking for a lot given it's Ryan Elliott behind the wheel of that car.
Not a
Yep.
Bill Elliott. Bill Elliott's a G. Donald's car.
Yeah. Man.
I think Chase Elliott's his son, right? The
Yeah, he
actual
is, he
guy.
is,
Yeah,
yeah.
I think it was Dave. That'd be pretty funny though. And leading our amateur sim races, Lewis Hamilton.
Said, just hit me up whenever. And I'm like, yeah. So Jeff Close says, I'm up for an interview later, or whenever you want, by the way. And I said, sure, drop on by. And then he said, just hit me up whenever, lol. I'm like, what? I thought I insinuated that now was okay. So could do it
Hey,
now.
up to you, dude.
Yeah. We're just chilling, man. It's an hour and 30 minutes to go. We're watching all
Probably
the
for
gaps
gaps.
slowly increase instead of decline.
Right on board for Rack, seeing if that gap up, but I don't know.
Okay, there we go. See that Cadillac of Silvassi
User
just
joined
cut
your
through.
channel.
And it's Jeff Close in the booth. How are you doing tonight, my friend?
Hey guys, I'm alright.
I feel it. Just, as I said, we're just slowly watching the gaps increase everywhere on the track and trying to find the fun things in between.
Yeah, Lucas is trying to catch P2 now again.
Yeah,
Again.
that
I
was
know after that was
super rough.
tragic.
I was a little pissed when I saw that.
Yeah. P2 has been a very cursed position. The GRG finally got up to P2 and then was immediately killed. And then you got killed the moment you got up into P2. It's been difficult.
But the guy in P2 has been lucky so far, so...
Yeah. So what's sort of been... I know... Were you planning to drive for either of the AFP cars this race, or were you just focusing on your team this weekend?
I was supposed to drive a 999.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess all of your energy now is just rooting your boys on and hoping they can make this all worthwhile.
I let them do their thing.
Okay, that's fair. So you just
Let
been
them learn.
let them learn. Yeah. You've just been relaxing then, I guess.
No pressure, and yeah, no, we are fighting for P2.
Yeah.
I can't complain.
And DPI will drive into you.
Yeah.
Nothing
Yes.
you can do about it.
How has that been trying to drive a GT car in this traffic? Because it seems like it's a harrowing experience.
I can't really tell.
I guess that's true.
Before I got in the car, I was already disqualified, so...
Yeah, that sucks. I guess you just logged on and you're like, we're not racing, and you're like,
I was in the server watching Ernest at that time.
yeah.
All of a sudden, the car just back to
There was
pits.
no, there was no announcement on like the stewards' decisions, but it was announced in the Discord.
I saw it in Discord afterwards. Yeah.
in there.
Yeah, I had my car disqualified at Daytona. I've literally been there now.
It's a first for me.
Yeah. In both of our cases, we had nothing to do with why it was disqualified. Just,
I didn't in particular, but yeah.
yeah. That's unfortunate. So what's your...
Not a
Whoa.
good look for the poor AFP team anyway. That's not...
Yeah. So what's your plan for next season then, looking forward, now that we're at the twilight of Season 1 of VISC? What are you thinking of trying to be here for next season? What's the plan for you going forward, I guess?
I have no idea. I don't even know when next season's gonna start. Probably like in November again, so that's a long time ahead.
Yeah. Hopefully there will be some events around VISC to tide people over.
Some events we may know of. Winky face.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, folks. Watch this space, as they say. You can always follow me at... what is my Twitter handle for my racing stuff? At KMcKeezy. Or it's at KMcKeezy on Twitter. You want to hit me up.
I'm following you.
Yeah, you are. I'm saying that to all of our millions of VISC fans watching live.
29 viewers
The
right
millions.
now, so not bad.
Millions of VISC fans.
They usually, like, on the playback, they get into the hundreds. Like, I guess it's the amount of people who've stopped by at some point, the unique views.
Yeah.
But the actual continuous view is usually in the 20s or 30s. Yeah.
I
started
haven't watched
with,
most of the
like,
race.
we started with like 54 people watching. There's like 30 people watching currently, so that's pretty good.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Sure.
I haven't watched most of the race. How many code A's were there by now?
Like 30 something.
I haven't
probably.
actively kept on top of it, but there's been a lot.
Only 30.
It hasn't felt
Yeah.
as bad as Lime Rock, probably because as a percentage of the actual driving, it hasn't been that bad. But there's been a lot.
I mean, it's Road Atlanta. Sector 1 alone just called for code 80s.
Yeah.
Especially if DPIs or LMP2s try something ridiculous on GTs.
You know what's funny is I found most of the Code 80s have been people losing it on their own. Like they'll mount a curb too aggressively.
Like it happened with Iris and Epic.
Yeah. That's separate. But I mean, like, the amount of cars that have just either, like, at the exit of the final turn or the turn 1 just went onto the curb on the outside and then didn't turn in before the grass started, or through the S's they got onto the curb and just lost it. I think that's 50% of the Code 80s.
God.
But
But I have to say, at least for GTEs, this track is just horrible. Like, I talked with my teammate James before the race,
yeah,
and we both agreed on this track doesn't suit our driving style at all.
yeah.
Not neither his nor mine.
Why do you think that?
Pretty much most because of most Zero Sector 1.
Ah, I see.
It's just weird following off corners. I don't know.
Yeah.
It just feels weird to me to drive.
It's like not as like slow as Suzuka, but it's not also like a flat thing you can just go through. It's like this weird on and
The
off
thing
the
is-
power thing.
It's all about Sector 1 because Sector 2 and 3 are mostly straights.
Yeah, pretty much. It's like you got to get sector 1 and then turn 7 right, and you've basically done the lap.
Yeah. Turn 10 can be a bit difficult sometimes, but easier than the whole sector 1.
Yeah. Well, here we go. It's going to be a tough fight for you guys to the end, but best of luck, Jeff.
Yeah, we're just hoping to get P2 still.
Yeah, we're rooting for you here.
Thank you.
Yeah, awesome. Good luck. I'll leave you to your team.
Alright. Good luck with you guys.
Yeah.
Good luck, man.
I think this is an appropriate time for me to come back.
Yeah.
Hi, Tom. Bye.
Hello, Jeff. Goodbye.
User
Okay,
left
I
your
actually
channel.
need to address something from earlier that I completely forgot. But I just want to, like, go over this. What the heck is a hot black current? What does that mean?
Okay, so have you ever had blackcurrant cordial?
No.
You guys would call it squash, wouldn't you? Like orange squash.
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
Yes, the blackcurrant version. It's called blackcurrant cordial or blackcurrant squash.
Huh.
Made of blackcurrants, and basically, when you have hot blackcurrant, we usually have it when we're ill.
Oh, it's a drink.
Yes.
Okay.
It's like a
You
drink.
think someone's
It's
coming
like,
on to you? Like,
you know a Vimto, like you ever had a Vimto? Like Vimto
we have
Cola.
different sodas over here.
Ah.
It's not even just that. It's just like I straight up don't drink. So if it's alcohol, I've probably missed it.
No, it's Vimto's like Coke.
Okay.
Cola.
It's like a blackcurrant version of Coke. It's basically it's like a tastes quite similar to trying to figure out what you'd have.
Is it like more? Is like a Dr. Pepper? Like is like cherry?
you know that it's cherry. Yeah, it's cherry kind of thing. You know when you have red wine.
Yeah.
I imagine it's a little bit like that,
Okay.
but non-alcoholic and more like orange squash, like a mix between the two.
I can't imagine drinking a squash. That's weird
Yeah,
energy.
I've never. I know. I can't even like try to relate to that.
Yeah. In this moment, British people were truly alien to me.
Yeah, it's like we can't even. I don't know. We can't. Like we can't buy raspberries for a lot of places right now. They're out of season.
Really?
It's like we don't really live in a place that like is hospitable. Cold, and it was a snowstorm today.
What's interesting is we've started getting Mexican drinks here recently. That's been pretty fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's because America started hating on them real hard. It's like, okay, we'll have to sell our shit somewhere else, apparently. Apparently,
Yeah.
Canada's the only guys left in the trade deal who's got our back.
Yeah, David Yunt gets around.
I like the
Frack.
beers they have.
Not for
The Negra
position.
Modelo beers. The Modelos.
Mhm.
Black one's the best one, a dark Modelo. It's so nice. They have like
Yeah.
they have them in the classic little stubby bottles, like the old school Canadian way.
So Silvasi's lost the lap to Elliott. So it's all down to Schoeneman's charge in the last hour and 17 minutes. Can he make up that gap? He's flying Schoeneman. He's significantly faster than Silvasi or Elliott. Ooh, a bit of contact between Vrack and Yunt, and that is going to hurt Vrack's attempt to recover from that accident. Not good. Here's the thing. This is a politics thing I've noticed here in this race today. So, GRG, the number 75, is caught in an incident where a car has an accident, backs onto the racing line on the exit of a blind corner, causing the GRG to lose like 2 laps, right?
Yep.
Team Iris gets taken out by a DPI losing control of the car while overtaking. Team Iris gets their laps back. GRG does not. Cue the X-Files music, folks.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I have a sense it's because Jeff Close made a stink about it, and Derek McCord may have not thought about it that way. That's my shot in the dark.
And the steward just didn't realize they had done it for one situation, not another.
Well, he probably wasn't even checking. Like it's probably like a classic case of like, if you want a penalty to happen, you better report it, right?
That's true.
So it's because Alex only has so many eyes. I'm
When
guessing
you-
that's what happened.
When you said politics thing, I got terrified. I thought you were going to say GRG have been done because they got Trump 2020 on the card. You got me worried for a second.
Yeah. I've got a ping. Jeff Close is like, I did nothing. Okay, so
Here's
I
then.
sent you the blackman squash example, by the way.
oh, nice, nice. So yes, the conspiracy theory continues. I'm gonna get fired from my job for that, I'm sure. I have just
That's it.
This just in,
Here's
folks.
another thing.
If I have Canadian mates going out, then so am I. The stewards are showing favor to Iris over GRG.
that actually looks good. That looks healthy,
You
but
see,
it doesn't look good.
I've just
That's what our
I've
tinfoil
just
hats are
signed
telling us.
for I've just signed for Iris for ARL, so I better keep my mouth shut.
The plot thickens.
The plot thickens.
IRS gets their laps back. One of the commentators happens to be racing for their team.
You mean it's all Team Iris? Always has been.
I mean, another
Iris, the
conspiracy
Illuminati, the
theory.
Illuminati confirmed.
Last time I raced for Iris, I had a racing incident with Alex Skinner.
Oh no.
He insists it was my fault, but the steward said differently. So
The gaps are
Great,
just
great if
too
you're in the race and
consistent
then you're
here.
just like suddenly 10 laps down. You're like, wait. Alex is like, it's fair. It's only fair.
It's only fair. All comes around in the wash. So Schuneman just had to do a pit stop. He's going to have one more to go to the end. I don't know where Silvassi is on stops. So I'm going to check because I care about all of you. Silvassi just pit a bit earlier, actually, so... Pit
I
3
realised
laps
that-
ago.
I realised that I said I'd been gone for an hour, and then I ended up being gone. But I realised that I'd been gone. I'd go for half an hour,
Yeah.
and then I ended up being gone for an hour.
Oh well.
That's part of an hour.
You didn't miss the end.
No, that's the important thing. But I decided about half an hour that I was like, I'm going to go make some toast. And by the time I finished making my toast, it had been like 15 minutes. Very nice round of toast, though, I have to say.
So,
Anyway,
the
you
DPI
are getting inventive with
fights...
these camera shots.
Yeah.
So,
Looks like-
Luke's...
Go ahead.
Carry on.
I was about to say it seems like the DPI fight at the top is over because it looks like Pitts. Silvassi is going to get a lap back on Elliott, I think, because Elliott still has to make another pit stop. But here's the important thing about that: these guys have been running about 30. So it looks like in DPI you can run
Silvassi's
about
2
30
laps
laps. Silvassi's 2 laps down. He should only be 1. I thought.
Maybe race view's a little off. But,
Yeah, it says
1 lap
one.
down. Yeah, 1 lap down.
So you can do about 30, 32 laps. Ryan Elliott's going to have another 10 laps about to go.
Okay,
Not
try
10,
and-
5. Okay, he's probably going to pit now. So this will pencil in Elliott, because if Elliott can get a pit
5,
stop in...
4, 3,
Oh, who got the code 80 on?
Oh, this is a
1.
gift.
Code 80.
This is just a
30
gift
laps
to Epic
sounds
Racing.
About right. This Code 8 is that 30 laps is about 35 minutes, and that's within the kind of 5-minute window that GT prototype fuel tanks usually last.
Because
It depends on the
Elliott
track,
will
it really
pit
does.
here, probably. That will
What do you think that code 80 was
solidify...
for?
So it means...
Well,
so
maybe for Sean Jones.
you see...
Valley Sports?
I don't know.
I
I
don't
have
know.
to check.
Now the plot thickens even more.
Yeah.
I will have you know. The 78 car. Someone said in Discord, why is the 78 car still allowed to race? They have taken out 4 people, including us. Now that is
Because they paid the right amount of money, sir.
that was a joke. That was a joke to anyone watching the stream.
My pockets are so heavy.
My pockets are so heavy.
That was a joke that I got paid to say.
I wish I had like a sack of coins.
I got
could
paid
stick
to
in there.
say by the crew of the 78.
No, ERC actually paid us off so that we could get VISC cancelled.
I could believe it. VISC is just superior EERC, man. So
For the sake of not being banned in ERC, both that was a joke, and I don't necessarily agree with Christian's case. And that I will not take a stance.
hey, in my defense, the reason I think it's better comes down to the track selection. So, and the commentary team is
Oh, the commentary.
literally the best. This is the best commentary team in all the B League R Factor. It's all best commentary in B League any sim.
B-League R Factor.
That was such a hyper-specific.
I love how we have an unofficial tier list for R Factor leagues.
Yeah. Well, there's B, and I guess C is like.
There's an F list. The ERC
So-
is in that one.
Because the thing is, some people class us,
got 'em.
in ERC as C tier. But then I wonder, what do you class as B tier?
Yeah. What makes the
It's like,
difference?
unless you're classing VC, GTR, 24, and like, you know, what's the other one? FSR and GPVWC as A tier,
Yeah.
and then you class VMG as B tier. But I don't know why VMG, a new league, would be B tier compared to. I would personally class basically the big three as, or the big four, is it maybe? I don't know. But you know, the obvious ones, the official ones, as A tier, and then everyone else
Long
is D.
Code 80. I don't know what this is for.
Well, I think you're. Yeah, I have no idea. Someone might have missed the pit
I don't
box.
know who though.
I think you know what NARS is a C tier
Okay,
league.
Travis, we go back round.
Not because NARS is bad, because NARS is in the organized pickup racing. You can
5,
think of it that way.
4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
Unless you're classing some of the more obscure leagues, like, again, I'm going to name drop, and I'm sorry, it's nothing against these leagues specifically, it's pure objective look.
Yeah.
In terms of
But they
attendance
trash.
numbers. I'm gonna name things like HORL, who
Yeah.
are a brilliant league, don't get me wrong, absolutely. I've watched some of their races, and they're very fun races to watch. But because they do the kind of more obscure series like NASCAR, which
Yeah.
I'm going to say is obscure because it is in R Factor 2. No one really does NASCAR in R Factor 2.
Yeah.
You know, they don't get quite the attendance. I think, you know, they don't get quite the attendance. So unless you're going to class that as a C tier league.
Yeah, I think like that, NARS, those sort of leagues where they're not even necessarily broadcasting the races half the time.
But it doesn't make them bad leagues. It just
doesn't
means
make them
they're
bad,
not
it's just-
as big as the other ones.
Yeah.
I think
They're just
it
more
is a
for
fair
fun
statement.
type pickup
Yeah.
leagues, you know?
Yeah.
Like, it's just
There's
enjoyable, right?
there's
You can
100%,
play
there's
NASCAR
100
and then you can.
and there's 100% a place for them. In
Exactly.
fact, I think they're
And they are very
necessary.
good leagues, and sometimes they're probably more fun to race in than some of the bigger leagues.
Yeah. Well, I think the A tier leagues are no longer necessarily about having fun half the time.
Yeah, no, I'd say, like, I joined a GPVWC team as like their test and development driver or whatever
Yeah.
for the next season, and it is a different. It's honestly, it is a different. It's just completely. It's insane, like the mentality of those teams.
Yeah.
And how different they are. Like, you know, we at my team, we kind of, you know, we laugh about ERC. You know, it's a bunch of fun. Like, if we get taken out in ERC, it's like, but you know, we kind of laugh about it afterwards.
Yeah.
It's not a massive deal. But this team's like, you know, it's you can see how an extra level
You can
of
feel the
serious.
heartbreak. Yeah, it's very true though. It's like but something different goes into that, right? There's a
But
whole
at that
different.
point, they are competing for prize money, so I guess it is different.
Lucas Lipton is currently going faster in both sectors than Zagornev.
Alexei Zagornev.
Gordnev.
I mean, I suppose, of course, ERC is competing for prize money, but with all respect to ERC, I guess it's more of a, when you average it out, it's more of a bus ticket home from.
Yeah.
Than, you know, it's more of a trinket of appreciation than anything else.
I think part of them doing that is it helps get some teams that wouldn't care about it. It's an assurance some teams will show up. Is the best way to think about it.
For sure, I mean, don't get me wrong,
Yeah.
you've got 3 drivers that season. I think £300, that's £100 each. That's not a bad amount of money.
Yeah.
When you, for a year of work, it's a bit different, isn't it?
Yeah.
But I guess it is a nice trinket of appreciation to say thank you for putting the effort into the league.
Apparently, Derek McCord's been to a restaurant in Toronto that was mentioned.
Ooh. Wow.
Yeah. I don't know. Derek McCord's been to Toronto, confirmed.
I know.
No,
I
at
had-
Don Cherry's. He ate at Don Cherry. We're talking about Don
Oh
Cherry's,
yeah, that's
so-
right. I see. I was just talking. I completely forgot Don Cherry's the restaurant existed because I think it's closed. The one that was here.
One in Ottawa? No, I don't think so.
The one on Hazeldean.
Well, I mean, COVID could have killed it.
Okay.
COVID has killed a lot of businesses. I'm still
Yeah.
anxiously waiting. Every time we go to the football, we've got this favourite chicken shop that we go to beforehand.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong, it's cheap as anything. The food probably isn't even chicken. But like, you know, we've been
Elliot
visiting.
purpled the first sector.
We have been visiting that shop every match day since I was 6. And we are terrified that they've shut down during COVID.
It's rough.
And Licton is currently like a second faster than you. So Licton could possibly
Yeah.
get that.
Only an hour to go, though, in this race. It's
They've done
unfortunate how
405 laps so far.
It's
Crazy.
unfortunate how the prototype field has come out, because it really looked like Schunemann was set to shake,
Yeah, there was that. There's, you know, but hey, racing, bumping's racing, you know.
I think the LMP2 really disappointing.
Yeah.
There's only like
There's really 3 cars in that race, and Callison's in that car, Connor Callison, to get that car home at this point.
Don't get me wrong, I understand Alex's decision to limit the prototype field and DPI field to invitationals for this race, but I don't necessarily think it was the right decision.
Yeah, it kind of limited the amount of cars. I know what he was trying to do.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see why you do that, but
Yeah.
Oh, I mean at the Code 8500 right here now?
I think he wanted there to be more of a dedicated focus on the championship fight, especially because he was hammering on me about it, but it sort of panned out that the guys who are in the fight, who are leading it... So 2 things happened, right? The people that were leading the championship in LMP2 and DPI have just driven into the sunset, had really good, solid drives, and then in GTLM, we have to keep bringing it up because it basically ended up deciding the championship, but that disqualification that handed it to Mugen and GRG in their respective championships they were fighting for.
I think the disqualification is sad for all parties, really. I don't think if Alex had the choice, he would have disqualified them.
Yeah.
I think it's the fact that he kind of had to disqualify them, just purely because of how much they allegedly wrote the rules.
Yeah.
I think I don't think AFP are even going to fight it because, you know, I mean,
Yeah.
They can't because someone snipped a stream. They got
stream
They
sniped.
got the full 4K image of their faces. You know, prime.
It's that whole video of like, is this you in this video? Nope, that ain't me. Dude, we got you in 4K.
The guy's lawyer's going at him.
Yeah.
very good deepfake.
Patrick Silvassi getting held up in traffic here. Plays it smart though. Doesn't get himself
we
in
did
trouble.
interview Ernest Lappins, and he did respond with "F the feds." So I think that's where. I think that explains
Now,
everything about that situation.
I can't tell you why I have this suspicion, but I'm probably a solid 95% sure Ernest is probably somewhat guilty.
Hmm.
And I cannot
The whole
tell you
team's
why.
guilty if you get caught. It's bad.
Right.
Look on the team. It's like Renault.
I cannot tell you why I think they're guilty, but
It's
Another conspiracy.
Yeah. One of the many ongoing conspiracies that will be coming out of this race and will haunt the nightmares of the VISC admin team until November. I think it'll start it'll start in September probably next season, right? That's my shot in the dark.
I'd be interested to see. Well, I'd say August probably, similar to last
Yeah.
time. I do kind of like how VISC is a winter series, to be honest.
Yeah.
Lavassi is looking like he's 2 laps down now. That's all.
He keeps every time he crosses the line, he gets the lap back.
Yeah, I think he's just so.
He's so far behind it looks like 2 laps for
It's one of them
race
quirks of the way RFX 2 figures it out,
Yeah.
I think.
Licton's now 9 seconds to.
It says he's
Becker
19.
than
It says he's 19 for me.
That's what I said. 19 seconds.
Oh, I thought you said 9. I thought you said
Oh.
9. You might have said 19, and I just messed it up.
He's lapping a second faster currently, so.
See? He's got an hour.
Make up 18 seconds.
That's doable. We did at Alliant Imola. You definitely pulled off a bigger stunt than I did. I mean, sorry, you pulled off a bigger stunt than that.
I
You
passed a
love
bunch
how-
of people. That's true.
Yeah.
I love how in
Unlucky.
R Factor 2 commentary there's just this kind of thing between all the leagues where we just acknowledge each other's existence. We're not actually competing for anything.
Yeah. It was interesting because once I was being interviewed by the commentator for the Alliant race, and his entire interview was about R Factor 2. That's what we talked about. We ignored the race and discussed the most recent R Factor 2 update instead.
Meanwhile, I brought our car for my 21st, like 14th.
I think that was Nürburgring actually that happened. But yeah, you had a really good run at Imola. That was bonkers.
But no, I kind of like that. I've seen F1
Bit of pressure
2020.
racing.
I've seen F1 2020 leagues in what seems to be, at least on the consoles, a fairly toxic place. I've seen them like beef with each other, and it's like Reroll at R Factor 2. We're kind of just like mentioning each other on each other's streams.
I think part of it is
Pretty
like
much.
there's too many common players
Yeah, I mean,
to think
if you look
that
at
way.
I'd say the VISC field and the ERC field are very similar.
Yeah.
I guess that's like real racing. I mean, the WEC field and the Formula E field are quite similar.
I
Yeah.
don't know. If I was I always rather get along with people I was racing against, because then if they make a move on you in the race, you don't feel that. You more like are like, oh, my friend just got me, and it's more like a fun It's more fun competition than
And this is what
than to
annoys me
crush
sometimes.
somebody. You know, don't need
People-
to crush my friend.
People act like, I mean, I went for a fairly optimistic move on someone at Macau once, and they ended up being taken out by it. It caused like a 3-car pileup.
In
Well,
your,
I had
in your defense,
it.
every move at Macau was optimistic.
I had every right to go for the move. I didn't actually do anything wrong. He lost it, but yeah. And for literally 3 days later, he was every time I'd make a comment, he's like, "Yeah, but you took me out." And it was like, it's a computer game. It's like, calm down.
Real
And
life,
it-
a friend of mine came up beside me in karting and bumped me from the side, and I just reached over and held onto his side pod down the straightaway, so he's stuck.
Oh, yeah.
And then he's looking at me like, oh. And then we come to the corner, you know, and then I'm like, what are we gonna do here? And then I just gave him that like squeeze to the outside around the corner. But it's like fun. I don't know. After the race, we just laughed about it.
And I mean, don't get me wrong. In this Macau race, it ended up being a racing incident. I didn't even get a penalty for it. And
Yeah.
but yeah,
If someone's racing me and they go for a move and we bump, it's annoying. But you just try to like get them back, you know. But if like they take you out, obviously that's different. But I mean, you have to understand in racing that sometimes. If someone's trying to get you and it's the dying seconds and they heavy brake into a corner and you might have some door bumping, you just gotta deal with it.
sometimes it happens. And I mean, we had a case at Daytona, right? Like, believe it or not, Pascal Eggers. I mean, I'm going to choose my words wisely, but we had a coming together that was more one-sided than others. There was more one person's fault than the others. But like, it was fine because neither of us really cared. We just laughed about it in DMs, like straight afterwards. And I wish I could see more of that. I wish more people would just laugh about their incidents in DMs afterwards.
So, two sides to this. First of all, for me, I've never held a grudge with someone I crashed into in a race before. But the flip side is, I can see how for some of these, especially the teams that are like sweating this out, like if you're, I don't know what
Yeah.
Epic is like, but you think of a team like Epic that is in a position where they could be a sweaty team. And you prepare like stupid for this race, and you drive like thousands of kilometers, and then some noob in a GT car swipes across
Real
you in the
life,
S's. Yeah, it's real life, but also it's as frustrating as real life. You know, I can
It
see
is
it being the
frustrating.
same. Yeah,
And I can see why you would be annoyed there,
yeah.
and why you would, why you would report it. But I still think, and if that person did it on purpose, then they should get banned from the league, and they should,
Yeah.
you can deal with that there.
I just race eye for an eye. If you're gonna squeeze me and I
Oh,
get by
exactly.
you, then you better expect to get squeezed. You know what I mean? That's pretty much
That's
it. Like,
how it should be. I don't think
Yeah.
leagues should be promoting this kind of
What?
no contact at all racing.
maybe because I did more like North American style, like I like we were in a stock car. Like if I was always like if I shove you through, the last last corner, and I don't pull up enough gap, I'm gonna get shoved. I better get shoved. And if you don't shove me in the next corner, I'm gonna be like, what are you doing?
It's like, I'm not being funny. In actual racing, you don't have, not
No.
every move has to be completely clean. You can
Especially in
push
karting.
the, yeah, especially in karting. You can push limits. I had a karting race once. I think it was in our championship, and I had a guy I hung it around the outside of him, and we had a coming together, and he crashed, and we literally just shook hands afterwards because.
I
mean,
more just like ask the guy first, you good? Like, because crashing a car can suck. I'm like, are you okay? You know what I mean?
well, this is more of a spin. It wasn't a
Oh, that's
into
good.
the wall. Yeah.
I had a guy flip in front of me one time, and I at the last second turned and missed him. But he was like on the track, you know. I turned and missed him, and then I hit his cart, and it bent my back rear axle straight into the air, like 90 degrees.
I've never flipped a cart, but I have
immediately spin. But
I have got
luckily I didn't hit him.
airborne before, and that wasn't fun.
I rushed to get the cart off him because he was stuck.
Except I didn't realise I got airborne until I landed, and my.
And you're like, "There's no suspension."
Well, there's no suspension anyway. Well, I landed, and suddenly I realised that my rear end hurt quite a substantial amount.
Because you probably hit the ground.
Yeah, it was wet, and I kind of aquaplaned off this thing onto this tyre barrier, and I kind of mounted on top of the tyre barrier. Didn't realise I was on top of it. I thought I just hit it, so I just put my foot down. The next thing I know, I'm flying off the tyre barrier.
So, final round of pit stops. That window is open for the GTs.
Open for the GTs, and it's not quite open for the prototypes yet, though.
Yeah. You see, the first taker is Fabian Ball. He's been slowly catching up to Chris Zervash in, I think that's for 8th. That's where he's
now got
from.
17 seconds.
Lichten is closing in ever so slowly. He's going to catch him pretty much in the last 10 minutes. That seems like we're set for...
It's strategy, dude.
Pits, well, there's not a lot of strategy left. Everyone's got to pit one more time.
Yes, but do you undercut? Do you...
Overcut? I guess that's fair.
Wait for them to... Yeah, do you overcut or undercut? That's always the... Because if you're lapping faster...
Yeah.
And you're still doing pretty good on lap times, and you see your rival goes in the pits, then you just do another quick lap coming in the pits, and then...
Another thing, do you sorry to cut you off there, Matt. Do you take double stack, or do you take new tyres? Because if you take new tyres, you're going to gain immediately, kind of 10 seconds. Probably.
I always go tyres.
I think fuel and tyres is simultaneously. Yeah.
Yeah, I just remember this is VISC. It just...
So you always take tyres. The thing that will be an interesting decision, though, in regards to that, is if cars are carrying damage, will they repair it?
I wouldn't. Depends on how many seconds it's telling me. That's always what I try to guess, you know? You know, like how long a pit stop's supposed to take, and then if it tells you it's going to take this much longer, you're like,
Our rule tends to be, if it's suspension, it's hurting if it's hurting our driving experience, then yeah. But if you've got a little bit of blue nose damage, then it doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly. Damage isn't so bad sometimes.
Like, I mean, you might lose a tenth a lap by that damage, but it's not really going to do much overall. And especially when you need to repair it, and it's going to take like 10 seconds to repair.
If it's if it's like a bit of aero damage, or like, you know, if the car itself's good and it's just like the bodywork needs some work, then the bodywork doesn't matter at this point.
Yeah, I mean, a tenth a lap isn't anything. That's going to be 10 laps just to get a second. And I mean, most drivers can make up a tenth themselves anyway.
I'm just interested to see when the GT cars will have to that pit. If they'll, I'm always interested because this is the last pit of the night is always super.
The last pit of the season as well.
Yeah.
It's everyone's a little bit groggy now, I think, and to be honest, I don't think people are ready for the season to end. It feels like
right there.
I mean, you forget we've had this season going since August. So that's 6 months, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Half a year the season's gone.
That's insane. So Daytona feels like yesterday.
Well, it was if you were in ERC.
Then compared to now is so different too, eh?
Yeah.
I think we've improved massively as a broadcast throughout the season.
Had to.
Slowly learned things.
Is here we've got a replay.
I want to see if I can catch what happened to Adrian Porter there.
Right.
If it works. We'll see. You know how our factor is with this replay button.
Yeah. But we've I think it's going to be interesting next year once the calendar comes out and everything. I think it's going to be interesting, you know, seeing what changes they've got. And the break is either going to help the series or it's going to harm the series. I don't really know.
What are you replaying here for us?
I want to catch what happened to Adrian Porter, but it's my replay is doing one of those long, like, I need to buffer and catch up, man. I ain't got time for this replay biznatch you got going on.
You should have seen the team viewer earlier. It was stupid.
Oh, I had to restart it. Yeah, race view, and I had race view crash, and then like 20 minutes later, our factor crashed, and I was like,
So,
all right.
TeamViewer did this weird thing where OBS was literally 3 minutes behind the broadcast.
Yikes.
Ooh.
Yeah, so I could make a change to the broadcast. It would take 5 minutes to show up on OBS. It would happen on the stream. So OBS was behind the actual stream, which I don't even know how that works.
Nope.
How does that work?
I don't know how that works.
And all of that.
It's now 15 seconds to.
I guess this is what happens when you connect to someone's computer from across the world. So what happens here? Is he going to be a victim of that curve again? I don't think he is. It's clean through there. Yeah, take it. Oh, we haven't got a replay.
No, it didn't work. I tried. I think it must have been the wrong car that was called for this that I saw. I thought it was that car. Must have been another one that looked similar, another Corvette. This is the last race for the C7 in VISC. Fun fact.
Because they released a new one, didn't they?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Somebody just spun behind Licton. It sounded like it was a V8 motor that was
It didn't
spinning.
even occur to me that there were 2 Corvettes in this game. That's interesting.
It's Max Rogowski. Off the track a bit, but he's back on. Oh, and someone spun there. It's Frack. Frack spun in the S's. Reversing in the S's.
Did he hit anything or no?
Nope. He's good. There shouldn't be any problems there.
That will hurt Vrac a lot. It's just slowly falling apart for Vrac now.
Because now Schneider tried up. Now Schneider's
2 laps down.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah,
so insofar that he could, his odds of catching, it's his charge after pseudos.
Licton seems to be the only person with a chance to get a position at the moment.
Yeah.
Or Wouter de Boon on Chris gets off because that's 12 seconds there, but their lap times are slower at the moment.
Yeah. Let me quickly see if I can find Lucas Licton. So Lucas Licton has not done his stop yet. Alexei Zagrodnev can actually go 10 laps further than Licton, but he'll still need a stop. Josef Frederick Suto hasn't stopped yet. Actually, I might be wrong. It's the rightmost stint is the most recent stint on RaceView, right?
I
still don't know how RaceView works.
Always thought it was the leftmost stint.
Well, if you look, for
left.
example, if you look at Alexei Zagrodnev.
Savassi is 3 laps into these tires.
Oh, I did not know that was a thing.
It's the one that has the blue outline around it. That's the stint they're in.
No, that's the one you've selected. Anyone you selected has a blue outline.
No. If you look in race view, and you click a person, and the top right corner says stints.
Yeah, it's the leftmost then, yeah. The blue outline is what you selected, but it automatically selects.
I've looked at this thing for 6 months.
So, for example...
okay, but here's my counterpoint, why I think you're wrong. If you look at the last lap for Ryan Elliott's current stint, it says he did a 154.388. But his last lap was a 116.409. Whereas if you go to his last stint, the last lap on the right stint matches his last lap.
Just watch him for a lap and see which one goes up.
This is a good point, actually.
Yeah,
That's
so
the
I think
same for Silvassi.
Yeah, so I think it's
you
it
must be right then.
Yeah, it's the rightmost.
Right. Yeah.
So
we'll
follow.
He's coming around. So I'm going to see which one counts up.
If only they had a key for this that would tell you.
Yeah. Get on that
Only
race
they had a
view.
key that would tell you.
All right, he's come across now. Done 20. Yep, it's the rightmost. You're right.
Oh, well, it's Christian wins. Christian wins an argument.
Look at that. So Lucas Licton. No, that's Julian Vrack. Julian Vrack looks like he's set to come in.
Yeah, because Licton's 44 laps into this, so Licton's at the end of the stint essentially, and then Alexei has. You're right. He has 9 more. He has like 5 more, 9 more laps to go.
What happened?
That Valcar. It's a thing from chat, but that was insane.
Oh yes, that.
Flew.
Yeah.
When was that?
It spun.
That's part of the disconnect it had. Oh wait, nope, that's something else. That was something earlier. I was thinking of the DPI.
Have you seen it in chat?
I'm looking at it now. Oh wow, yeah. Oh jeez.
Oh wow, yeah. Oh, how is it still going?
That is... Wow, that is when you know it hasn't been your day.
Yeah. I completely missed that one.
That grass is deadly.
Yellow in Sector 3 right now. That was brief, though. Oh, it's back. So...
Okay, we come to
Nope.
code 80 in 10 seconds.
I can never tell with Alex, because his laughing voice sounds exactly like
5,
his
4,
I'm going to kill someone voice.
3,
Yeah.
2, 1. Code 80
I don't know who that was for at all.
Yellow in Sector 3, so I imagine it's going to be a shorter Code 80.
For a car in Sector 3 that has some crabbing or damage on it.
I don't know.
We haven't had our...
Oh, I found it. It's Alex Moore in the Hex Racing Mazda. They are down a tire.
Oh, yeah,
Down
they're
an
down a
entire
front tire.
tire.
Yeah, the whole front
That's
tire is
interesting.
missing. Were they that far from the pits? They didn't come in.
They might have done it at the last corner just before the start-finish line, so they wouldn't have had a chance. See if we can catch that,
That sucks.
though.
How do you... Oh, I suppose, yeah, that last corner is quite difficult. That's one of those things when you crash at, like, the final corner and you've just missed the chance to pit. And
Yeah.
It's so frustrating.
Well, that involved that involved an epic racing. That involved the leading DPI.
Oh,
What?
Yeah, the leading DPI crashed, and
DNF.
he came up on it.
he's out! Ryan Elliott is out of the race.
Okay, let's see if I
Need
can
to replay
find
it.
what happened to
Needs
Ryan
replay it big
Elliott.
time.
Oh my goodness, folks. We're gonna get that.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. So he's heading to the final corner.
He's gonna... This is what I was talking about with Jeff Close. See, he gets on that...
Oh, he lifted.
Oh.
He just goes off. So, this point he's still fine, right? This point he's still fine.
Fine.
Oh.
So he comes back onto the track, and does someone else make the same
Idiot.
mistake?
Yep. No.
Oh! A rear wheel gone!
So that's
my
out.
God.
The leader is out!
The leader is out.
So Silvassi leads.
And they're not going to get their laps back.
And Varconi is now in the LMP2. Is P?
The
No, they got reset.
Epic car, the 79, has been allowed to rejoin. The netcode that was literally just experienced in that incident was so unrealistically large
What?
that both parties are allowed.
I disagree with
both
that.
Oh,
parties
no,
are allowed
yes.
to
No, I've seen
continue.
the replay.
There
No,
should have been
it was
zero
netcode.
contact
Oh.
in that incident at all.
Yeah, if you watch it back, there was actually no contact.
They will be given a penalty for the unsafe rejoin, but apart from that, they will continue. the race.
Oh.
I'm actually
like-
happy about that, if only because it means there will be a fight with Silvassi at the end, then.
I think it depends, though. Do they get their laps back?
They're gonna have a
They're still
penalty.
losing.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Ooh,
Well, he's running
penalty.
again.
I'm watching
Yeah,
it
he's out on the track.
I'm
Yeah.
watching it in slow motion,
Holy
and
shit.
yeah, there isn't actually any contacts.
Okay.
That is pure netcode. I can
Okay.
see why they did that.
Okay.
But bad. That was crazy.
That was crazy.
It
I
looked
thought the race-
from what your view that we saw, that looked like they hit. But I guess
Yeah,
was-
if you watch it back, when you play it in fast, if you play it fast, it looks. But if you actually pause it, there isn't any contact. There's about
Okay.
There's
We're also
about-
at a bad angle. We were on the wrong side to see.
there was about a meter or two between them, and they didn't quite touch.
So who else?
I wonder who'll pit now.
So
to see if
Alex
they can-
Moore is in. So if Alex Moore's in and Elliot's running, why are we under code 80 for?
Elliot is in second. They'll be applying the penalties, won't they? Or letting them get back out.
Yeah.
I think he'll want to let Elliot get back out. Not Elliot, sorry. More back out. Because
Zagradinev in the pits.
What happened?
So now,
Zagradinev. He's coming in the pits now. He's pitting. So
Okay,
Licton,
Josh,
where's
we're
chasing that
coming
guy?
to green flag
Yes.
in 10 seconds.
He's
Right, this
pitting
is
just now.
this is has Silvassi picked. If I was Silvassi, this is the exact time I would pit.
Savassi did
Five,
not pit. Savasi's
four,
first.
3.
That has ruined
One.
Lucas Lichten then,
Green flag.
because Alexei Zagradinev basically got a free pit stop. Lichten has to pit.
Alexei came into the pits. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it's going to gain him a bunch of
So-
time. Even if it's 10 seconds, this is so late into the race, 10 seconds is a lot.
So now
battle-
Ryan Elliott has to chase Savassi. Oh, but Elliott has to come in and serve the penalty.
Yeah.
He does, and he's got 23 seconds, it looks like. And I think RaceView's messed up there, because it can't be 93 seconds when the broadcast over.
It's like 50, but now Schunemann is P2.
You refresh
Yeah,
the overlay,
it's-
see what the heck is going
it
on.
says-
Yeah, Ryan
Oh.
Elliott has gone from first to third now.
Yep.
And Schoenemann is
P2.
definitely...
Yeah.
Yeah, that is disappointing for the Epic Racing squad. There's nothing you can do
Lichten
about
is
that.
ahead of Zagradnev,
Well,
but not enough.
He only found himself in that position because he made the initial mistake.
He should have pit. They should all pit. Everyone should have kind of pit there.
Yeah,
I
Lipton
think
not
everyone-
pitting will hurt him for sure. Because there's no way he has the fuel to go much further than this.
Did Ryan Elliott have a stop go? Yeah, he must have. Brutal.
Alex Moore having a long stop for that damage. Although they were running last in DPI, so I suppose it's not a big loss for them either way. That is a terrible onboard. What is that angle? Come on. There we go. That's a better one. Something I don't like about the GTLM cars is their camera views aren't synced. So what is like a position on one car when you go to the next car, it's a different position.
Yeah.
They've got some cool camera angles, some of them though.
Yeah. The Ferrari, I think, has one of the better onboards. Well, has a
Yeah,
range of better onboards.
Lichten only has a 7-second advantage
Gap.
right now, so that's. I think that's gonna be it.
Yeah, because it'll be 20 seconds about by the time he comes out.
They should have pit then. Yeah.
Christmas for
Whoa,
Muja
there's a
Muja Sim Racing.
Malcolm Schneider. Was that? Nope. Who was that on the side of the road? It was Chris Gervas there. Don't know what happened to him, but he seems to be running fine, so not too much damage done there.
Maybe just a little bit of a slide or something.
Yeah, just went off. Don't think he hit anything though.
Just say Liam Donoghue.
Sounds like he's a flat tire.
Liam Donoghue.
Yeah.
That Chris Zervas?
Yeah.
Sounded like he had a flat tire.
Chris
I
Gervas?
could be wrong.
You don't think he did?
No, I think it just sounded like he went around a corner and he went around a couple
Oh.
corners and it sounded like that noise the tire makes when it has no air in it.
Hmm. I don't think R Factor 2...
Does that?
Yeah.
Oh, ACC does.
ACC does. ACC and R Factor 2 have advanced tire models, but they went in completely different directions with them.
As someone who doesn't like ACC, I'm interested to see what you mean by that.
ACC's tires perform more, like, the way you make them grip is more realistic. And by that I mean, like, you have to care more about getting them in the correct operating window. And there's penalties for them not being in the correct operating window. And, like, being too aggressive over curbs can damage the tire. Like, that kind of stuff it's more accurate about.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you have the right PSI in there. You can't
But
just
the
like,
actual
drop it all down to zero.
driving experience of R Factor 2's tire is better because the way it interacts with the surface is more
So
realistic.
the physical simulation in R Factor 2 is more realistic, but the kind of situational
Yeah.
is
Like-
better in ACC.
Like, that's an ongoing thing to me. That's sort of like, I wish... It's interesting, I guess. I don't know if I wish anything, but, like, ACC models so many of the... ACC, it's clear it's a dedicated GT3 sim because the details are so on point. But R
Yeah.
Factor 2 is a better driving experience. If you follow me.
Yeah, I personally just don't like ACC's physics. I'm not a fan of it.
When did you last play it?
This week, actually.
Okay, never mind then. I don't know.
I find it too understeery for me. Just in
Then again,
general.
you have a TMX, you said?
Yes.
I found
The force feedback isn't very good.
I found that game is so, depending on the wheel you're using, it's so dramatically different. I've played it on a few different wheelbases, and it's not the same game between them.
Force feedback's just a little bit difficult to catch. Click my paddle, sorry. The force feedback's a little bit difficult. It's difficult to catch a slide and things in ACC. And my driving style is very much...
Lichten's just losing time now.
I find I kind of rally the car about a little bit.
Yeah. R Factor 2 promotes what is overdriving in ACC.
Yes, I'd agree with that.
To
be fast enough, actually, you kind of get away with a little slide.
Yeah. So as we sit here, yeah. Actually, it says okay. No, it says Lucas Lichten did pit.
Savasi's in the pits.
So Lucas Lichten must have pit the lap before Zagordniev, because
Wow.
Lucas Lichten's on fresh
Yeah.
tires.
Yeah, wow, did he did the undercut? We didn't even notice.
Yeah.
Oh my god. So then he has it.
So he has it, and it's
He's
now
going
up
slower,
to Zagordniev
And
to
it's
make
going to
it
be a
up.
fight to the end. Savasi's in the pits.
Okay.
The drama.
Schuneman is flying by Savasi right now. I don't know if that unlaps him, though. I don't know if that
It
does.
should unlap him.
Yeah, it does.
Yep, he's unlapped now, so he's flying right now.
So
This is where
Schuneman
you push.
Schuneman needs to pit again soon, though. He needs to pit in the next 3 or 4 laps.
Elliott is totally boned.
This is
Yeah.
mode 4. This is mode
But who
4
we're gonna be
and
on
you
board with him?
send it.
It's Lichten. Oh yeah, it's Lexi there. Let's see if we can catch Lichten.
That jump is still so impressive, though. It's not that jump, actually. It's the jump later, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
so impressive, George Glasgow, to jump over there. No, I haven't actually watched this. I've never seen this track in real life.
Ryan
I don't know
Elliott
what
purpled
jump's
the
like.
first sector.
Wow, well, he is a man on a mission.
Yeah.
But I suppose that makes sense because they've got a brand new car there. haven't
Yeah, that's true.
they, effectively. So all of the little, I mean, over an endurance race, even in R-Factor 2, the car is slower at the end,
Yeah.
no matter what. It's whether I don't know if you get a bit of engine wear or anything, but just the little niggles that you pick up throughout the race,
Yeah.
the car just gets a bit more tired, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Whew. That LMP2 was all out of shape behind
Yeah,
Zagordniev.
behind. Yeah.
Gordnev now in a absolute battle here to try and get back onto second. The battle for
Lap time still. Oh, that lap was slower than Lichten, so
yeah,
by a 10th, that's not going to help.
nope,
Wow, there's only 4 LMP2s left still, so
yeah.
that's a
Drive
Was-
through penalty for 33 of Connor Callison for instant involving the GT car.
Whew! I thought it was gonna be a car in the fight.
Is the Valley Sports their
Yeah.
last place LMP2 there, or one of them?
Yeah, I'm going to run and get dinner, and I'll be back with you guys to the end. I'm just gonna get a plate, and come back.
imagine
Better.
it not almost being 1 AM.
XD.
It isn't for us.
Yes, for me it's almost 1 AM. I look down the clock, I'm like, how the hell is it 1 AM? Almost. Well, it's actually
Like,
34
what
minutes.
is
but-
happening? Your brain's starting to like feel the melt.
Oh, it is. I'm starting to get a little bit of a headache. I have a very nice cup of water after this. In fact, no. Do you know what I'm going to do after this? I'm going to go and get some blackcurrant cordial. Because I just realised we had some. So I'm going to go and get some.
That's probably one of the best liveries, though. The 141.
definitely
Yeah, it's like
It's probably the best looking Aston Martin I've seen.
I bet. Yeah, I've ever seen. Yeah.
The GTE for sure. I mean, our personal GT3 has to be the best GT3 car I've ever seen. Which is weird, actually. We had this GT3 livery that we ended up running in this R-Factor 1 Endurance League, kind of. Well, actually, it was about January last year. Because for some reason, the mod maker for this R-Factor 1 thing had ripped the GT3 model from R-Factor 2, but then made a GTE. So, confused me. Anyway, we've got 33 minutes to go in this race, which is lap 429. Wow, you were quick.
It was one of those classic
close,
dinner's
then.
ready, and then you get down there, it's like, I actually meant I need you to help me finish dinner. And I was like, oh,
And you're like, I can't.
I can't. I would normally. Normally I'm your guy, but this particular night, it's too important. It's the end of the VISC season.
I've got to
Lichten
play
is right in view in the distance there.
Oh, I have to play my computer games, Father. You
Fine,
understand. It's not a phase.
My parents give it enough seriousness that I'm kind of shocked sometimes.
Drive-through penalty for Alex Moore for an unsafe rejoin.
Every time he says
We're
it, I'm like,
also gonna come to
please.
Code 80 in 10 seconds. Code 80 in 10 seconds.
Alex Moore caused that.
Gavin Moore, isn't it?
5,
Alex Moore.
4,
Two more.
Oh,
Yeah.
there's
2.
They're running 9
One.
and 10. And
Code
9th and 10th, and I can't figure it out. My parents
Connor Callison is off the track currently, so I don't know what happened there.
So it was Alex Moore, Alex. Alex said it was Alex Moore, right?
Oh, right. I don't know. I
Yeah,
didn't hear
he
properly.
did. He said Alex Moore.
town.
My parents are surprisingly supportive of the sim racing thing, and I don't know why. I think because I kind of have this. Oh wow! I have 3 tabs of Twitter open. I didn't even realise. I do that sometimes. That they kind of. I think they appreciate that I kind of have to do a lot of the sim racing stuff to get followers for the karting stuff. So I think they think that's going to help some way.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Well,
I'm
you're
mostly
also
doing it.
passionate about something, so that's always good.
Yeah,
right?
I guess. I suppose I should do it for the fun of it, really. Though I don't really.
At least your parents aren't like, "What is this sim racing crap? Is this from Satan?"
Yes. Well, to be fair, my dad is a racing fan himself, so he kind of.
I think all our
Kind of
dads are kind of
understands
that.
So
Well,
here we
that way
are,
the dad
just
comes in
watching
the
the
room, you know,
replay of
diving,
Alex
he's like, "What are
Moore,
you
so
doing?"
we can see what's the Val? That's the Connor Callison exiting the pits just in front of him, and he just drives into the back of Connor. Just straight up, just drove into the back of him.
Jeez.
And then he just gets going again, and then we go over to Connor. He gets back on the track. That car's a bit damaged, I think. Comes out in front of a car, but nothing too bad there. All right.
Overall, got off quite lucky there. I find with my dad, he'll find me playing racing games at like 12 o'clock, and it won't be get off of the computer. It's 12 o'clock. It's what are you driving? Can I have a go?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it depends on the racing series for sure. I've got that sure people are like, "Oh, what's that?"
Yeah. I think my room is into a obscure part of the house for people to bother me like that.
Oh, same.
Okay, drivers, we're coming back to green in 10 seconds. Back to green in
So-
10 seconds.
Half an hour.
Sometimes I feel sorry for my neighbours, but then again, I feel like talking at this volume isn't actually going to do much harm.
Yeah.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
Maybe if someone was dive bombing in the bus stop on the last lap of Daytona, it'd be a different story. But you know.
So, here we sit. Hey, Nick. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Not a lot of... It's half an hour left for Zagordniev to try and get back to second over Lichten. Lichten trying to hold on to second after just getting completely demolished by a prototype.
6-second gap, that's very close.
Yeah, 6 seconds, half an hour. It's completely doable, but you do need to have the pace. Even 3/10 a lap is enough at this point if you keep it up, as we see Callison get off line a bit trying to get around Zagordniev. Here we go. Final half hour of VISC Season 1. What a way to close this season. A battle for GTLM second place. I'll take it. And we get to watch the most attractive Aston Martin to ever grace the virtual roads of Atlanta.
Yeah, it's crazy nice.
I mean, they always say, all the console players, yeah, but R-Factor 2 hasn't got very good graphics.
Okay, drivers, we come to code 80
Oh, here we
in
go
10
again.
seconds. Code 80 in 10 seconds, no overtaking.
The thing I'm dreading is that there's like a 1/10 gap.
5, 4,
It
3,
was an LMP2 of DPI.
1. Code 80 enforced.
I'm dreading there being a
I'd have
1/10
been-
gap for like P2 or something, and
Yeah.
we have to go to code 80.
Might have been Rob Gibson.
He was Gibson?
One of those cars. A bit more. One of those. They were.
Because Schoenemann has a similar livery to Gibson, at least I find I sometimes get them confused, but let's
Nah,
find out.
shoot him in.
See, people complain about R-Factor 2 graphics. What they should really be complaining about is this replay system. Yep, you're right. It was Gibson. Oh, geez, that was a
Oh wow.
big knock.
Yeah. That's the kind of thing that, again, in sim racing, only in sim racing do you.
Whoop.
Oh, he's just come out of the pits as well. That's such a shame.
No,
He
it's
just got in the car.
Yeah. See if we can tower. Let's go over to this. So this is the replay here. He's just getting out of the pits. Is Rob, fresh tires.
Cold tires as well, more
Yeah.
importantly.
User joined your channel.
There we go.
Oh, hello, Tommy.
Good morning.
Good morning. enjoying.
You're that kid at the sleepover who's he's dropped on the curb again. Oh, that happens all the time.
Oh, and then he gets side-swiped.
Shouldn't that happen? That's not how cars work.
Yeah. What? What? Okay, I didn't hit the replay button. It just reset like that. That was weird.
Okay, back to green in 10 seconds.
So it looks
5,
like we've
4,
had some more dropouts.
3, 2, 1, green flag.
The leader of the race, Tommy, got net coded and lost his retire. So Alex reset them to be nice, and now they are running third.
Oh,
and a lap down.
Oh, nightmare.
Yeah.
Not great for them, but in more important news, Liam Donahoe is very happy at your comments and would like to offer you some merchandise.
And then Lucas Licton pulled off the undercut of the century and is now P2 in GTLM. Literally undercut him the lap before. Crazy.
I want to say it's Lucas Lichton, who does VEC Division 2 with DDF Racer, who's a YouTuber. Daniel Finney, I think you'd probably know him as. I don't even know his username. But yeah, I think he does VEC. So he gets his VEC races watched by like 60 people. Or something stupid like that.
The VEC stuff gets like not a lot of live viewers, but then when you see the playbacks, they're incredible. They're like tens of thousands. It's weird.
VEC, I have to say, VEC Le Mans is like, for the last couple of years, it's like basically the only sim race I will actually watch, and watch almost as much as actual Le Mans.
Yeah. I just miss the days when like Jimmy Broadbent in it, if only because there was a personality I cared about in the race. Now it's like I don't know anybody. They're just there's abstract people.
It's the production quality that makes me laugh. Like, I mean, as as kind of is good production quality, but the resources the VEC have to put into their broadcasts make the production quality so good.
Yeah.
Was that the one where they had the kind of like random, or not random, but there was like the guy waving the flag?
No, that was the official WEC event. That was week. That was actually the week after VEC.
Ah, right, okay. Because that even that with like obviously, I mean they ran it with a full race control and everything as well, and that wasn't perfect.
That wasn't perfect, but VEC's kind of it makes me. I enjoy watching it because it is the best drivers in R Factor 2 doing Le Mans. And it's awesome to watch.
I really think Studio 397 should do what iRacing does and just engineer a bunch of those throughout the year. Like, do Bathurst, do Le Mans, do Daytona, do Sebring. Have a bunch, try to have a bunch of those events. Because R Factor 2 is the premier endurance racing sim to me.
Unfortunately, I think that's the way it's going. But I think there's something about VEC Le Mans that makes it so that, I don't know, there's kind of a, it sounds stupid, but there's kind of a prestige to it.
Yeah.
That, like, you've won VEC Le Mans. It is probably one of the most difficult races to win in sim racing.
Do you know what? You're angling for a virtual triple crown.
I am. That's exactly what I'm doing. I mean, the thing is, we've got two of them. We've got FSR Monaco, and we've got VEC Le Mans, and they're both official series. Where's the Indianapolis 500?
I would imagine that would be on iRacing because of the oval stuff is quite good fun, but it's so toxic.
I think Studio 397 also needs to go back, get a modern IndyCar, make sure Oval AI works. Yeah, I think
Oval AI does not work. The NASCAR AI is fine, but the IndyCar AI is so stupid, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, I think if they go back and they I could imagine them spending 6 months at some point going back, getting a modern IndyCar, getting the Oval AI fixed.
Yeah, but it'll be behind a paywall and it'll be annoying.
Yeah, that's the downside.
It's always behind a paywall. That's the gripe with Studio 397.
They want to be iRacing, but they don't have any of the things that make iRacing to be able to justify it.
I understand you've got to make money, but don't make us pay for everything, please. I already paid for the game.
Yeah. but you know, see, a car they shouldn't have made people pay for is the Radical, I think. To me, the Radical's the kind of car that you don't want people to have to pay for.
Because no one uses it.
Especially when you've got it for, like, I know there's Sean Clark does the mods for, or him and his team, they do the mods for Assetto Corsa, and they're free to download, and the Radical's brilliant fun. And it's just one of these things where there's so many. Obviously, again, the issue with people buying a car for Assetto Corsa, but then also like ripping it off and saying that it's their own. It's a whole kind of murky, kind of strange world of these mods and copies and things, and I think the guys that are doing like good work, they should be able to charge for it, but like it shouldn't be too expensive, if that makes sense.
I think that the way I was getting into R-Factor 2 kind of June last year. I mean, obviously I'd been doing, my team had been driving in there for about a year. Probably about 8 months, and we're getting to June, and I'm like, I want to get into R-Factor 2 now. I've got my PC's finally good enough. I'm going to get into R-Factor 2, and I ended up in the last 6 months. I ended up spending about £100 just getting the DLC that I need.
Yeah.
It's like every bit of you know, every like £5 that's donated to the stream ends up going to R-Factor 2.
Yeah, I think, like, to me, I have no issue with them charging for content. I think they need to be more race room than iRacing, though, I guess is kind of what I'm feeling.
Yeah.
Because I think there's not enough here yet for it to be iRacing. Unless you hyper-specifically want to do sports car racing. Yeah.
Competition system's good, but it's not good enough yet. I think they... And they're gonna hate me saying it. I think they need to scrap the competition system and redo it completely. I think it's not. I don't think it's good. It's not good. It's not really fun either. I think that what the competition system should be, it should be more like the iRacing one. You've got your lower tier, and you can kind of just dip in and out. I don't like the idea that you have to A, pay for all the content, and B.
See, that's why I think it would have been good to have a free Radical series as the thing that gets you into the competitions. Like, if you think about it that way, a Radical series that runs base tracks to get people invested. Or if you have a license system, too, you need to do the Radical series to even have the license to do the paid content. So really,
I agree with that, yeah.
And then, from there, you could move into the F4s, and there's some DLC track. And then yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, TeamSpeak lags just always completely makes me cut people off. I think though the thing that makes me R-Factor 2 has always been about its leagues. That's the thing. It's about the communities. I think the second you have the iRacing system of how iRacing does their Le Mans and stuff, kind of ruins it, because in R-Factor 2, if you win VISC Le Mans, you've basically won the pinnacle of R-Factor 2.
Yeah.
Whereas you don't. I just think that's the challenge. Like, the challenge of R-Factor 2 is getting to that through the league system.
Yeah.
Like the kind of unofficial league system.
I think there's something that the way that the league systems are working, and to a certain extent some of the communities, is just kind of that recognition of like people that have won these big events, because like you don't really remember like who wins them, because it's so kind of accessible. There's not that kind of like credibility of the win, if you know what I mean. Like, if somebody said to you, "Oh yeah,"
see, that would be interesting then, is if on top of the competition system, you had a leagues tab that showed you all the leagues, all the like recognized Studio 397 recognizes the league, and hopefully Studio 397 would be too elitist in it, and they'd say EERC, VMG, VISC, we recognize you as leagues. And it's totally acceptable if they tell us that, like, you are a B licensed league, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I would accept that.
Yeah, I'd accept that.
And then then if you do that, and there's a way to sign up for leagues through the game, or like direct you to signing up for leagues through the game, I think that would be really a good way to support the existing system.
That would be a perfect way to do it, because for me, obviously, VEC is in a way, you've got that system already. It's just not in the game. It's kind of outside.
Mhm.
Like, you don't just sign up for VEC.
Yeah.
It's you kind of like, you can't just walk into VEC Division 1 because, I mean, I'd say there's probably 2 drivers in this entire field that's good enough for that.
Yeah.
Not naming any names. Ernest. But Ernest is banned for VEC, actually.
Yeah. That's funny. See, what you could do even is you could even come up with a system where, like, VISC, first place in VISC is worth so many points towards your entrance into VEC. Or getting the license you need to get into VEC.
A bit like the Formula 1 Super License.
Yeah, like, this is like, winning VISC is like winning an F2. You could say that.
Maybe more integration with the teams as well.
Yeah.
I think it's...
Because I think it would give the really good teams in VEC more interest in these lower level leagues. And I think it would help some of the teams in the lower level leagues actually work their ways up to being good big teams.
Encouraging people to, stay with the team. But I think the problem you've got there is, legally speaking,
yeah,
Studio 397 cannot recognise VISC because we run things like Belle-Isle, which aren't strictly, even though they're on Workshop, and they can allow them on Workshop, but they're not strictly recognised. They're not legally allowed to say that they're in the game.
Yeah. Okay, so what about the Alpine, though? The Alpine's a mod, and it's in the competition system.
That's because it's a licensed car from Alpine, from the mod racers, from the mod creators. That's the problem.
That's fair.
And that annoys me, because they were basically asked about introducing a system like what we just mentioned, where they're like, doing all the... I think it's just a bit of a cop-out. They could easily do that if they wanted to.
So, side note here while we're talking about off-topic things. Zagordniev has brought Lichten within 4 seconds now.
I mean, interesting 15 minutes for sure.
Yeah. Got some work to do. Perez, unfortunately, just got into that car for Vrak. If he had the time, he has closed the gap quite a lot, but he's got so much work to do. That spin Vrak had and lost 10-20 seconds there, that really put him out of this.
This is when that annoys you. That 10 seconds that seems inconsequential really gets you.
Yeah.
And that's when after the race you start thinking, what have I done that for? Everyone's on softs as well now. That's different to what it was at the start of the race when some people were running mediums. Everyone's now on softs and everyone's pushing to the end now. And but yeah, I think it's completely possible for Studio 397 to introduce something like that. I just think it's the R Factor platform really that's the problem. I think it's, whilst they've been given the engine and everything to work with, it would take so much for them to adapt this to that, that system to this, that it would just be, I don't know, I guess it's a pipe dream really, and it would be amazing, and it would be like the best simulator ever.
Yeah.
But it's, and plus, what you forget, iRacing has seasons, if I'm correct. I've never done it, but they have seasons that last, is it 3 months?
Something like that.
Something like that. It's like every quarter, yeah, so, yeah.
Whereas our seasons
you know
last...
what, I'll go and check. Why
it's
not?
like, we don't have, like, VEC isn't, Series 8, or Series 1, 2021.
Yeah.
VEC, I suppose they run through the winter, don't they? So it's, it is actually VEC 2021 or ERC 2021.
Yeah.
So sorry guys, I'm just gonna have to butt in here. Liam's in the chat at the moment and he's just saying Tommy's just went down in my estimation. Oval is fun. I never said that Oval wasn't fun. I said it was toxic. Like Arca breaks, man. Anyway.
I think R Factor kind of has the more structure. R Factor has the most European system in the world. It's like, if there's the I don't know what, I can't pinpoint the stereotype, but if there's the stereotype of this is the European sim, this is the American sim, they fit the bill
yellow
perfectly.
in sector 1. I think somebody off at the chicane, but they're rolling again. One of the DPIs.
And I really apologise to Americans for what I'm about to say, but you've got iRacing, quick seasons, relatively quick progression. R Factor 2, slow seasons, takes a couple of years to get to the top.
Yeah. I also think it's what is it? I feel like Race Room is European iRacing. I think R Factor actually is fairly transatlantic. So I just think like something I've noticed though. This is me talking about the thing I've been hinting at, but keep not actually directly talking about. But I've been talking to a lot of the American and Canadian sort of team bosses as of late within VISC and ERC, and they end up coming to these European leagues because the American scene in R Factor 2 is so different. It's so much more casual in comparison to anything you're getting in the European leagues.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think for Americans, iRacing is where it's at, but for Europeans, this is really our sim, I'd say. This is the European sim, the go-to. I for like, and as well in a way, I'd say it's the most. R Factor 2 is probably the most faithful recreation of real-life motorsport in that you can't just jump in. You have to. There has to be some form of progression. Like you kind of have to do something like EERC before you jump into VEC.
Yeah. Woof! Somebody spun there. That was that Mason there? That wasn't Mason. I keep thinking everything's Mason. Poor man. Keep dunking on him. It was Mason. Okay, never mind. Not poor man. Didn't hit anything though, I don't think. 10 minutes to go. Mason's underway, nice and safe. Then taking one out.
I don't think he's not going to catch Lichten. There's no way.
No, like they're too similar on times.
Yeah. No one's going to catch anybody.
But it's definitely an interesting conversation to have, and I don't think Studio 397. Oh dear.
What?
Oh, I just saw the replay of the Porsche.
Oh.
I was crabbing for a second. I forgot that wasn't the live picture. Anyway.
Yeah.
Keep looking at the broadcast for the splits, and then I have to look at the confusing system. 9 minutes to go. I think it's been a very, very good race. I think it really summarises VISC quite nicely. Actually, the race in the end.
Yeah. It's not been quite as dumb as some races have been. It didn't have the dramatic ending Watkins-Glen had, but it's just been good. There's been some good battles, some good drama.
It's been a good, proper endurance race. It really has.
Lots of drama at the start.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, of course.
So here's a tough one for you. What's your favorite memory from this season? Like one event that stuck out in your mind from all this.
It's interesting. That's a good question. That's a good question.
For me, it's when the car was stopped on track and we went and we thought that the driver had gone into the toilet.
I'd say for me it's got to be.
Yeah, it was on
America.
track forever. That's...
What race was that again?
I can't remember.
12 hours.
Sebring.
He stopped to go to the toilet. That was very funny.
Yeah, I remember that.
For me, it's a close call between the entirety of Road America, purely because of how fun that race was to commentate.
Yeah, that was really good.
You know, there were so many good. That was a good race in terms of an actual race. We had Mika Hakimi have an absolute storming drive. You know, and then we got a lot of praise as well afterwards. I got multiple DMs. I'll have you know, Chris, saying that our commentary was very good.
Yeah.
And I thought, what are you on about? Anyway, but it also has to be a close call between that and there was something at I can't remember what I was going to say. It was something at like Sebring. There was a pretty funny. Oh yes, car crabbing down the straight, and Alex shouts at Chris. He goes, "Chris, can you not see that effing car crabbing down the straight?" I don't know if anyone remembers that.
I remember that. You're like bringing back memories. This is great. I'm like remembering events that snuck out of my mind.
God, these things are like 5 months ago. It's insane.
Yeah.
That was like October.
Yeah, jeez. I really hope the events are more tightly packed together next
October
season.
The 10th.
Yeah. Wow.
I wish we had more endurance rounds, like, or more of a, you know, went a bit off the.
That's something I think that's going to happen next season. Is it will just be more like America's tracks.
Half and half.
Yeah, I think he said it was going to be like half and half, and it's America's instead of like IMSA calendar. That being said, I want Detroit again. Detroit was fun, even though there was a lot of Code 80s.
I think Detroit would have been fun if it wasn't for the fact of the rain.
Yeah, I think the rain ruined the energy. What was your biggest thing you look back, Tommy?
well, kind of with me kind of dipping in and out of this, it's quite hard to say because it was obviously Road America I missed, but it's like I say, I can remember the Daytona from before, but that was ages ago now.
Yeah.
And it was more Daytona when it started to rain, and it just really kind of like changed the whole dynamics of the race, and that was just like such a crazy thing. And this week when it was the build up, and you guys were there was a couple of folk talking about the weather. And I thought this was going to be another one where there was going to be the rain through the night. And it was same at Sebring as well, where there was just so much rain.
Yeah.
I think that's been one of the biggest kind of things detracting from the series, actually, in terms of the driving. I don't think necessarily all these drivers have been that poor. I think it's the fact that because it's a winter series, there's been so much rain involved.
Yeah.
That's just natural. But I think one of my biggest regrets is actually not getting a proper entry list, like a proper car together for this.
Yeah.
I think if I did it again, I'd probably commit more to the commentary and have someone else drive my car.
Yeah. How about you, Matt? What's your best memory from VISC Season 1?
I was going to say I really liked the 12 hours of Sebring race. How that does for racing. I also really liked the Glen.
Yeah.
The Glen was a good event, actually.
Yeah, it was really good. I don't know if it specifically. I like the whole events. I do like Alex calling people disgraceful.
Absolutely disgraceful, yeah.
The good thing about Alex is it's not like somebody shouting at you. It's like your mum or dad being a bit disappointed with you.
I was actually at Lime Rock. I've never actually been glad that my car's DNF'd, but I'm so glad I didn't have to drive that race because I was not confident at all in the track or the car, and like I was just terrified that Alex was going to shout at me. And I've been shouted at Alex before.
Yeah.
Shouted at on my brain. It's 1 a.m. Alex has shouted at me before. It's not a very fun experience.
Yeah. I think for me, there's like 3 big events that stick out to me. One of them was final lap of Watkins Glen, when the GRG got taken out by, I think it was the RE Racing Mazda, who was for like the final position on the podium. That was a great moment. That was so exciting.
Like the last 2 corners, something like that.
Yeah. Another big one was Lime Rock, when Jeff Close there at the end. That was pretty wild. I don't think he won that race though. I think he binned it like right before the end, right before he won. That was pretty dramatic. And then there was that whole stint I remember at Sebring we did with Jose. He was only there for that stint. He's never commentated outside of Sebring. But that's when we got the absolutely disgraceful line from Alex. Yeah. But that whole stint with Jose was so much fun because it was just so much like...
He coined the Funfetti Ferrari.
He coined Funfetti Ferrari, yeah.
They've DNF'd, haven't they, Funfetti Ferrari?
Yeah. That was great.
I think the whole kind of theme of this season has been the most casual R Factor league that's also the most professionally run, if you know what I mean. Like, it's probably the most, the league with the kind of the most so-called privateers, where you've got the small teams, and yet it's also almost as professionally run as something like EERC.
Yeah. Also, Jeff Close just wants me to correct. Jeff Close went from 34th to 4th. That's what I was thinking of when I said his name.
Yeah.
It was someone else who binned it at Lime Rock.
Danny
right
Robbins.
It was Danny. Danny Robbins binned it there, but someone else under Code 8.
The whole race, and he crashed and lost his back tire and was out with like 20 minutes to go or something crazy.
Somebody else on the last lap under Code 80 crashed. They crashed under Code 80 in a podium position.
Oh yeah, because they were watching them fight the whole race.
Yeah. And then it looked like
Code 80, and then one of them crashed into Code 80.
Oh, that's when you uninstall the game and don't play it again. That's when you just go and play Candy Crush or something because sim racing isn't working out for you.
Yeah.
I mean, we've all had spins under Code 80 at some point in our career. And so cool.
Oof, Alexei Zgordnev is starting to just
I've
cut every corner now.
TLM teams, the GT, and the LMP2 and DPI teams discuss how blue flags are supposed to be run.
Yeah.
I probably...
It was Dom Bassell under Code 80, Jeff Close is telling me, who's binned it.
Yeah.
I still think the most wholesome moment of the whole series was RE Racing's podium. That's an interesting line that Zara took on the stream a few minutes ago.
Yep. He's pushing. It's 3 seconds. He's going to wish there was another hour, not another minute in this race. But let's take this last lap here with Patrick Silvassi, who's been a real force in this race.
But he has won it, and it's been a stormy drive. Probably a little bit lucky, but look, these were quite an endurance race.
Yeah.
You've got to have some luck in an endurance race.
Anyway, I am not looking forward to tomorrow when I wake up and read about 5 paragraphs.
Oh, somebody off in the grass.
Oh, someone's missing the rear wing there.
It's a Val.
How many wings is that? Like 17?
Yeah, I stopped counting after my. Is it Calvin?
After the whole series, I think the team wing museum
Connor
was like
Callison.
130 wings.
Has he got all 4 wheels on the car as well? Because it seems to be really, really hugging
All right,
that
here
wall.
comes Silvassi rounding for the last lap.
Last lap of the VISC season.
Was Silvassi
Give it all to Patrick Silvassi. Somebody off. Man, cars are just falling apart.
It's enough to make a grown man cry, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did Silvassi win the opening race? Am I right with that?
I know Mugen won it. But it was a bit of an anticlimax, that whole Daytona, though, I have to say.
Yeah. There wasn't enough cars. I think Daytona Season 2 will be great, because there'll be a lot of cars.
If there is a Daytona Season 2.
There will be. There has to be. You can't do this kind of series and not have a 24 hours of Daytona.
I think it's going to be a bit weird. I would rather that be at the end of next season, purely because everyone's just done ERC Daytona. Even in August, I don't think people want to go through that again.
It'll be VISC Daytona. It's inherently... It'll just be better. It'll be DPIs. It'll make the whole experience worth it.
Of course, it'll be completely better. But I mean, the pain I have from that race.
The more cars, the better. That's what we need.
Yeah, nothing against VISC, but the pain I have from ERC Daytona is just I'm Daytona'd out at the minute.
So here we go.
Silvassi coming over.
Silvassi with the win for Mugen. There you go, folks.
That is the biggest anticlimax in all of racing.
Come on, you're a commentator. You're supposed to big it up and not kind of...
I've never seen anything like this.
That's better, Tom.
So that's
meanwhile, in LMP2, another drive that was pretty uneventful, but impressive, if only because it was so uneventful.
You say it was uneventful, but
Zoltan Verkani. Mugen winning LMP2 and DPI. And in GT...
16 cars did not finish this race. Uneventful, you say?
Wait. Okay, and Martin Militai picking up... So Mugen won in every category, guys. That's the kind of ending we just had.
Mugen won DPI, LMP2, and GTLM.
I have no idea. I haven't heard of Mugen in any other series, apart from ERC. And yet they just... I hadn't heard of them or anything. And yet they just come and storm and win everything they touch.
The only other series I've seen them in is Gem, which is the people who make the are making the GT4s and made the what is it? The DP, the LA. Yeah, it was an LMP1 car they just recently released. It's the only time.
Congrats to Patrick Silvassi getting the race win, and Zoltan Barkani. Congrats to you as well. And congrats to the other Mugen of Martin Militai. What a podium that's going to be.
Yeah.
Many
champagne tonight.
Many a shoey.
Many a shoey.
They just swept the race.
Yeah.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, and thank you so much, everyone, for such an amazing season. It hasn't been the easiest by any means, but, you know, it's really nice to finish on such a high. Congrats for the 16 for taking the final win of the season, big one, and also for the triple in DPI. Congrats on the 22 for the title in the Endurance Series as well, again, for the triple in LMP2. And in GTLM, congratulations to the 75, the GRG Esports car, for taking the overall championship. And congratulations to the 88 Mugen Aston Martin for the title in GTLM Endurance. Honestly, it's been an amazing season, and I can't thank you all enough for being here, and it means a lot. We'll see you guys for the off-season event. The sign-ups for that will come out soon. You're all welcome to do donuts when you want. But yeah, you guys are amazing, and thank you so much. That's me signing off after an amazing season. Good night.
It sounds like he's about to cry.
I think after this race, he's seen some things.
Yeah.
He's either incredibly drunk or about to cry.
Probably both, because one and the other kind of influence each other.
Oh, that was
Yeah.
donut fail.
Let's see who's around. P2, woo. Yeah.
This is when they realise they haven't found a traction control button, so they.
I don't know what to say. I don't think I've ever actually won anything in my life, but I'll be honest.
Congratulations, because got the overall victory, right? The overall championship.
I
Big
said
belt.
it before, and I'll say it again. If we couldn't bring the car home, we were gonna sure as hell try to bring it home, and it means a lot to me. I know we didn't have a lot of things go our way. Definitely the highlight was the 75 winning my home race in Mid Ohio. That was really damn cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. I think we deserved the podium today. Had a chance to get the podium with both cars, but didn't go our way. But I think we got what we deserved overall.
I mean, you can't get much more than the championship, can you? You're probably one of the teams that really deserved it as well. You beat out AFP, and by 4 points. That is really insane. You definitely deserve it out of everyone.
I mean, for a team that is so highly regarded, for them to cheat to try and beat us. And let's be honest, at Daytona, you guys couldn't even say what our name truly was, but
Yeah. We know your name now, Derek. We know it now.
For this being our real, true, long-time series. God. Mike, John, Case, Thomas, Ethan, Danilo, Dom, Julian, Ramiro. God, I hope I didn't leave anybody out, but they all contributed to all of the success.
I mean, I'm looking through the standings, and the people you've the people you've been beating, you've beaten the likes of. In fact, you've got a 1-2 in the championship. You've beaten the likes of AFP. You've beaten Mugen. You've beaten Ground Effect. All these massive kind of names. 360 Motorsports as well. All these pretty large names in the kind of R Factor 2 endurance scene. You've beaten them over a season.
That's what we do. We try to stay out of trouble, try to make the least amount of mistakes. Unfortunately, some issues are obviously not caused by our own, but we tried hard. We did it. We did it. Sorry.
That's good. That's good.
Don't apologise, dude. I mean,
It's been a long year with everything going on.
We believe it. We believe it. Well, you know what? We'll let you celebrate with your team.
I honestly wish I was getting a trophy to put on my computer.
Well, make sure it's a bloody big one.
Yeah.
Current reigning VISC champions, GRG.
Yeah.
We'll be even bigger next year.
I
Now you
believe
got
it.
now you got that target, so you got that extra fun pressure on you.
I think with the last few rounds, I think we've had the target on our back for a while, actually.
I know. Now you guys get to sit back and enjoy the champagne.
I actually gave up alcohol for Lent, so I'll be drinking a Heineken 0.0.
Just pretend.
I think they might be able to allow you an exception on this occasion.
Thanks for the broadcast, guys. Thanks for Alex putting up with everything. We appreciate the professionalism that you guys have bestowed upon the series. We look forward for the next one.
Yeah.
Thanks
Thank
very
you.
much, Derek. Have a great day, man. Congratulations.
Wow.
I mean,
You know what was just
I
so
have to-
perfect is when I noticed I'd screwed up when Derek first came in. When I fixed it, it was just a video. It's like this little black box of just the GRG car celebrating the whole time Derek was talking.
Now, I have to take back when I said that the RE Racing podium was the most wholesome moment of the
User was
series.
moved out of your
Yeah.
channel. User was moved to your
I
channel.
have to say this probably takes the cake. Derek crying about winning the championship. I mean, that is probably the most wholesome thing I have ever
Yeah.
experienced.
Well, we got another
That's
champion in here, in Patrick
Hey.
Silvassi.
Good evening. Good night.
Good night.
evening. It's actually 2 a.m. 2 a.m. So, yeah.
Yeah. It's late.
Yes.
How you doing, man?
I'm feeling okay.
Just won the race and you're just feeling just okay?
I mean, I wasn't even told that we are actually gonna win the race. After, like, basically the story is, when I've jumped in first, I had to drive with 100% force feedback.
Yeah, we remember that.
So it only lasted 3 laps, so I had to adjust the settings. So we lost 30 seconds or more. So we very lap down, and then we somehow managed to win. I mean, yeah. It's really weird because I actually haven't thought that I'm gonna win. We are gonna win this, not me, obviously my team. So yeah, we did really come back after what happened in the first hours. So yeah.
Yeah, that was a rough start, but you pulled it through. And also,
Yeah.
you're the champion in DPI, so you're the overall VISC champions. That's pretty.
Yeah.
That's a accomplishment there.
Yeah. I can put this to my CV.
Yeah. Hire me for nuclear physicists. Reasons. 1 VISC championship.
Gonna run to Mercedes F1 and be like, you can hire me because I want VISC.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking the differences. You've got one person that's wanting to get a trophy and fire it like sort of really emotional, and then you've got another that's just like the sort of
I wanna
the
go
Kimi
to bed,
Räikkönen. Yeah, okay, whatever.
Also, it's a very different time of day for Derek McCord's in California, so it's like middle of the day for Derek. He ain't got nothing to do. For poor Patrick Silvassi, it's been nighttime for some time.
Yeah, it's 2 a.m. Almost 2:30.
Jeez. Well, I hope to have you at Daytona next year, next year in the fall, Patrick. It'll be great to have you guys. Yeah, that'll be great.
I'm and just a spoiler, I'm really looking forward to the classic Sebrings. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna do it.
Yeah, that'll also be great. Well, I do not want to hold you from going to bed too long, so if you want to run away, I will not be offended.
Yeah. Okay. So thanks, guys, and thanks for everything. Thank you for having this awesome commentary to the whole season. So yeah, thank you very much.
Let's go, champ. Let's go, champ.
You have a good one, man.
Yeah. Cheers, guys. Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Someone's been practicing.
Hey, how did you party your championship win? I went to bed.
I went to bed.
It is true though. Derek gets it. Derek's like, I'm getting an entire trophy. It's all wholesome. The Patrick's like, yeah, we won it.
Yeah. I'm gonna ask.
Rock and roll right there.
Yeah. I'm gonna poke one more person, and then we can give our final goodbyes. I might drag up Alex into here also at some point.
Oh yeah, we gotta get Alex on interview on the stream.
Yeah.
I think Alex probably broken down into just sleeping now, and we won't see him for another 3 days.
I think it's copious drinking.
Yeah. I know he was in the Epic Racing channel there, but the moment I scrolled past and looked back, he was gone. And
it should be mentioned. Us at the VISC do not support excessive alcohol drinking. We just will laugh at people when they do.
I just like to think that Alex is hanging out his window, just kind of trying to direct traffic, and he's like telling like code 80s to like people driving in the street.
That would be hilarious.
to the Corsa that's just gone 5 mile an hour over the speed limit. That is disgusting.
Disgusting display of driving.
Yeah. I must say though, like during the stream and during the race, I was kind of saying about like how casual things, and like I've never actually heard somebody so emotional winning, and I think that like Derek and Patrick winning there, although they were very different, you can see the effort that they're putting in and how much it means them, especially Derek. I mean, it obviously means the world to him at the moment, and it shows what it's I mean, that is the wholesome thing, that why we are all doing some racing in my mind, just to kind of like bring everything together and like, you know, kind of have that kind of like, yeah, just really amazing kind of to be even just in the booth, just listening to that. It was incredible, and absolutely incredible.
And whilst it is a more, you know, we say it's more of a casual series, we don't mean it is in that people are taking the mick and it is a joke. We mean that, you know, we mean that it's the kind of series where you don't, you know, you don't have to, you know, you don't have to, you have to put effort in, and you can see how much effort is from the sheer emotion that Derek has put in there. But you know, what we mean is you don't have the, you don't have the intense kind of lap times and things like that. But still, the effort that these teams have to put in to win the championship is so commendable and so impressive that it's, you know, it's, you have to respect them for it.
Okay.
User was moved to your channel.
It's the Iris squad with Jeff Close and Lucas Lichten. You guys had an amazing back half of that race. How are you guys feeling after that, getting into P2?
It was a bit of a drive.
I believe it. That was crazy to watch. Yeah, we missed your last pit stop, so we were afraid you had to pit again. And then we were like arguing over how RaceView works to see if you guys had made it or not.
I heard.
Yeah, RaceView can be a bit confusing because it lists the current stint as the last one.
Yeah.
That gets slightly, but all 3 cars, so the GRG, not the GRG, the second Mugen, and the Lynx car, and us pitted all under the same code 80 at about like 46 minutes to go, something like that.
About that, yeah.
Yeah, it was really lucky for us because like we had like 3 laps of fuel left, and those guys would have gone like 8 laps longer than us. So it's like if we had to pit on the green and they get in a code 80, that would have gone really badly. So we had some luck there. That done, but like after that, that wasn't like the race done yet because those guys, I don't know what they did because they came in after the code 80 again.
They came in right at the, yeah.
They did another pit stop. It's like, and then came out like 7 seconds behind us. It's like, okay.
Yeah, and they got it into like 4.5 seconds at one point, but then it fell back again. Like
that was mostly because we got held up traffic big time.
Yeah. So what was kind of your thinking though when you saw that gap with like 2 hours left? Were you just steely resolve, I'm gonna get that? Were you saying like we'll just see what happens? What was your kind of thought process?
I mean, this started like about 3 hours to go when I got into the car. We were basically fighting them already at that point for position. And yeah, just going back and forth, and like I had gotten past them, but then we pitted multiple times, both of us, to get onto the fresh tires. It was a fairly intense battle, and then one time through the final corner, a DPI decided, "Hey, I'm going to pass you," and it's like, "Okay, fine, this works." And he's like, "No, I'm not going to pass you, but I'm passing you." "No, I'm not going to pass you." So. And then I'm losing control and crashing you out of the road.
Yeah.
Like, there is nothing totally wrong with passing in that corner. It's totally possible, but it's just he was half committed to it and then lost control over his own car.
Yeah.
And when you slow down that much, I cannot not completely slow down either to disappear as well. So it's like, if he would have committed, he would have slowed in front of me. It's like, just.
Well, yeah,
there's weird behavior from that car in general. It's like,
yeah,
things happen.
There's a lot of drama around that.
Somehow, with my push to talk, disabled my headlights, so I got DQ'd. We got un-DQ'd, lost a lap through that, and it's just like, okay, I have now 10 seconds behind me a Mugen car, and I have to survive.
Yeah.
And the thing about Lucas here in the race was, we didn't even have him signed up for the car before the race.
Oh, jeez.
Because he wasn't. He had another race going on today, but I think that was. What happened with that race, Lucas?
Yeah, but, I would have driven in the EES Championship, 12 hours of Daytona, and about 15 minutes into the race, when he started the car, coming out of the bus stop, a GT had spun. Our car drove to the right and avoided the accident, and another LMP2 and GT went to the left, and those two collided. The GT speared off to the right and just T-boned us and car total damage.
Oh, that sucks.
So I think Lucas had like 30 minutes or an hour of practice.
Yeah, I mean, I had quite a bit of time, but like I didn't put that much.
Yeah, I mean,
time onto the
it's normal
track
for you,
because it
but
got at some point stupid.
and this boy is just on pace instantly.
Yeah, man, you got some mad drivers in your camp, Jeff, I guess.
I do, luckily.
Well, I'm glad you got to race in the more prestigious event. No, I'm joking.
At least they got to race.
Yeah, that's the plus side.
At least I got to race a bit, and got to help out the team here. Yeah, it was definitely a hard drive. It's like, but yeah, when I got into the car actually clicked with me. It's like, it's pretty unusual. Since they did, how long has it been? It's like 1.5 years probably, nearly. When they did for the RF24, the BOP update for the GTs, the first BOP update that changed the physics completely of the car and made them undrivable for me. So I had driven them a couple of times after that, but I couldn't really get to the handling. And like when I first drove the car for practice again, it's like, yeah,
oh god, what is
it's a bit
this?
fishy. it's still a bit fishy, but when I fabbed around with a couple of other cars to just kill some time, got into it with like an hour to go before I get into the car. I put in another like 15 laps, and it's like, yeah, this works. And with a rubber dent track, this worked like pretty well. The car was pretty nice to drive.
Yeah, well, you proved your point. You proved that point throughout the race, you were on fire. The whole team was on fire. The Iris car was really fast. And yeah, you got a P2 for your trouble, so great work.
Again.
Wait.
P2 again.
Yeah, I know. One day you'll get
this car had 2 races. P2 both times.
Yep. Hey, if you do that all year, you'll definitely win the championship. Given that's how that seems to be
that's
the
curse of
yeah.
Team Iris. It's
What
our
is it with Iris and finishing P2?
Yeah, that's our curse. We can't finish P1. We keep finishing P2.
Yeah.
I finished P2 for the only race I did.
I know. That was the closest we ever got to P1, I think.
I think it was still like 30 seconds.
I think when I started the car, like for the first 40 minutes, I was within 5 seconds of P1. Until
Could we quickly drag Chris Gistoff in, please?
Sure.
He's kind of part of the Iris squad.
User was moved to your channel.
Here we go. Everyone's here. It's a great old party to end the season.
Yeah. Yeah, Chris is also one of our drivers.
Hello.
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 Yeah, it was.
Iris, I think that I'm not supposed to say it, but Iris is a very good team, even though I was driving for Valet. But yes. It's totally not because Jeff is here.
So what are you guys? You guys looking forward to season 2? Are you planning to take part in that?
Of course.
Awesome. Great. You're confirmed. I can pencil it in. I'll send it to Alex.
The team itself, probably, yeah.
That's great.
But Chris.
Ay. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's always like I
me up.
try to participate in less events that end up still. Well, shit. Here we go again.
Well, you declined one of my offers.
Oh, I took 10 hours and second swear on the stream.
Yeah. Wow. No, you weren't here when Matt was here. There was a lot of it.
Oh, we have like a counter that we do every endurance race.
I just use the language of my people.
The language of my people. Oh man.
Yeah, I mean but like when it has endurance rounds, I'll probably show up again.
That's good. That's good.
There's
Well,
a good chance, like, come on.
No, sorry.
No, I didn't say anything.
Okay, I thought. So, we'll just do this rapid fire. We already did this with the commentators, and I know this will be incredibly biased, but because y'all are here, biggest memory when you look back at the season, your favorite memory from this season, go.
Who?
Any
actually surviving to see the end of it, maybe.
Oh dear, Chris. I'm not sure what's happened to your monitor.
Oh, me? Oh, it's because it's
No other Chris. He's posted something in the Val chat of his monitor, just inverted colours.
Oh, jeez.
Not sure how he's speaking to us.
Well, voice.
I was actually the story is actually pretty interesting because I was just chilling driving, and I see that my monitor is kind of jerking or something. I don't know. It wasn't supposed to do it. I think. I don't think it's supposed to be in these colors. Maybe. So I tried to quick fix it while I was driving, and I think that the guy behind me kind of took that pretty literally and drove into me. So there was code 80. I don't know if it was because of me, but I just got away with it. Maybe. I don't know. I didn't do anything wrong, I think. Because I was very focused on the race. So there was code dating. I was trying to fix it. It didn't work, so that's my monitor now. I don't know how it happened. It just sort of happened.
Okay.
If you don't plug your HDMI, it's probably that.
Question.
Yep.
About a question about most memory of the season.
Yep.
It's hard because I have 3 of them.
Okay. Let's hear them.
Number 1 is my 6-hour stint at Daytona.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Don't forget about my 7-hour stint at Daytona.
Yeah. I was exhausted after that.
I believe it.
Second one would be my win with Jesper in Mid-Ohio.
That was pretty big.
That was my first win overall.
Wow.
So that was special. And the third one, you already mentioned it earlier, my comeback drive in Limebrook.
Yeah, from 34th.
From
to
34th back to 4th.
Yep, that was yeah.
I remember Lucas was in the race as well.
Yeah.
Well, I was in the qualifying, not in the race.
I know. I
Be
gained a position
precise
because
about
of that.
that one. Be precise about Limebrook. But yeah, I think I would say my drive today.
Oh, there you
Honestly, I didn't have to.
100%.
For me, it's like I didn't have too many really things that went on in the season. I drove for. I mean, I could say my drive during the Raw, that was also quite nice. But I mean, I also had like handed over the car 6 laps later. My teammates there crashed it out.
I know that feeling.
Watkins Glen, maybe yes.
Well, and then one of my worst drives with Watkins Glen, so that's also existed. I tried to drive at Sebring, but my team that was also again AC Motorsports, which I drove for at Daytona and at Sebring before I left at Sebring. Those guys crashed out that car before I ever got to drive it. So. And I prepped with the Porsche for that one, and would have probably gone decently well. But it's just like we didn't get drivers for it, so that's nice.
That's how it goes.
Yeah, and like which other events I drove at, and I tried to do Lime Rock, and my internet decided to disconnect me.
I know you did Daytona.
And as I said, like I did Daytona, but I did that also with AC Motorsports, and like.
Yeah, I just remember Daytona because my goal was to beat you.
Yeah,
I don't
that
know
didn't
about your
go,
goal, but I wanted to survive Daytona.
It didn't go well, but it wasn't my fault. I did my job today.
I didn't mean you. Like that race, I drove pretty not particularly well, and like my teammates were even slower than me.
We didn't even have a setup at that race.
I know.
Our setup was stock setup with P1 wing.
Yikes.
Okay.
Because we signed up 5 minutes before the race itself, so.
And yeah, I haven't done too much in VISC, so I can't really say much about like my favorite moment.
Next season.
Yeah, hopefully we'll have you around next season for that.
Next season, you're gonna win a championship.
No, Vale. Yes.
GGE, Vale.
Yeah, we're actually going to do the Vale Iris combo and go with yellow/purple for that car. It actually looks very good. We have
that isn't out of question.
We have very secret livery tests or something.
What?
Very good.
Breaking news just in from the sports chat. Chris Gistoff has said, at Tom Dillon, we were just sandbagging this race. They underestimate our great power.
Yes, there might be something like that.
Cannot confirm or deny.
Yeah.
Alright.
We were using the more downforce setup for this race.
Now you use different drivers than actually the name suggested.
Alright, I am going to make the executive decision to call it there for the broadcast.
I mean, we said be on for 10 minutes after the stream. I know it's 20 minutes. So.
I know, yeah, this was more than I was.
Probably
yeah, it's.
I've just realised that my microphone's been turned off all this time.
Oh,
so,
oh god.
Surprise.
Well done, guys. That just sums up kind of how it's gone.
All right. So yeah, I'm gonna just run through the commentators. I just want to thank everyone for watching, everyone who tuned in. I want to thank Matt, Tom Dillon, Tommy Wood, and Julian, who wasn't here for us at the finish, and everyone who's joined us in the booth this season. You guys have been greatly appreciated, helped make this doable. And of course, I want to thank all the teams who've done the hard work of bringing some great entertainment over these many hours that have made up the VISC season. We hope to see you at the special event at Sebring. Alex has been cooking up. He'll be announcing that on the VISC Discord.
That you definitely can see me there because you can't miss me with Group C cars.
Yeah.
Come on, Lucas, you drive with us. I don't care, drive with us.
And yeah, hope to see you all in Chapter 2 of the VISC next season, hopefully at the end of
Oh, no.
August.
Okay.
Adios, everyone.
Good night.
Bye
everyone.
bye.